This evening we begin a series of excursions into high legendary. And perhaps we might take a moment to introduce the general theme. As you probably well know, most of the sources of our knowledge of the great religions of the world are historically uncertain. We find that even in religious and philosophical systems that have come into existence in the last 1,000 years, data is seldom adequate. Perhaps one reason lies in the fact that most of the human experiences which have resulted in an important revelation have been highly subjective to the historical person. Usually, such information was scanty. During the person's life, he was not honored, he was not recognized, he found very little place in the pages of history. But the human mind is not inclined to leave matters like this. And gradually, myth fills in where history is inadequate. Always also there are certain tales, legends, stories that have descended from one generation to another. These have frequently been considerably amplified in the passing of time. And where a religious factor is present, the miraculous is almost always superimposed upon the meager, demonstrable facts. This is true all over the world, and it is especially true in Asia. For we know that the Asiatic mind is very highly dramatic. Many of the great legends of the world have come from the East, and even those which we normally associate with the West may have had Oriental origins. Legends are wonderful ways of maintaining human interest in events which in themselves may be difficult or remote in time. So this evening we are going to study a fragment of the great transition which occurred in the descent of the Buddhistic tradition in the Far East. The Southern school of Buddhism, depending largely upon the Pali texts, has been termed the conservative school. Legends have arisen there, but they are few, and for the most part are held within the severity of what the Southern Buddhists believed to be the canonical writings. The Southern Buddhists depend almost entirely upon the earliest texts, and these, as might be expected, are the least embellished. Also, in the case of Buddhism, and a good parallel will be found in Christianity, actually Buddha left no written words that we are able to discover. As in most religious situations, the early perpetuation was by oral tradition only. And the Southern school takes it for granted that the earliest traditions, the earliest oral records, must necessarily be the most accurate. There may be considerable space for disagreement on this point, however. We are not sure that this is actually true, because these early records sometimes lack perspective. They represent highly localized points of view. We have, therefore, a parallel again with the Christian problem. The early Christian records are divided sharply into two groups. The records assumed to have been left by the apostles, the original group of disciples, and a rather different record, which arose from the convictions of St. Paul. Pauline Christianity was quite different in many ways from the original revelation as it has come down to us. So we naturally ask the question, what was the source of the information of St. Paul? Why did he differ from the so-called gospel narratives in so many details? The answer appears to be that Paul had access to material which has not generally survived. He had the possibility of talking with others, of observing the reactions not of the 12, but of the stranger, of those who had only been beholders and not participants in the great Christian drama. From some point of view, either within himself or from circumstances, Paul grasped a structure that was more or less overlooked or ignored or even perhaps denied by those who were the closest of the apostles. The same thing happened in Asia. And perhaps the best way we can unfold this little story is to follow the legends, at least for a part of the way. In the northern school, the sutras, or records of the teachings of Buddha, are divided into two groups. The early records belonging to the southern school are acknowledged. They are affirmed to exist, and they are still the foundation of all that was built upon them. The northern school, however, claimed to possess other records, that in one way or another there had descended to them further instruction, arising also in the original words of Buddha, not merely in commentary, but in actual discourses which the great teacher gave. The northern school, therefore, divided the teachings of Buddha into a series of periods. They said that Buddha, at different times in his life, revealed different levels or layers of his instruction. It is said of Jesus that he taught the multitude in parables, but to the disciples he taught certain other things. Christendom does not know what those certain other things were. There seems to have been no descent in record. In Buddhism, the certain other things which Buddha may have taught are at least claimed to have been preserved. In the course, therefore, of the ministry of Buddha, beginning with the Prajnaparamita Sutra, his instruction is regarded as having become gradually more deep and more complete. And that as he passed along through his 45 years of earthly ministry, there were occasions when to those peculiarly wise or remarkably venerable he gave other instructions. And upon these other instructions the northern school is built. These other instructions have been very bewildering to Western Orientalists. During the 19th century, when nearly all writers on Buddhistic matters were either military men stationed in India, merchants, travelers, or missionaries, there was a great fondness for the southern school. The peculiar severity of the doctrine, its profound skepticism, and the vestiges which seemed to linger in the southern belief, affirming that Buddha was atheistic, and also that he did not believe in the immortality of the human soul. These thoughts were quickly and eagerly grasped by the missionaries. It provided them with a splendid armament against Buddhism as far as Western thinking was concerned. They were in a position to contrast the best of Christianity with the worst of Buddhism and came up with some very dramatic, if not entirely realistic, conclusions. In any event, we are indebted mostly to these doubtful sources, some of them highly obviously prejudiced, for our Western concept of this Eastern philosophy almost to the time of the turn of the present century. Actually, of course, our knowledge of the whole matter in the West was probably only 200 or 300 years old, as far as any effort at scholarship or estimation could be concerned. As a result of this mass of early publication, highly critical, an attitude was established in the Western mind, an attitude that was not especially sympathetic. What these same scholars were very reluctant to bring forth was the Northern School. They would rather not discuss that at all. For in the Northern School, the similarities between Buddhism and Christianity increased very rapidly. In the Northern School, most of the concepts which the prejudiced 19th century German and English writers had brought forward were either contradicted or nullified. Thus it was not considered especially discreet to bring them up. Certainly not until a more modern, comprehensive grasp of Oriental philosophy was available. Many of the conditions have been corrected in the last 50 years, but the old prejudices linger on, and it is sometimes extremely difficult to uproot them. In the Mahayana system, the most important of all of the sutras of Buddha was the so-called last revelation. This is supposed to have occurred in the final assembly of Buddha and his arhats prior to the parinirvana. At this time, the Buddha, having reached that period in his life's ministry in which he knew that his earthly mission was very nearly completed, felt impelled, according to the reports, to reveal the soul of the doctrine, that part which had been previously either completely concealed or at least only intimated to a few of his closest followers. A somewhat parallel account to this, of course, running very consistent with it, is the report as to the origin of Zen, which is also attributed directly to Buddha in a special occasion in which he transmitted the doctrine by nonverbal means to one of his disciples who became the first patriarch of Zen. So there are legends and myths about these things. How true they are, perhaps we can never fully be certain. But they are not more numerous, nor more extraordinary, nor more exceptional than those which also gathered around the early centuries of Christianity. And for that matter, they are to be found in the cradle years of every religious system. The great revelation which Buddha is supposed to have made is contained in the Saddhamma Pundarika Sutra, called the Sutra of the Lotus of the Good Law. This sutra, presumably, must have been transcribed by some person present, or perhaps carried in verbal descent for 2 or 3 or more generations. Again, the details are not certain, but the point that is made of really practical importance is that this sutra was never revealed. It was held either in a very small group, or else it was communicated privately, or perhaps by even another approach, this might have been the only instruction which he personally wrote down, and therefore was able to control the future of it. These are speculations. There are no certainties. The nature of the Sutra of the Lotus of the Good Law is quite suggestive of the Apocalypse of St. John. It is entirely different from practically any other early Buddhist writing. Many others descended from it, but this has an almost unique place in itself. In this sutra, the instruction is primarily attributed to Buddha. It is in the usual form, except that it exists in two parts. The first, prose, and the second, gatha. Gathas are poems. They are poetic renditions of sermons or great instructions. Gathas are also to be found in Persian religion, and it is held on some grounds that perhaps they were introduced into India by Persians. As a result of the two forms, the Sadhana Pundarika Sutra is really two books in one, with the texts exceedingly similar. It is as though you read a prose and then a poetic version of the same statements. Some sections are not in Gatha. They exist only in the prose form. But these are only about 4 or 5 out of the nearly 30 sections which make up the work. We say that the tone of the volume, or the tone of the instruction, is apocalyptical, that it is a great drama, an incredible unfolding in space. It has high majesty. It is entirely different in tone and in quality from the severe, highly moralistic doctrines of the Southern School. These doctrines are not contradicted, but they are expanded in a very curious way, one which has hardly been touched by Western thinkers at all. Only a few Orientalists have worked with it carefully. A fair version of the Lotus Sutra will be found in Max Muller's collection of the sacred books of the East. The general theme presents us with a series of new patterns which may be regarded as essentially esoteric. Certainly, they are highly mystical. Buddha is transformed in this sutra from the moral teacher who walked the dusty roads of Bengal to a symbol of universal reality. Buddha is transformed much as Jesus was transformed by Paul. The historical Jesus of the apostles and the mystical Christos of Paul. The Christos was a universal being, an ever-present power, a majesty in space. And to a large measure, this is what happens in the Lotus Sutra. Buddha is the axis of it. He is a strangely detached axis. In the sutra, there is no warm humanity bestowed upon the Buddha personality. He is completely detached from all worldliness. And yet with it, there is this tremendous sense of the divine presence. Several authorities have come to the conclusion that in the Lotus Sutra, Buddha is lifted to a condition or position very close to divinity. And yet he is not divine. The sutra makes no effort to indicate that he is. In this sutra, Buddha becomes, so to say, one of the great flowerings of mankind. The Buddha seed sowed in space has produced the perfect lotus of the true law. Buddha is presented as the complete graduate from the processes of evolution. He is lifted up until he becomes the personification of all virtues, until he becomes the symbol of man as infinite. He is raised to the condition in which, to the practical mind, he could very easily become an object of worship. In fact, there is no doubt that Buddhism as a religion is founded squarely on the Lotus Sutra. Buddha, seated in the midst of space, becomes the axis of a drama that takes in both inconceivable time and inconceivable space. Buddha now becomes a symbol of the infinite attainment of life itself. In the Lotus Sutra, he represents mind as infinite thought, mind as eternal thought, mind unborn and undying. Not the mortal mind we know, but a strange infinite mind in which all things have an endless and enduring existence. This mind is ever changing in its appearances, ever different in its manifestations, ever moving from one integration to another, always unfolding, always growing, until the end is an absolute apocalypse. Wherever this tradition arose, it was certainly one of the most extraordinary products of man's creative skill, legendary, or dramatic power. It has been likened to the rituals of a great mystery school, something which, while passionless in itself, would create in man a tremendous passion after infinity. One of the first things that the Lotus Sutra reveals to us is that Buddha was not unique. While he represents this infinite expanse of consciousness, similar representations, equal representations, exist everywhere. The universe as a causal, invisible realm is inhabited by an infinite number of completely enlightened beings. These enlightened beings are all Buddhas. They abide in the most remote places of space and time. Buddhism in this respect drew upon the great astronomical theories of the Brahmins and conceived a universe which is not in any way put to shame by modern science. For instead of using light years to measure time or distances, the Brahmins had their own calculations, but space extended out in countless billions of aeons of time and distance. And everywhere in this space, which unfolded like the enormous rows of Dante's Paradiso, everywhere in space were these meditating powers, these vast products of ageless evolution. All of this vast mystery did not descend from heaven. It rose from nature. It was a revelation of the infinite power contained in the mystery seeds of things, the bija seeds. The seeds of Buddha are cast in space, and they continue to unfold until each one reveals its complete enlightenment. And space is filled with an evolving order of creatures, beings, powers, all in infinite unfoldment. When the time comes for the Sutra to begin, it has its own delightful, dramatic beginning. The great teacher, who is now both Buddha and an infinite symbol, is quietly meditating. And around him are gathered the aeons, the powers, an infinite number of arhats with their shaven heads, extending as far as the mind can think into eternity. Here also are gathered the great regiments of the Bodhisattvas in their wonderful princely habiliments. Here are the Brahmin gods from all the lokas of the ancient Hindu pantheon. Here also are the great processions of nuns, led by the wife of Buddha himself. Here are all the orders of the mendicants, the seekers, the believers. Here also, according to the artistic representations of these events in ancient fresco, are all the animal creatures, everything that lives. For this scene is a sort of infinite expansion of the Parinirvana scene. In this also, Buddha is surrounded by examples of every type of living thing. Slowly, the great teacher emerges from meditation. And from the urna, or mysterious coil of light on his forehead, breaks forth the ray that illuminates all worlds. And the great company becomes, as it were, under the spell of an absolute waitingness. The great power was to speak. But before this power spoke, the sky was filled with clouds and lights. And down from the skies in all parts of the universe came the Buddhas of other worlds, other constellations, other planets, other levels of space, all coming to join in this great moment when the law was to be revealed. Now, it is well possible to imagine the power of this scene. The interpretation of it is extremely complicated. For as might be expected, the words that have been preserved and attributed to Buddha on this occasion are scarcely the secret of the situation. These words are again only veiled symbols. The obvious and evident meanings were not too clear. But out of the general sense of the meaning, out of the intimations, out of the strangely stated phrases, which are so much in the spirit of Eastern literature, there comes the gradual revelation of a total universe of light, a universe of things hidden and also of things revealed, a universe in which the mystery of the nirvana, or the extinction, or the idea that all things in Buddhist philosophy were to end in oblivion, was fragmented and dissipated. I think the point that was made, perhaps, in this discourse, at least that is one of the meanings that came to my thinking about it, was that it represented the transition of the mind from the total state of ignorance to the total state of awareness. The great concept of the cosmotheism of Buddhism, which means the cosmos itself as divinity, seems to rest upon the symbolism of the lotus. And perhaps that is why the sutra was so named. It would seem as though existence is divided into an upper and lower hemisphere. The lower hemisphere symbolized by water, and the higher hemisphere symbolized by light. From below, from the mud, from the slime, from the prehistoric origin of things, the lotus plant gradually grows upward to reach toward the light. And finally it reaches the surface, the place where the water and the light meet. And on this surface its blossom opens. And when its blossom opens, all of the corruption, all of the darkness, all of the mud and the slime is forgotten. For this blossom opens with absolute purity, indicating in its color and beauty no defilement of any kind. It is enlightened consciousness fed from the dark slime of ignorance. It is a very interesting and dramatic symbolism, and on it, of course, is based the concept that all Buddhas are shown seated upon lotus thrones, or the lotus is associated intimately with them. For the lotus becomes the symbol of the bursting open of consciousness. We have mentioned before in discussing things here that in Buddhism, the attainment of wisdom is not a direct action. It arises from the diminution of ignorance. Man becomes right by ceasing to be wrong. Right is not something attained by a direct action. Man cannot reach out and grasp truth. But when error in him ceases, truth is there. For error obscures truth. And truth can only be achieved by the consciousness outgrowing ignorance or error. When this is accomplished, man reaches the surface or the dividing point between his human consciousness and his universal consciousness. And in this we find Buddhism also borrowing something from the Vedanta and from the concept of Atman, the Hindu idea of inner reality. Just as surely as the entire meditation processes of Buddhism and the final trance state of the Arhat is very close to the concept of samadhi in more modern Hindu mysticism. In any event, what we seem to have here is that man finally reaches a state in which for the first time he is capable of knowing. That knowledge is not really unfolding step by step. Man is unfolding consciousness degree by degree by casting off error. But there comes a time when the scales tip, when the condition of ignorance can no longer control or hold. And in that moment, the individual passes into what might seem to him to be extinction. But it is only the final extinction of his own ignorance. It is ignorance and not man that dies. It is the three flames that go out, not the eternal flame. It is the conditioned being that ceases, the being that lives in a world of dimensions, a being whose entire existence is based upon dimensioned, conditioned attitudes, the being that can think of the universe only from the outside, the being that can conquer planets and remain unconquered in his own soul. But there comes this point which seems to be the burden of the Lotus Sutra, the point in which suddenly the little self dies and the self with the capital S takes over. And that moment is the beginning of man's true existence, an existence which he cannot comprehend till he attains it, an existence which, when not achieved, appears to be only a vacuum, the mystery of the void, as we find it in Chinese Buddhism. But what I think the Lotus Sutra attempts to do symbolically is to indicate something of the nature of this beyondness, this condition that arises when ignorance finally dies. And to represent it, there is the same kind of magnificent spectacle that we find in the Apocalypse of John and some of the Gnostic apocalyptic writings. Here the truth seeker, passing through the orbits of the planets, coming finally to the little door in heaven, passes through guided by the angel and stands in the presence of the heavenly mystery. This is also the story of Muhammad's night journey to heaven. It is a symbol of a mysterious journey, a journey from egoism to universalism, from the condition of being a person to the condition of absolute identity with absolute being. And as absolute being remains beyond our definition, no matter how mystically we may be inclined, and as the communication of it remains as the sovereign impossibility which Buddha himself would not attempt. Therefore, it can only be presented by a vast pageantry of symbols, a tremendous explosion of light, a tremendous expansion of the very ritual that is legendary perpetuated in the story of the temptation and the enlightenment or illumination of Buddha. In that moment, the heavens open, revealing also the tremendous hierarchy of divine powers. In the Lotus Sutra, this hierarchy is again present, infinitely magnified, attended by all who have achieved the liberation. The Arhats, in all probability, symbolize the ancient pre-Buddhistic teachers. The Arhats are the wise of all times, the wise of everlastingness, who in their own ages and their own worlds, but still part of humanity, at all times since the beginning of this unknown period that Buddhism does not even dare to calculate, have attained enlightenment, have come to be the meritorious, those who are justified, those who are true, a strange and wonderful order of sanctified beings. They are therefore present as part of this vast congregation. In the Lotus Sutra also we become more aware of the Bodhisattvas, which become quite important in the Northern School. One of the first that we come to know in the great epic is the Bodhisattva Maitreya. Maitreya, of course, was the custodian and guardian of the Tushita heaven, the heaven where Buddha himself awaited embodiment. He is supposed to be the next Buddha. Therefore, he contains within his own nature the accomplishments of the Bodhisattva and the long shadow of approaching Buddhahood. We also find the princely power Manju, or Manjusri, the Lord of Wisdom. We find all this great company. And we also receive the distinct impression that what we are looking upon now in this entire aggregation is nothing but the extension of the central, seated, poised being in the midst of them. All of these extensions are manifestations of the infinite power of infinite consciousness. They are really embodiments of the central figure itself. They are the infinite reflections, as described in some of the Eastern books, where it is said that the light of one candle, reflected from an infinite number of mirrors, seems to fill space with an infinite number of lights. But there is only one true light, and all the rest is reflection. And in the great drama of the cosmotheism of the Lotus Sutra, all these lights seem to be the strange reflections of the one poised, changeless power that is in the midst of them. The result of the Sutra's message, so to say, was to transform the entire concept of Buddhism. The first and most important thing that it did was to change the ancient idea of the Arhat. In Southern Buddhism, the Arhat was a solitary sage who had departed from all worldliness, and taking the begging bowl and turning to the robe, dedicated his life to wandering in lonely isolation in search of truth. This Arhat in the Southern School is supposed to be merely a symbol of Buddha during the period of his own wandering in search of enlightenment. But there is one flaw which even the Southern Buddhists have been forced to admit in their point of view, and that is that the Arhat, by his action, does not follow in the footsteps of the Buddha. Actually, in the great Buddhistic system, the Triratna, or the Three Jewels, are the three great inspirations, or the three great refuges of human consciousness. They are the life of the Buddha, the teaching of the Buddha, and the association of the Sangha, or the monastic body. The Arhat of the Southern School went forth seeking only his own enlightenment. Buddha did not. After the temptation of Buddha, when he achieved enlightenment at Buddha Gaya, and other temptations were past, and he had brought the earth to witness that his law was true, Then was another episode that was very similar to the story of the temptation of Jesus on the Mount. Mara, the illusion, returned to plague the Buddha. Mara said to him, "Master, you have attained enlightenment. You are a perfect Buddha. I bow before you. I admit your authority. However, why now do you not retire into the nirvana and go into infinite rest? Why do you not fulfill the path which you have chosen to walk? Why do you remain in this world now that you are free of it and need it no longer?" This was the temptation. The Buddha resisted it, declaring that it was not his intention to go into the world as a person again, nor to retire from it to solitary eternal rest. His duty was to become the instructor of his fellow men, to go forth teaching them the Noble Eightfold Path. This further confounded Mara, the deity of darkness, for it assailed the foundations of the empire of ignorance. So while the Arhat of the Southern School sought only liberation, Buddha himself forfeited his liberation, renounced it, in order to serve his fellow man. And this is a strong point which the Northern School has made, that the end of the great path is not that the individual shall seek his own peace, but that he shall fulfill the vow which, according to the Lotus Sutra, he made ages ago when he first put his foot upon this path of enlightenment, namely, that he would not seek eternal peace until he could bring with him every existing sentient being of all worlds. So this supported the Lotus Sutra point of view. For in this sutra we now find all the Arhats, and especially the Bodhisattvas, emerging as the great compassionate ones. Here we come into the presence of Kannon, or Avalokitesvara, the great Bodhisattva of mercy. And we get a clue to something of this by the fact that Kannon, or mercy, is the embodiment of the voice of the Buddha. That it is this embodiment which brings peace in the form of words, in the form of instruction, in the form of inner consolation, and the natural graciousness of life, wherever the kind word is spoken, and the experience of the voice of the teacher is known in the world. So all of these bodhisattvas are again only conditions. They are only stages, infinitely multiplied images of great psychological principles abiding in human consciousness and in universal consciousness. Here also we find the Buddha proclaiming a ministry that is to be taken to all parts of the universe. We find for the first time the record of the rise of Amitabha, the Buddha of the Western Paradise. And we have the glimpse of Gautama preparing to build the paradise of the East. We find the great hollow square of meditation Buddhas and a vast development of symbolism that led to the high mysticism and Tantra of Northern Buddhism. Well, of course, we might say, and quite justly say, that all of this is high fantasy. But the difference that it achieved was that it made possible the dissemination of a teaching which would certainly have died without it. The lonely Arhat, wandering in search of his own perfection, deserting all, separating himself from every aspect of human existence, foregoing marriage and parenthood, leaving his business or profession, giving his goods to others, and in a desolate condition, seeking only enlightenment. This was a very abstractly noble idea, but not suitable or possible as a social state of mankind in general. It had to be limited to the Sangha, to the association of the monks, and it left the whole laity, the great world of people, without any direct participation in the mystery. We had again the same thing in Christianity. In the early days of Christianity, the laity could only serve the priesthood. They could never actually be dynamic participants in the great Eucharistic mysteries of their own faith. They were on the outside, perhaps considered, perhaps to a measure respected, but never permitted to partake of those rites which were for the sanctified, the ordained, and the venerable. This situation in Buddhism would certainly have produced the same kind of stalemate that might have arisen in Christianity without St. Paul. It was necessary to break through this and to create a new democracy in the universe. And the Lotus Sutra is probably one of the most extraordinary statements of democracy. For in it, there is a vast equality under everything else. There is infinite opportunity for all and special privilege for none. Buddhism always had this basic concept, but it unfolded into a magnificent pageantry in the Sutra of the Lotus of the Law. Another point that we have to bear in mind is that Buddhism, unlike most other religions, was a religion of wanderers. Buddhism gradually ceased to have great authority in its own land. Between the revivals of Hinduism and of the Vedantic and Yogic sects, which came very close to Buddhism, absorbed part of it, and in turn contributed something to the Buddhist point of view, and the final ascent of Muslimism in India, the ancient faith vanished from the land. It thereby sentenced itself to a vast pilgrimage over a tremendous area, nearly all of Asia, extending down into the East Indies and over as far as Korea and Japan, upward toward the highest steppes of Siberia, and in the opposite direction all the way to Greece, Egypt, and Eastern Europe. Therefore, it had a tremendous pilgrimage among peoples of many beliefs and many faiths, among peoples who had culture and who did not have culture, to primitive tribes and proud nations. It touched with its magic the extremely primitive people of Tibet and transformed them into a highly cultured group on their own level of thinking. It also then touched a magnificent civilization such as China, which is not in any way primitive, which had its own teachers, its own leaders, which cherished Confucius and Lao Tzu, and it was able to contribute something to the great rise of Chinese, Korean, and Japanese art. All these elements meant that the faith itself had to explode almost like an apocalyptic vision and cover all of Asia, and it did so. And it was able to reach into every level of Asiatic life, as you can see even now. It touched the farmer, the common man, the humble person, the housewife, the tired mother, and the small child. It was no longer in any way a strange aloofness wandering across the face of Asia. And this transformation was almost entirely due to the revelation of the Lotus Sutra. So what happened to it? There was no record of this sutra for a long time. It apparently was not actually known until the 1st or 2nd century A.D., which would probably be 500 years after the parinirvana of Buddha himself. And it is only fair to point out that he declared that the great period of unveiling and revelation and interpretation would begin 500 years after his death. He sensed this, perhaps knew why. But the great sutra of the good law vanished away. No one knew what happened to it. At that time, no one knew the content. They did not have the opportunity to study it in the sacred books of the East. It was then a myth and a mystery. There were rumors that it existed, but no one knew where, no one really had any good answers at all. There was a report that was preserved at Nalanda, the great university in southern India, the great center of the Buddhist Tantric philosophy, that this sutra had not been entrusted to any human being at all, for fear that even the most devoted and dedicated disciple, Ananda, the keeper of the records, might be tempted, even by greatness of his own heart, to reveal this sutra before its time. It was one of these things that was timed in some way. It had to come only when the moment was right. Now, skeptics from of other beliefs take a little different and not quite so friendly attitude on this. They insist that it was not preserved, that it was not kept, that it never existed, and that it was actually written at the time it was discovered. Now, this is what might be termed a very modern approach. It would be worthy of one of our higher intellectuals. But the fact remains that in the old legends, and the legends get pretty thick right now, that it was not entrusted to a human being at all, but it was entrusted to the king of the Nagas, the Nagas being the serpents. The serpents in India and in Nalanda were regarded as very strange and mysterious beings. They were always associated in both East and West with a twofold meaning. In both Asia and in the Near East, during Bible times, the serpent was both the symbol of wisdom and the symbol of temptation or cunning. In Egypt, we find the same meaning. And we find the well-known admonition in the Bible, "Be ye wise as serpents and as harmless as doves." So the serpent had a good meaning and a bad meaning. But in almost all ancient peoples, the serpent was an esoteric emblem. It represented one of several things. First, it represented the hidden school, the secret assembly of the Mahatmas, adepts, or bodhisattvas, or arhats, according to your belief, who maintained for centuries the secrets of their order, awaiting the strange symbol or sign which was to indicate the day of revelation. The second symbolism of the serpent in Tantra and in northern India and Tibet and Nepal associates it with yoga, indicating the serpent power, the mysterious spinal fire within man, which when raised up bestows upon man the power of consciousness of inner comprehension. Therefore, that the serpent in this case was the guardian of the inner world, the guardian of that part of consciousness which can only be known when, perhaps to borrow another simile from the Old Testament, the brazen serpent was raised in the wilderness, and all who looked upon it lived. This mysterious type of symbolism perhaps has a bearing upon our present problem. At the great University of Nalanda, there was a tank or pool of blue lotuses, which was built upon the site of the ancient habitation of the Nagas, the serpent kings. In Siam or Thailand, Buddhist figures are nearly always shown seated upon the coils of the great seven-headed Naga, the king of the Nagas, Mukalinda, who, according to the ancient legends, used his hooded cobra head to protect Buddha from all evil, forming of it a kind of canopy or guard against the entry of the evil thoughts of wicked souls. In any event, the serpent symbol was tied into the mystery of the lotus of the good law. It was said that these serpents received this as the most priceless of their heritage, that they dedicated and swore that they would maintain the secret until the coming of the messenger, the one who was appointed to reveal it. And in order that it might never be falsely revealed, they carried it into one of the most distant places of the world, Various stories are advanced as to where this distant place is. Some said that it was in the Himalayas of northern India, some in the plains of southern India. This is the more common version. Others still that it was not in this world at all, but that the secret repository of the great wisdom was suspended in space, like the pagodas and temples that appeared in the great vision of the Blue Lotus Sutra. And around this place, this mysterious and secret abode, the Nagas spun clouds of oblivion so that no one could find it. And they guarded it day and night, and over it they held protection under the great hoods of their cobra heads. And the Nagas regarded this mysterious possession as being the symbol of the possibility of their own ultimate enlightenment, that the time would come when they too would know the mystery of the great enlightenment. So as faithful custodians they gained merit. And there are accounts that many of the bodhisattvas or arhats at different times took upon themselves the forms of Nagas in their embodiment in order that they might become the guardians of the secret treasure. This was the treasure. No one knew exactly what the treasure was at that time. The treasure was supposed to be the living Buddha himself. And if we go a little further into it, we see why this was. Because it was held in ancient times that a sacred sutra, or a book, a manuscript scroll, that contained the words of the teacher, such a document was the teacher. He took upon himself this embodiment. And the Tibetans have a deity, the Prajna Paramita deity, the God that lives in the books of truth. So this is a very interesting sidelight, namely that the book containing the instruction was identical with the teacher himself. About the 3rd century A.D., there arose a very strange man in India. Again, many historians doubt his existence. They think he was another one of those delightful figments. But then again, this was not necessarily unique. It isn't 100 years since most people did not believe Lao Tzu ever lived. And there are still authorities that insist that he is merely a composite of older beliefs. But the Chinese will never accept this point of view. And many of their records go back far enough to very much embarrass critics who are saved largely by their inability to read Chinese. In any event, this man who arose was an arhat, converted to Buddhism from Hinduism. He had been a Brahmin. This is another interesting parallel with St. Paul. Whereas many of the disciples were men of common stature, Paul was a citizen of Rome, the highest honor that a man could have at that time. As a citizen of Rome, he was in this virtue alone, one set apart from the common herd. He was socially an aristocrat, a learned man, a scholar, a deep and penetrating thinker. And most of all, if he had lived in India, it would have been said that he was born of a high caste because of his Roman citizenship. Well, Nagarjuna, as he was called, the serpent taught, part of the tradition of the Nagas. He was a man who, in the legend that we have of him, was a magician. And like some of the great sorcerers of Tibet, he's credited with vast superhuman powers. His abilities were so numerous and diversified that he raised the dead, that he healed the sick, that he was able to travel in the air, that he could move invisibly from place to place. The legends about him are almost limitless, and each one piles further wonders upon those which have previously been heaped together. Now, apparently, Nagarjuna was the one who was waited for. He was the messenger who had been appointed. He did not know this himself, and that was quite according to Buddhism, inasmuch as Gautama did not know his own ministry until the illumination. Up to that time, he was simply a truth seeker, like all other sincere human beings. Prior to his embodiment, he knew, but through his infancy and childhood, he did not know. In the same way, Nagarjuna did not know, except that he felt this strange urge which caused him to depart from his own faith and take on another belief. Some may say that this might have led to complications for the good man, but it did not, because Hinduism at that time was strangely tolerant. Sages and holy men moved about, transferring their allegiances with considerable freedom, and there was very little religious persecution of any kind. So in all probability, his former teachers sent him on to other teachers with a blessing. In any event, there came to him the inner realization, through magic, through incantations, through whatever rites you want to consider, the books are dim, the stories are plentiful. He became aware of the existence of the Sadhana Pundarika Sutta. He knew that it existed. He knew that it was the great esoteric book of Buddhism. He knew that it was the great discourse in which the secret of the large vehicle was to be revealed to the world. And he started out pilgrim-wise to find the book. And he knew what he was looking for. He was looking for the secret place that was guarded by the king of the Nagas and all the faithful people of the serpent. And these same people of the serpent, by the way, occur in our western hemisphere. The Quetzalcoatl was the feathered serpent. The Aztecs and the Mayas were called the great serpent, and their subterranean temples and galleries were the serpent's holes in the earth. And here under the earth, the secret mysteries were revealed. So we have the same tradition moving everywhere. And Nagarjuna knew that the serpent had placed the great treasure in the Iron Tower. Now, the Iron Tower has been a subject of art and controversy also for a long time. What was it? We learn in the old scriptures that the planet itself was believed in the old times to be girdled with a wall of iron. Also that a great iron band or wall guarded the sanctuary of Meru, the mountain of the world. The Iron Tower, therefore, seems to represent a term of infinite protection. And from the oldest diagrams and figures in which the Tibetans particularly attempted to picture it, the tower resembles a small reliquary or oriental pagoda. It consists of a square base supporting a short cylinder which tops itself in the form of a half sphere. On this is a sort of roof, square also, with the little pitched ends of a pagoda. And out of this, in the center, rises a spire surrounded by 9 rings and surmounted by the blazing pearl. This little pagoda form is still found all of where Buddhism is known. It is still a reliquary. It is most usually found on the properties of monasteries as the abode of the spirits of the great priests who have gone before. It may be built over a relic, some small remain of a physical priest. But actually the great golden pagoda at Rangoon, the Shwe Dagon, the golden dragon, is such a pagoda in the Burmese form. The great Vats of Siam are also such pagodas. And in China, we have them rising like little buildings of several stories, like towers. Whereas in Japan, we are more apt to find the old Hindu or Tibetan style predominating. Somewhere was the Iron Tower. And in the Iron Tower, the mystery of the law slept, waiting revelation. And by his magic, Nagarjuna was able to find the Iron Tower. Some say that when he reached there, an ancient sage was dwelling near the tower. Some say that this sage was a vision sent from another world, as the vision of age, sickness, and death was sent to the young Prince Gautama before he became a Buddha. Some say that Nagarjuna was instructed by this sage, and that this was the real secret of the whole thing. Others say no, this doesn't quite explain everything. But anyway, however it may be, the wise men, the Nagas, whether they be adepts or sages, whether the Iron Tower was a symbol of the eternal Shambhala, the abode of the gods, whatever the mystery may be, from the Iron Tower, Nagarjuna received the Lotus Sutra. Now, those who wish to say that he wrote it and the rest of it is a legend, who can deny them? Who can affirm anything? The only thing that we can say is that if he did write it himself, the rest is fable. He produced one of the most extraordinary works in the history of the world. So he produced something by means of which the teachings of a lonely Indian mendicant, honored, loved, venerated, but seldom understood, these teachings were made available to the great mass of the Asiatic people. And from this sutra and its implication arose what we know as the wheel of the great doctrine, the Northern School, the school that transformed Buddhism from a patient waiting for the unknown to a dynamic building towards an enlightened human society. Some will say, and the Southern Buddhists insist, that all this was a sustaining of the teachings of Buddha. But if you study the Mahayana scriptures carefully, and there are others that came later besides the one of the Great Law, the other sutras, of course, are commentaries and interpretations by the great patriarchs of the various schools. But this one unique sutra has been held in common by all northern Asiatic peoples. It is the foundation of Lamaism in Tibet. It is the foundation of Chinese Buddhism. It was the great power that created Japanese Buddhism. It was present to a modified degree, but rather strongly, in Korea. Wherever the great motion of Buddhism passed, it contributed to the glory of it. It gave the world the wonders of the Buddha Babur in Java, and the great cosmological monuments that are still to be found in the most remote parts of China. No longer, unfortunately, can we visit them. In any way we wish to look at it, a new dispensation occurred. And this is traced distinctly to the opening of the doors of the Iron Tower. From that time on, the new revelation was prepared for the service of mankind. Nagarjuna, if he invented it, if he wrote it, merely elevated himself to one of the highest places known in the levels of spiritual consciousness. It is unlikely that he wrote it. It is most unlikely, because he was but a recent convert from Hinduism. Had he written it, he would have most certainly involved in it much more Brahmanical philosophy. Like all Buddhism, he borrows some, but not excessively. The only other possible explanation is the one of the sage whom he met at the Iron Tower, who may have had an older contact. Some have tried to insist that the doctrine was in existence among certain sages for a century or more before Nagarjuna. It is all myth. It is all legend. But out of this strange, legendary foundation arose something that was not legend in any sense of the word. As a result of the gradual interpretation of this sutra, which was copied with the commentaries of Nagarjuna, also Nagarjuna prepared his own commentaries
by which he was elevated to the estate of the 14th patriarch of the Great Descent. And even sects that do not follow precisely his instruction still acknowledge that he is of the highest order of canonization, that he is one who is already a bodhisattva, to go on to still higher achievements in the Northern School. We now have the primary differentiation between the two schools. We have, first of all, the doors of Buddhism strangely open to all men. Buddha opened the first gate by disregarding the caste system. He declared that regardless of birth, regardless of race, regardless of affiliation, the individual could attain enlightenment. That there was no person so ignorant that inevitable enlightenment was not his, by a right beyond any power of man to destroy. But Buddha did not clearly indicate the difference between the clergy and the laity. He created, and probably very wisely in his own time, because after all he was establishing a school which was later to unfold, but he had to give it body. And he did this by the Sangha. He established the orders of the monks. And during his lifetime he lived to see this community increase in number, regain honor and distinction, and he also established the monastic orders for women. But the Northern School, the revelation of the Blue Lotus, suddenly opened the way of salvation to persons not dedicated to the clergy. The way of salvation eliminated the absolute requirement of monastic orders. The Northern School held firmly that elimination, enlightenment, spiritual progress, growth, and unfoldment were based entirely upon virtue, upon integrity, upon the individual performing to the very best of his ability those duties and responsibilities which were his natural requirements. Therefore, it is perfectly possible for the household, or the parents, the child, the individual who continued to be a shopkeeper, who practiced the professions, who did whatever was naturally his occupation, his redemption, his illumination, his regeneration resulted from his faithful maintenance of the integrity of his own activity, whatever it might be. He was not to become an arhat by no longer being a physician, but by becoming a greater physician. He was not to wander off into aloneness if he was an attorney, but he was to stay and judge righteous judgment. Whatever he was doing, this was the area of his karma. Here it was that he must fulfill his message, his ministry, and his purpose. And all good deeds accomplished by him contributed to his enlightenment, just as certainly as privation or detachment from worldliness. The Mahayana took the idea that this detachment was not a walking out on worldliness, but a detachment from selfishness, from self-seeking, from all these negative or destructive attitudes, by means of which we exploit or betray the tasks and duties which we should properly and nobly perform. So this was the next step in the great motion of Buddhistic democracy. It had already extended to the animal kingdom and accepted the animal as the brother. It had extended itself to the mysterious beings of the invisible worlds, ghosts, demons, monsters, and formed them all into acolytes of the Buddhistic order. Now it was to transform the problem of Buddhism itself. From the secret books of the Iron Tower, it was also pointed out that there was the heart path to realization. That the heart represented, actually in Buddhism, by the assembly of the Bodhisattvas, was as sure a path as certainly rose to illumination as any reasoning, any meditation, any abstract discipline, any self-style.
The first thing that we should have to have.
That actually
is a complete
the wise man and the good man,
the word
these
itself
two are
carries the
one.
secret of itself. The word
Both have
itself
achieved exactly the same end.
means to
For wisdom must end in goodness.
rainfall.
And that which is good is truly wise, regardless of all other
Take
things.
the stock it.
So the good person,
Education is to relieve
the individual
conscious
in whose heart and mind there was the continuing remembrance of the law,
education
this
is to use the
constituted
mind
the
purposes,
heart path to
to
enlightenment.
establish purposes by which the
So it was
mind
certainly this
is
approach
properly employed.
that captured the heart of Asia.
Education is therefore the
It was this approach which
growth
resulted in the triumphant march of Buddhism
all these
across a
things
third
are
of the
not
surface of the earth.
actually education.
It also contributed everything to the great artistic cultural
Way of
heritage
life.
for which Buddhism became so closely
If he is
identified.
important, then he must protect it.
Here was
If
the
he doesn't protect it, he doesn't
inspiration
do
of a great
it.
art.
The idea of somebody else
Here was the reverence and the gentleness,
must not carry
the
on.
subtle hopes, the mysteries of a world of beauty and truth.
Fundamental.
It was concealed from the common state of man,
Fundamental of
only by a very thin veil.
actual honesty.
It seemed under such conditions that almost anyone at any moment might see these luminous figures rise before him. If he looked at the sunset, he could see the radiant head of the Amida circled by the halo of the setting
chaos
sun.
we have now.
Everywhere,
We have 100
the universe became filled with light
or
beings.
sword points.
And by degrees, these light beings overcame all the shadows
All
which had held men in fear and doubt and bondage for ages.
and
The
misuse.
Northern Buddhist school suddenly gave to man an invisible universe of beauty with which to
The
surround
only
himself.
way we can have integrity
It gave him a universe of infinite hope.
to the degree
It gave him the solemn assurance of the sages
that withdraw
that all would come
cooperation
well.
from those who are
And in this system, because of its complete lack of, almost, we can say, complete lack of any trace of intolerance,
degree of
there was no longer any war of creed.
continue
Men did not fail because they belonged to another faith. Hunan, the great Buddhist mystic, describes how the saints of other religions have all achieved bodhisattvahood. But all the good and the pure and the noble everywhere are part of this glorious company of the radiant ones. So the universe suddenly became almost as in the apocalyptical vision of the Blue Lotus, an extent of beings as far as mind and consciousness could conceive, all chanting together the glory of the doctrine, all bearing witness together to the infinite wisdom, infinite graciousness of truth, a cosmic revelation of beauty, a universe of principles, all of them benevolent, in which there was no evil principle, no power of ultimate evil anywhere, evil being only man's ignorance, being the darkness which he has cast upon himself. So this vision, of course, was in some way tremendously acceptable. We can understand why this would be. We can also understand why in local periods when times were fortunate, as in the age of the Fujiwara in Japan, great princes and kings, rulers of the highest families, both men and women of the imperial house, resigned their temporal honors and took holy orders. Emperors became monks. Empresses became nuns. And the great and powerful nobles united together in their effort to create on earth a visible commonwealth based upon the mysteries of Amida's Western paradise. The idea was to beautify everything, to make the whole world a sanctuary of beauty and of good, to transform this earth into a wonder similar to paradise. In this, of course, they had a certain basic indoctrination from the northern school, in which it was assumed that it was the task of the Buddha Gautama
He can learn to
transform
think.
this planet into his eastern paradise and rule over our world as Amida ruled over the paradise of the West. So everyone was helping or trying to help or thinking about helping to make this great beauty a reality. Obviously, these tremendous spurts of idealism could not be maintained. The intensities of life would not permit it. One by one, these ancient shrines were deserted, or at least became merely great treasures of nations to be shown to travelers, even to be used still for religious purposes. But there was this tremendous outburst of divine hope. And this was represented in the final culmination of most of these Buddhist schools in Japan, where alone we can study them today. There is practically no other place where we can study them. And that is the rising of the 10 or 12 schools, according to different classifications of Buddhists in Japan. The first two schools, those which came under the direct supervision of Prince Shotoku, belonged to the Southern School. They were the severe school of the renunciation of the world and the arhat wandering into aloneness. But they vanished away, and little remains but their monuments. Almost immediately, the northern school took over Japanese consciousness and was firmly established for the 7th or 8th century. Then came the burst of art. Then came the wonderful unfoldment of architecture, of music, of the theater, of literature, of all the craft and artistic procedures. Gradually the tea ceremony, the flower arrangement, the no drama. All these things came out of this tremendous impact of artistry. And this whole artistry is almost completely an effort to capture in some way this apocalyptic vision of the Lotus Sutra. In some way this sutra has become the inspiration for all that followed after. In the Chinese versions, in the early printed forms of the Sung and early Ming dynasties, the sutras are illustrated with great panoramas indicating the assemblages. Similar paintings exist at Tunhuan and Tufan in Xinjiang and in Chinese Turkestan. These great symbols are also captured in the idea of the Buddha of Kamakura in Japan, the seated Buddha which we all know so well, over 40 feet in height. This quiet meditating figure is an effort to capture in the majestic proportions of itself something of the vision of the Lotus Sutra. The great Buddha Vivekananda at Nara, that is much larger, also represents the idea of the great teacher in his body of universal light. The only way they could even indicate it was by increasing the size or dimension of the image. This process goes on throughout all the symbolism. In all these symbols we find the historical teacher, Gautama, not lost, not gone forever, but submerged in the vast manifestations of himself. Behind all of it is recognized the strange likeness of himself. For it was his own extraordinary revelation which created in man the archetype of all that was to follow. But upon this archetype was built the tremendous structure of interpretation, which finally was represented in the rise of the northern sect. Today we have in Japan and in China, where we can get at them, Hong Kong and Formosa, in Korea, where they can be reached at all, and in other isolated areas, formerly in Tibet, still in Nepal, we do have the continuous functioning of the northern system. We have Gautama not so prominently displayed, but assumed and implied. For every figure of the Buddha that exists is merely an expression of the Gautama form. They're all based upon the one form. Every one of these transcendent beings in all their glories are nothing but a representation of Buddha at the moment of his illumination. All the wonderful bodhisattvic robes and jewels and adornments are all based upon Prince Siddhartha before the Enlightenment, when he was Prince of Kapilavastu, and therefore in his full royal habiliments. All the quiet, shaven-headed monks and all the arhats are merely Buddha the Wanderer, wandering around in Bengal, looking for teachers that could give him the instruction. For all images are nothing but an extension of him. But in the course of this extension, this tremendous symbolic process, these extensions have taken on certain individualities of their own that are so regarded and venerated. But it is incorrect to say that they are working.
It is working in the magnetic and
In the Northern School, we have several sects, such as the Jodo and the Shin, and the Jodo Shin, and the Hongwanji, and many other sects, including the Nichiren-shu. These are Japanese schools. Every one of them adore the Sutra, the Lotus of the Law. All of them are revelations based upon the strange, rather intense and gruff personality of Shonen Nichiren. This man was always belligerent, always a stormy force in the life of the country while he was alive, who lived in its stormiest period at the time of the threatened invasion by the hosts of Kublai Khan. This man, in his meditation, was seeking to give the people of Japan an interpretation of the greatest and most important and most profound concept to be found anywhere in Buddhism. He wanted to give them the soul of the doctrine. And obviously and inevitably, he revealed it to them through the Sutra of the Lotus of the Good Law, which is the most sacred book of that sect. It is the sacred book of all the Amida sects of Japan and some others also. It is very strong in the undercurrent of Zen, though not so obvious. In every instance, it is the revelation of a great universal life principle. The universe unfolds as in the apocalyptic vision of the Sutra itself, to be an infinite world of infinite growth, with all things moving inevitably toward peace, toward a great happiness, not an extinction, but a reunion with life, not a ceasing, but a oneness with the magnificent thrill of eternal existence. Not the darkness of oblivion, not the dying out of everything, but the gradual dying out of error, until relieved of this, and with the inner light of his own consciousness, man looking at the sunrise, looking out over the mountains, looking into the cities and towns, looking into the eyes of his own children, sees everywhere the magnificent pageantry of the Lotus Sutra. Everything filled with life. Everything filled with infinite beatitude. Everything thrilling and moving by laws that are immutable. And these laws are forever mercifully administered by those who understand them. For the laws are revealed to those who know them. The great body of the law, through the enlightened power of the Buddha Shakyamuni, the great orthodox. All the transcendent interpretations, all the subtle mysteries of hope and faith and kindness, all the healing powers, the consoling forces, all administered by the great Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Here the whole universe consists of dedicated souls serving the law and bringing all life to conscious insight, oneness with the purpose of the law. There is no strange emotionalism such as we have in some other religions. It is not an emotional faith, but it is a faith of great quietude. And out of this great quietude, this solemn assurance of all things, comes a kind of emotion that is a little difficult to understand, but is definitely there.
It is that
It is
we
the emotion of a strange, transcendent
not
certainty,
solely for profit,
an emotion in which the bereaved does not weep for the lost one,
beyond the
but has some strange, quiet, and perhaps a little sad realization in himself
continual profit.
that all of this is part of the infinite process of infinite good, that everything is within the light that shines from the urna, the great coiled pearl of light on the forehead of the infinite Buddha. That as this light shines into all places in space, it reveals worlds that we do not know. It brings light into the most obscure corners of creation and eternity. But wherever the light strikes, if it goes off into some distant star, if it goes into the uttermost parts of space, wherever this light strikes, there will be found the assemblies of the Arhats. There will be found the gracious faces of the Bodhisattvas. There enthroned among them will be the Buddhas of the 10 directions of space. Everywhere, the law. Perhaps what Buddha wanted to try to carry through in this was the transcendency of the law itself. Not a law that we can comprehend fully, but a law beyond any question of doubt. The time of the temptation scene, the strange moment when Buddha awaited illumination under the bow tree. So the hosts of Mara came to tempt him. And universal confusion closed in upon him in an effort to turn him from the quiet internal realization which he saw. The hosts of the material world symbolized by Mara. Said, we own all things. We are masters of everything. We are the kings and the emperors. We have all strength, all authority.
It is very important now.
And we have a whole creation of ignorant, but nevertheless highly opinionated beings that are ready to testify to us. They will bear witness to our power. They will bear witness through their daily thoughts that they fear Caesar. They will bear witness in every moment of their lives. But most of all, they want to perpetuate this physical existence, even though it corrupts their soul. We have witnessed that materiality is supreme. Then Mara turned to the Buddha, who was just attaining enlightenment, and he said, who do you have to bear witness? Buddha made the mudra, which is found on many of his images, called the earth witnessing. He puts his hand down and touches the earth. And when he does so, the great Earth Mother, like the wonderful editor of the Nibelungen, the great Earth Mother rises before him. And she says, I bear witness. I am the great mother of all that lives. I bear witness. I am the one with infinite laws, infinite processes of birth, of growth, maturity, of decay, processes of little birds coming from the eggs, processes of the ripe grain growing in the field, the processes of the trees heavy with fruit, processes birds knowing where to go in migration. Everywhere, these processes are the law. And these processes we call nature. The Earth Mother said, I am nature. I bear witness that every law of nature bears witness to the truth of this fact. This was not only the beginning of the earth witnessing, but probably was one of the roots of the Lotus Sutra. It is one of many intimations that are found in the earliest records. For Buddha, with his hand in the earth witnessing posture, is known much earlier than the attributed date of the founding or discovery of this sutra. So the earth witnessing episodes are probably legendary also, goes back very far. But its main purpose is expressed by the teacher in his own words,
Is meant to be
that he asks no one to believe anything
luxurious.
unless they can prove it in daily life.
Actually, to be practical.
The daily life,
Means that which
the happiness and the sorrow,
good for
the
the
coming and the going,
and
the rising and the falling,
and making the
all of the things that happen every day,
more better
these bear witness to the law.
will reduce wars.
The law is not based upon revelation.
destroy these
No
very
God pronounced it.
delinquencies, get rid of
No
these
vast
fanatical
conspiracy of heaven decreed it.
and all these things
It is
which are
eternal.
part of a great
But everything that exists
realistic tragedy,
witnesses it.
which is we have
And the
permitted
perfect witness of the law,
because we have had
that in which it is entirely embodied,
depth of understanding.
the mysterious golden figure
Sometimes.
seated in the midst of the universe
So we have to suffer a little as we go.
in the
But
lotus
this
soup,
suffering, if it produces in
seated
the
upon the lotus of nature,
is well worth what it
rising by the very processes of eternal growth,
21st century. With education,
seated forever in the absolute composure of complete
spreads from
acceptance.
there throughout the
This
world.
figure
The
symbolizes,
individual who starts out
in a
right,
strange
at
way,
the beginning
an
of
extraordinary achievement
ideas
possible
and
to man.
motives that are true. will
It can
come
be
out
accepted,
all
it can be
right. I
rejected.
know several families in which
It can be held to be an answer, or it may be denied.
never will be.
Some will not consider that it is
They're very
religious at
happy
all,
in families.
but it is a strange proclamation of religion.
Than these,
But
families
certainly,
in extravagance
moving
of
across
years
the
ago.
face of Asia,
They have what they have
became
because as a family.
the most civilizing power that the East has ever
They
known.
love each other. They work
And in
together
many
as a
respects, it
family
accomplished for them a civilizing influence that the West has never known.
in the integrities of the
Because the West has always
family. They always attempt to live it.
looked upon space,
Which is
the
not
great
we
void,
say
to be
today.
conquered by
You
man.
can seldom if ever find
It was a great emptiness to be filled by human ingenuity.
that is happy.
Man was a creature, space was nothing.
Voyage, there is nothing but conflict.
Man was a being, space was beingless. Man has a mind, space is mindless. This has been the common
Actually,
thought of the
therefore,
West.
we should all be educating
While we held religion, we never permitted it, in most instances, to dominate our conduct to the degree that it modified our ambitions.
Then we have to work
So in the
with
West,
those who are older.
when the thinker looks out into
Our own
space,
age group,
he sees only a mystery extending on and on and on through physical extension
age.
to infinity.
But there is nothing there to
But
worry
the
about.
Buddhist, looking into the same direction of space, if he uses the outer eyes of his body, sees exactly what the scientist sees. Nothing. But in the quietude of himself, something happens. He begins to feel something. He discovers within himself that this space is not empty, that he is not alone, that his own kind is not unique or the only thing that was ever produced by nature. And in his meditation and his mysticism, the extension of his own mental processes, his intuitive processes, his inward imagery, suddenly causes this space to blaze out as a magnificent universe of value. He sees life everywhere, law everywhere, beauty everywhere, truth everywhere. And to him, those who have gone before in this infinite path of growth turn back as kindly elders, as dedicated friends, to help him. And this whole hierarchy is that of dedication. Though man might see these strange half-opened eyes looking at him and through him, and perhaps in a moment of inner vision, he might turn to see if they are looking at something behind him, because they do not seem to be focused directly on him. This is true of practically all these images. And if he gets this feeling, he is correct. The image is not looking at him. The image is looking at infinity. Behind the man who faces the image is an infinite process of existence. This face is looking past him into the roots of himself, into the animal world, into all the creatures of the elements, mysterious creatures we know nothing about, plants and minerals and atoms and electrons. This saving face is not devoted completely to him. He is only an incident, the great
this
process
century,
of
we
salvation.
will find major changes in
The
the
face of this meditating
We will
power
find new approaches
must
to
redeem
the
all that
teaching.
exists.
We shall try
It
to
must find, understand, share, enlighten
from the university
even the
with
tiniest
our narcotics
electron.
at the same time.
Everything must move
Representing
into this great pageant,
as in the case of
must unfold its divinity and its beauty,
alcohol.
till it becomes
These
likewise
are
the
also
shining
the
servant of
fact
eternal
that as
truth.
individuals, we
This
have
was
not
the
been
vision of the
taught
Lotus
to be
Sutra.
strong.
This is what
We have not been
Nagarjuna
taught
said,
to cling to what
contained
is
in the
right.
Iron
We
Tower
have not
guarded
been
for the
taught
purpose.
to put the good of ourselves
May mean that it was the
at
eternal
head
doctrine,
of our lives. We know these
held in
bad
secret
habits
by ancient orders
or
of priests,
destroy us so completely.
perhaps
that we
if
are
Buddhism is correct,
But
brought
never
from other
occurs
worlds
to
and other
us
suns and other aeons
from us. So the moment
into
we
this
feel
world
things
of
we
ours.
saw,
Like the
it will
mysterious,
happen.
fabulous pagoda floating in space,
That's not quite
and
possible.
the inner
This
vision of
feeling
the Lotus
of being
Sutra.
10 feet high
In any
is
event,
not meant to us.
this to the Buddhist
Actually, at this
is the
moment,
supreme
what
achievement of his
feels
faith,
10 feet
his
high.
sudden discovery
Everything
of the
is
living universe,
their little problem.
universe alive in spirit, in soul, and in mind,
Everyone will be rich.
universe of
Everyone
infinite
will
wisdom,
live his own
infinite
life.
love,
No one will be
manifesting
responsible.
forever
The
through
cities will
infinite
take
love.
care of the children.
This was the
Another city
apocalyptic
will take care
vision,
of the aged.
and
each
the
individual
tracing
will
of it,
belong
and
to
the
a
story
common
of it, and
generation.
the legends around it
Now, this is
are
not
among the
like
most
the
fascinating and interesting of
This
all
is the
Eastern
same
stories.
thing as taking cocaine.
Well, I think our time is up, so thank you
That's
very
how you
much.
rule the world. Our world has been fed on various false doctrines, not recurring, but false policies, false doctrines, false beliefs, false allegiances, until we now feel that we are just about the most perfect creatures that ever lived. But if we take a second look, we have to revise the estimate somewhat. We have to realize that in this last generation, we have broken more natural laws. We have misused more natural products. We have involved ourselves in more unnatural situations than ever before in history. We've broken rules that our ancestors didn't even know existed. We've done everything that we could just to do what we want to right now, and the circumstances don't mean anything because we're going to be dead anyway. This thinking has got to go. And if it doesn't go any other way, it will go in great wars and atomic bombing. But it doesn't need to. As we are assured that if many fall because of their iniquities, the just person shall not be moved. We will not fall, individually or collectively, if we keep the rules, serve the truth, and do our daily chores as best we can. We will also have peace of mind, peace of soul, and because of doing it right, we're apt to have better health. And the individual will no longer drop dead of a heart attack at 49. All these things come as a result of changes in our way of life. Live straight and we'll live straight. Live straight and things will work right. Do all the things that we can to the best of our ability and pass on to our descendants a heritage of good examples. If we will do these things, we will not have much else to worry about. We can then go peacefully along in the day, enjoying the arts and crafts, partaking in all those things which are useful, but avoiding carefully any form of activity which is unnecessarily harmful to any other creature. Live harmlessly, as Gandhi said. Live as far as we can to help the world rather than to hurt it. Not out to slaughter animals, but to take care of them. Not out to slaughter human beings, but to save them. And not out simply to enslave, technically, even though we do not use the term, millions of human beings. All these things will cause trouble. And if we correct the mistakes in ourselves, we will end most of the world's suffering. And the school should teach this. The school should teach that every student is a potential force for good if he is willing to accept the responsibility. And if he is not willing to accept its responsibility, it is foolish indeed for the community to educate him. But he will, with proper example and proper encouragement and proper inspiration, accept this channel of better living. He will be proud that he can be part of a generation that makes a contribution to the future. All these things are possible to him, and he can do them. But he needs a little help at this time. The schooling should begin to teach him what he should be, instead of preparing him to fit like a robot into some prearranged economic system. The whole theory of robot economics that we know now is a dying theory. It will not last. It cannot go on. It can never be profitable. But it will fascinate all kinds of people who love gadgets and who think of all change as progress. And every new complication is a thing of beauty and a joy forever. This type of thinking is not any good. But if we work with it properly, and the schools will get back to getting to the truth of the matter, getting to the facts that we know are true, and which we can prove from 5,000 years of written history and 50 years of current misery. All these things we can learn, understand, and take into consideration. If we can get together, we can become the members of a planet, and the earth itself will be the great schoolhouse. Here we will all be here as ABCDarian students in the College of the Holy Spirit. That is what the Rosicrucians call it. We all are in school. It doesn't show from here much, but this is the little red schoolhouse. And we're all in it. And it's time to graduate more students with honorable marks for having done it right. The time of playing hooky and being prudent and not doing the lesson and trying to escape the responsibility. These times are passing because the world simply cannot support the abuses which has been heaped upon it. The time has come for the regeneration of these things, a universal reformation of human relationships with the emphasis upon a unity in the world family and the recognition that we are all one group, and that this group depends upon its own inner structure for survival. And if we work together, we can survive, we can protect resources, we can do all kinds of good things. But if we keep on paying other people to do it for us, we're going to be in the same condition we're in now indefinitely. It's time for us to do our own thing and do it right. I'd like to also announce that tomorrow evening my wife is having her monthly meeting in Monday evenings.
A study of the map of Asia will reveal that vast, comparatively unexplored area, which extends to Chinese Xinjiang and Turkestan, across an incredible wilderness, desert, finally end in the Najd and Hejaz, what we call today Saudi Arabia. This distance to ancient man must have been an incredible mystery. We know that 7th and 9th centuries A.D., Chinese scholars and monks crossed this vast expanse. Some of them were gone 12 years on the journey. And there was very little of this uncharted wilderness of comfort or security or even hope of survival. But by this long and dangerous path, the silk of China was brought to gladden the hearts of the pharaohs of Egypt, and to make fine raiment for the emperors of Rome. It was interesting to realize that in this great region with rare oases, a kind of route was set up with posting stations. Every few hundred miles was a village or some place of rest. In most cases, the goods was unloaded in the backs of camels and given to another section of the caravan to carry on. Those who started in China were not likely to reach North Africa. But they did this entire process by relays. But along this same mysterious road, a certain exchange of ideas occurred. The various stations were eager of news. They lived alone, far from the unfolding processes of world civilization. They wanted tidings of the great civilizations that skirted their desolate path. And by degrees, the communication was certainly established between Peking, Constantinople, Alexandria, and possibly Rome. This communication line was very thin and was broken many times. But along this same road later, Nestorian Christians, seeking to escape the persecutions of their more orthodox brethren, fled into the wilderness and reached Peking in the 2nd or 3rd century of the Christian era. So while the going was hard, the road was dangerous, it was heavily traveled. And perhaps this thin thread of communication explains a great many mysteries relating to the parallels between certain cultural practices of Europe and Asia. We know that in seeking for the origin or the beginning of certain rather common stories and traditions, we are defeated. We do not know where this great structure of legendary began. We do not know whether certain accounts were carried from Europe to Asia or from Asia to Europe. We do know, however, the same stories rose in both areas. Perhaps it is better and wiser to believe the Silk Road and the caravan route is the bridge that in those times bound the two hemispheres of the earth together. In any event, about the 5th century A.D., something was added to the pattern of world legendary. This time, there began to emerge the dim shadow of the world hero. This world hero was something different from the traditions that had come down from earlier times. In Egypt, we know that the gods fought in the sky above the armies of the pharaohs. We know that in Greece,
Athena guarded the city of which she was the patroness. There were many accounts of divine intercessions, spiritual beings coming to the aid of men. These accounts, however, are rather different in spirit from those that rose somewhat later. But about the 5th century A.D., we began to see the rise of the concept of man as hero. That the hero of the world was not a divine being, but in some way an immortal mortal, a demigod, bound strangely to the earth and to the human background of things, yet rising above this mortal heritage to some strange and awful destiny. Perhaps the most simple approach to this is to tell something of some of these world heroes and what they meant in their own time. Most of them were associated with a line of literary production that paralleled Scripture, but was never quite scriptural. We have the Nordic sagas, the wonderful legends of the Volsungs, or Siegfried or Sigurd, the hero of the world. And in Western culture, I suppose, the most complete expression of the folk hero was Siegfried. Here we have a man of destiny, a human being upon whom depended even the fate of the gods. For it was through Siegfried that Wotan hoped to restore the reign of the celestial beings over the earth. The world hero, as Sigurd or Siegfried, was immortal in several ways. He was strong, he was wise, he was possessed of wonderful insight, he could speak the language of birds and animals, he could slay the great dragon that guarded the treasure of the Nibelung, and yet he was strangely fallible. For in almost every instance, the hero died. The hero perished by betrayal, by assassination, by the corruption of his followers. Always there was the vulnerable point, the vulnerable spot. Always there was the heel of Achilles. In the case of Siegfried, he was drugged into forgetfulness by his own wife, leading to the final act of this great saga or drama, in which the whole hope of the gods and of men perished in the house of the Gibbetu. All these legends, therefore, are wonderful and sad. We remember the wonderful story of Charlemagne and his 12 paladins, the Song of Roland, the death of the hero, whose last message was carried for the trumpet's call. We can also bring to mind from our own childish reading the great story of the Arthurian cycle, the good King Arthur and his knights of the Round Table. That final day, was mortally wounded, Arthur was carried away on a black barge, the mysterious Vale of Avalon. You remember the story of Parzival, the wonderful, guileless fool of the Grail, Lohengrin, the Swan Knight, who came to rescue the maiden in distress. Always this wonderful cycle of stories. Stories that were sung by the troubadours, carried about by the minstrel from one end of Europe to another. In each area, the stories were reshaped a little to fit the local circumstances. But the thread goes on. But for 500 years, these stories dominated the mental and social life of Europe. They slowly faded away as though they had never been. But all that is left of them are the fragmentary tales remembered in the works for children. All these stories have to do with this strange but profound concept that the fate of mankind rests upon the production out of humanity of the world hero. This world hero must stand as a kind of hostage for the rest of men. If this hero attains, all is saved. If this hero fails, all is lost. So we know that such a cycle probably originated among mystic societies, one kind or another. Societies like the Minnesang of High German, and later the Meistersingers of Nuremberg. These stories were not originally written down. There is no ancient and original manuscript of them. Very few early examples have ever been placed in writing at all. And it was long before some bard or minstrel decided to commit them to parchment or to paper. They were remembered. They were part of the heritage of oral tradition. And as the changing moods of human beings refocused man's attention upon other projects, these old fables seemed to fade away. Where they came from, really, is probably one of the literary mysteries of the West. There were hundreds of them, and in various forms and kinds they flowed through all the cultures of Europe. No source has actually been found. The only way we can trace them by following the footsteps of some wandering minstrel who carried the stories from one land to another, vanished in his time, and another took his place. So we begin to realize that there's some kind of an archetypal pattern behind this story of the world hero. It is not difficult to gain some insight into it. It is part of man's psychology. Each human being, mysteriously within himself, regards his own uniqueness. He feels himself to be different. And from this difference has come not only a great deal of progress, but a vast amount of tyranny. Man, possessed by the sense of destiny in himself, has become both benefactor and despot, pressed on by the relentless selfness that was greater than body, greater than life, greater than valor, really, and greater than the world. So we have always been plagued by these strange false heroes who grew strong and selfish and tore down the very good that perhaps they themselves had earlier built up. But man believes himself to be in some way a very powerful creature. We know. We do not really dare to contradict this vision. locked within every human being is a greatness that he does not comprehend. Some way, each one of us, at least in the small world of our own affairs, must become the hero. We must save our own private worlds, or they will fall apart. But every individual has a responsibility to preserve, protect, and lead the small area where his influence is felt. On the other side of the world, this story of the hero takes on a number of rather esoteric implications. It's no longer pleasant folklore to be sung in the presence of assembled nobles at some festival of court. In the East, the hero of the world mingles his personality with the religion, the philosophy, the deepest metaphysics of the people. Along the caravan route to Sufan and San Juan, when the fires were built at night, the travelers were resting from the arduous journey of their caravan. Men gathered a little afraid under the strange dark night with its glittering stars. They were little people lost in a great world of sand and rock and mountain and desert. Only by some strange good fortune had they even found the oasis with its preserving water. But these men who live forever on the brink of disaster and on the edge of danger gathered and told their stories and gave reports of various things. And along this stretch of road came into existence, so far as we can tell, the story of Gaza Khan, the hero of the world. We have tried to some measure to understand how this story accumulated. But even experts in the field have been able to accomplish very little more than those who have tried to trace the legendary of the West. No complete record or account of the great saga of Gaza of Lynn is known to exist. It has been broken up, and fragments of it have become the treasures of countless storytellers. Estimates have been made. If all the known versions of this legend could be brought together, and enough storytellers, each who had a chapter or a section of his own, could be caused to put these together into one fabric, then these storytellers told their tales, each beginning where the previous one left off to make the saga complete. It is estimated that the narration of the story, at the rate of speaking 24 hours a day, would require better than 3 years. It is an enormous story. So the Asiatic, of course, has never had the attitude for condensation and abridgment with which we are favored by the Reader's Digest. In these lands, men did not desire to briefen their stories. The longer, the better. They loved to go into the most intimate details of every account, mingling prose with poetry, reliving, reenacting the minutest details of these legendary epics. And as a result, you may sit for several evenings while the storytellers unfold their beautiful tales. But even so, you will get only a tiny fragment of the greater work. But Although printing was known in this area at a comparatively early date, as far as we can tell, no printed version of the Geza Khan was ever prepared in Tibet. There was an edition in China in the early 18th century under the patronage of the great Emperor Qinglong. All these copies, however, where they exist, are extremely rare. A few manuscripts are known. These also are almost as ephemeral as the circumstances which they set forth. There are two distinct stories or versions of the Geza legend. One Mongolian and the other Tibetan. As might be expected, these vary in numerous details, but not enough to disrupt the essential developments of the theme. Each improvises upon the central concept, adding wonderful embellishments that are measured by the hours that it requires to tell them. But the central heroic theme stands essentially the same in both traditions. It is now believed, in all probability, that the oldest form of the Geza legend is Tibetan, and that the Mongolian version was derived from that. On the other hand, the very name Geza Khan suggests the Mongol. We have not as yet any clear understanding of the meaning of the name, and that is rather important, but is also quite an interesting aspect of the situation. Of course, the word Khan is comparatively easy. It is equivalent to the Western word prince or king. And it became the imperial title of Genghis Khan and his descendants. We may perhaps liken it to a form of emperor. It represented a ruler over rulers. And the highest form of it, of course, was the name that was given, or the title that was given to Genghis and Kublai Khan. They were called the Khans, or the kings of kings, the rulers over the rulers of the earth. Geza presents more of a little mystery. We have no genuine root for it in the ancient languages of that area. And it seems to many scholars, and perhaps they are not too far astray, that it was derived from a Western word, perhaps the word Caesar, Geza, Caesar, or the form which we find in the Teutonic culture, Kaiser or Kiza. This again might only mean another title of nobility, of rulership. So Geza Khan might simply again mean the king of the kings. A proper term, perhaps, to signify the noblest of all mortals, the hero prince of the world. It is probable, according to some thinking, that like many legends, the Geza Khan had some historical background. Perhaps there was a person in those old days when northern Asia was comparatively unknown beyond its own boundaries, where tribes had no solid records, where gradually tradition emerges largely as a result of the rise of Buddhism in Tibet, Nepal, and Mongolia. Until the Buddhists brought writing and a written language and began the classification of knowledge, these older tribes lived almost entirely dependent upon oral tradition for the preservation of their records. They were much like the American Indians, who also developed their hero myths, like the hero of legend of Great Rabbit, the basis of Longfellow's Song of Hiawatha. Be this as it may, the historical Geyser Khan, if he existed, was soon dissolved in myth. We have no way of estimating his time, although some feel that he probably could have existed or could have lived sometime in between the 7th and 9th century of the Christian era. As these dates emerge, we sort of raise an eyebrow a little bit, for it was at precisely that time that the great cycle of myths was developing in Europe. Actually, we would have the Geyser Khan almost a contemporary of King Arthur, or of Charlemagne, or of the mysterious heroes of the Grail. So whatever happened seems to have happened at the same time in two very distant parts of the world. The Khan word also comes back to us from our own Western Hemisphere, the hero of the Aztec Empire, the hero of the Maya people. It's remembered through this ancient region as Kukulkan, the feathered serpent. And here in the West, the word Khan seems to signify serpent. But it is also true that whereas it signified serpent, the serpent in its own turn signified royalty, or signified the great wisdom, the priesthood, the supreme rulers of the state, the custodians of the secret lore and legendary of the people. The Geyser Khan includes a number of elements which are extremely reminiscent of the Western folklore with which we are better acquainted. Like all the other heroes of the world, Geyser of Ling was immaculately conceived. He was born, it is said, as the result of his mother drinking the pure water of a mountain spring from a bowl of yellow jade on which were inscribed the 8 emblems of Buddhist immortality. The coming of Geyser of Ling was heralded, was announced. There was a strange annunciation that accompanied his advent. For even then, it was assumed that he was looked forward to, not only by men, but by the gods themselves. In the wonderful world above, in the Tushita heaven, where the Bodhisattva Maitreya rules supreme, it was affirmed or believed that the great powers and the great ones waited breathlessly for the embodiment of the Geyser Khan. Not that he was distinctly and strictly a religious avatar, for this is not the case. Rather, he seemed to be what we might call in Europe the defender of the faith. He was the hero warrior. He was the one who was to protect the truth down through the long ages of darkness. He was the servant of right, the vassal of the law. And just as the knights in Europe dedicated their swords before the altars of their faiths, binding themselves into a semi-religious order of chivalry, and just as this chivalry produced these perfected virgin knights like Sir Galahad, so it was believed that these wonderful, dedicated persons were not soldiers in the ordinary sense of the word. They were really defenders of God, some way protecting and guarding mankind through the long, dark centuries when virtue failed among men. It was necessary or some strange, mysterious order of life to protect those who could not protect themselves. Something of this lurks in the story of Geza Ling. Prior to the time or advent of Geza Khan, a very strange and wonderful man had gone from the University of Nalanda in central India up to the mysterious regions of the north. It is said that he was sent for because the wives of the king of Tibet were Buddhists and wanted the consolation of their faith in the great wilderness where they dwelt. And over this pilgrimage to bring truth beyond the great mountains was placed a general of the law, a great teacher, who is known today as the Blessed Guru, or the Wizard Guru, Padmasambhava, the founder, so to say, of Tibetan Lamaism, driving before him oxen loaded with books, carrying the sacred utensils of the faith, images for the altars, rosaries for the pious, carrying with him also the rudiments of knowledge. For it was said then, and has been said since, that when the Buddhists loaded up books on the backs of oxen to take them to a distant land, they placed the books of faith on one side of the ox, and the books of medicine, law, jurisprudence, science, art, and industry on the other side of the ox. They never went only with religious books. They took all knowledge that they could with them. For they realized, even back in the days of the glory of Nalanda, that you cannot bring religion to a people unless you can civilize them. Unless you can prepare within them a new appreciation of value, you can never bind them to an abstract faith. Well, the Wizard Guru took with him, among other priceless belongings, the thunderbolt scepter of the god Indra. He started out on a journey which no man had made before him, a journey across the top of the world, a journey into the mountains where, according to the earlier Hindu traditions, the gods dwelt, into those snowy wastes in the midst of which great Shiva sat, in sackcloth and ashes, a great mendicant, using his own life and his own soul as a hostage for the salvation of men. And here also in these remote places were demons, monsters, strange animals and still stranger men, animals that ate the flesh of each other and men that ate the flesh of men. And into this unconquered, unknown world of snow and height, of long winters and short summers, the Blessed Guru made his way, finally crossing this incredible expanse of wilderness, surviving infinite hardships, and turning the thunderbolt dagger in one direction and another to destroy the demons that guarded the passes. Padmasambhava came finally to the court of the king of Tibet. Here he was kindly received. The mere fact that he had survived was itself the greatest miracle that he had performed. And Padmasambhava not only converted the king, but established the first temple or monastery to his faith. Here, under royal patronage, were carefully preserved the books that he had brought, and young men turned to study them under his help and guidance. He remained for some time there until he was able to ordain monks and form a Sangha, or a brotherhood of the enlightened. In the few years that he was there, his wondrous thunderbolt performed one miracle after another. Human sacrifice ceased. Cannibalism ceased. The strange primitive beast deities of the wandering Tibetan nomads, although they were invisible like spirits of the air, were converted to the true faith by the matchless preachings of the wizard guru. In every feat of magic, he surpassed the magicians. In every wonderful miracle, he was able to transcend the achievements of the shaman and all the other primitive witch doctors of that world. And in the course of things, he made the doctrine of the blessed law the central wheel upon which the turning culture of North Asia was to move from that time on. Finally, when he had completed all the works that he was supposed to do, he rose into the air, and with a chariot of followers, of singing musicians, of angelic beings, of saints and sages, not normally visible to men, he floated across the sky on his journey to another land which had called him, the island of Ceylon. We do not know much about the legend of the blessed Guru after his departure from the northern land. But we know that in the course of time, this legend came to be involved in the myth of the Geza Khan. One involvement was, the first, that the blessed Guru Padmasambhava is reported to have announced the coming of the King of the world. In other words, he was the one who made the prophecy, who established the pattern. He was a kind of Merlin to this northern King Arthur. And as Merlin went to sleep in a mysterious sphere of glass, and there remained resting through the centuries, so Padmasambhava departed into Ceylon, where he is said still to dwell in the invisible regions of the atmosphere, performing the miracles that preserve his faith. Also, when the Geza Khan was miraculously born, it was believed that a strange telepathy was set up. That Padmasambhava, in far-off Ceylon, was able to communicate by mind alone, to guard and to guide and to impress his thoughts and his will upon Geza of Ling. Perhaps this was because when the child Geza was born, he had a third eye in the middle of his forehead. Now, as third eyes are not especially fashionable, this circumstance caused considerable consternation. And in order that her boy might not suffer from such embarrassment, the mother is said to have closed the eye with her finger and prayed that it might not deform her otherwise handsome son. And the eye remained closed, but a little fold of skin remained. And there was a sensitivity in this eye which seems to tie to the concept of the urna or coil on the forehead of Buddha, and for that matter, the coiled serpent on the foreheads of the pharaohs of Egypt. The Geza of Ling grew up like young Siegfried, a wonder of the world. He grew up in a strange region of nature, a wild, desolate nature. And even from the beginning, his powers and his abilities were remarkable and extraordinary in every way. And gradually, he became the Vishamonten, of the guardian king of the Buddhist community in Tibet. He was their patron while he lived, and his patron saint, and their patron saint when he was gone. The exploits of his life were almost too numerous to mention. But certain points about him are perhaps worthy of consideration. First of all, in the North Country, both in the Mongolian and Tibetan versions of the story, two explanations are offered for Geza Khan. The first, that he was a thought being, that he was fashioned by the mind of the law, that he was an apparition who appeared because of the power of universal mind focusing upon him. He was a shadow, a shade, a kind of projected ghost or image, that actually he was a thought, a tremendous thought, made visible by the intensity of the great minds that produced him. Well, here's a thought also. Perhaps the Geza Khan was a thought arising in the minds of men. Perhaps his whole image is a thought form. Perhaps actually he was the long projection of convictions, the shadow of invisibles cast upon the substance of the earth. Perhaps he was really man's own dream, heroic, but always fallible. Always within this dream, some limitation, some restriction, some ineptitude, that in the end must turn it into a nightmare. The second explanation for the Geza Khan is that he was the embodiment of a bodhisattva, that he was actually a kind of fortuitous incarnation, that the great meditating powers resting in judgment over the world could project themselves, taking on forms at will, inhabiting these forms until the purposes were attained, and then departing from them. Some of these legends tell us very frankly that Geza Khan was a kind of special child, that in his infancy and youth he was himself, that he had embodied from the mysterious regions of the Tushita world, but that in the price and course of his embodiment he had assumed the obligation that at a certain time and under certain conditions he would turn over his body, renouncing it for himself and placing it at the disposal of one of the bodhisattvas. This being would then enter into it and perform its ministry or achieve its purposes by dwelling in the body of another. And then, when the time was finished, the bodhisattva would restore the body to the entity which had originally fashioned it. Now, this seems a kind of a strange belief, and yet what else do we have in the 3 years of the ministry of Jesus? We are told that a spirit descended upon him in the form of a dove at the baptism by John, and that this spirit departed from him at the time of the crucifixion. Why are we telling any essentially different story? It might be shocking to think of it that way, but at the same time, if we have the courage to think it through, there are certainly parallels. How did these parallels come into existence? Did some strange account of Jesus reach this region through the Nestorian migrations? What was the way in which the various elements of the Geza Khan were brought together? All we can say is that he was regarded either as a projection of mind or as the embodiment of a bodhisattva. It's one of the great beings in meditation sent his own mind and consciousness into the form of this lad and used this form to accomplish the preservation of the people. The next point that I think we have to bear in mind is that the background of Geza Khan is also very closely tied with two other important elements. One of these elements is the mystery of Shambhala, the city of the gods. In the Tibetan legendary, particularly as we meet it along the old caravan routes, where the legendary is vivid, if not always entirely authentic, there is the belief that Geza of Ling was one of the mysterious princes guarding the ramparts of Shambhala. Now, what is Shambhala? It is the city of the gods. Shambhala is the mysterious abode in the north. And in those desert days when the northern lights played in the cold hours of winter, it was believed that these radiances in the sky were flickering lights from the ramparts of Shambhala. Shambhala was the seat of the invisible government of the world. It was to Shambhala that the great Arhats had gone. It was Shambhala that was the abode of the immortals. It was from here that the regent of Shambhala guarded and guided the destiny of the whole world. His was the invisible government which linked all nations, empires, states, and peoples together in a strange commonwealth of yoga. The second element that is involved in this interesting story is the school of the Kalachakra. And this is the mysterious wheel of destiny, the wheel of fire, the wheel of secret power. The Kalachakra was a secret school which claimed to possess the mysteries of the 5 yogas. The Kalachakra was the central universal university, the abode of the great wisdom. The Kalachakra school spread broadly through Asia, with mysterious rites and ceremonies which we now associate with Tantra, and which survive in Japan in the Shingon-shu and the Tendai-shu, the 2 great Kalachakra schools which still flourish in Japan. This mysterious school was not a school of sorcerers or magicians or wizards, but it was the school of the skywalking men. It seems to have been very closely identified with the achievements of the Arhats of Buddhism. For these Arhats really represented rishis, or adepts, scattered over the entire surface of the earth. And upon them rested the responsibility of the preservation of man and the continuance of the doctrine until the coming or the advent of the Buddha Maitreya. It's interesting in the old writings bearing upon this to realize that there is a kind of strange fatality almost, like the tragedy of the Nibelungen in this story of the Ahats, or the ancient adept. For the old writers tell us that these adepts, Chinese Lohan, remained and guarded and guided through the long, dark, deepening night of the Kali Yuga. But as they labored desperately to keep alight the mysterious flame of the doctrine, this flame ever flickered lower. Little by little, men turned from the law. We find in the old books the prophecies of times to come, while the Lohan or the Ahats watched, unable to change the course of destiny. They saw the great cycles of karma closing in upon human destiny. The old writings, they must sit in quiet meditation while worlds fall apart. The Arhats can only guide and save the truth seeker. They can only help those who are strangely and wonderfully dedicated. And it is written in one of the great books of the Arhats that wherever in the world men gather together for the celebration of the good law, wherever men unite to worship truth, to serve each other unselfishly, whenever a congress or a convention of the worthy and the noble takes place, wherever the holy ones gather to honor their faith, the Arhats, in some human form, not immediately recognizable, will be there. For they have the power to fly over the mountains, to cross oceans, to see into infinite distances. They know all the good that is going on in the world. But also there is a strange sadness, for they must know also the evil that occurs. And they were told at the time, it is said, that Buddha ordained them, that they should go forth to preserve the doctrine until the day when the next teacher should arise. The concept here seems to have been borrowed very strongly from the Hindic point of view. For in the Bhagavad Gita, we find Krishna saying, when virtue fails upon the earth, then I come forth. The Arhats knew that virtue was to fail upon the earth. One by one, all the lights of truth would go out. The flames would flicker low. Darkness would descend upon mankind. Ignorance would prevail. Viciousness would take over. The noble ideals would be perverted by selfishness and self-interest. Until in the end, those who were true to the law could be counted on the fingers of the hand. When this occurred, also the life of men would be shortened. A man would be very proud and happy if he lived 10 years. Everything would grow strangely dark. And then in that last moment, the Arhats in prayer would beseech the coming of the teacher. And then the Maitreya would come forth. He would descend from the Tushka heaven to bring with him the reformation of the world. Now into the Geza Khan has been built much of this story. For the story of the Geza Khan is indeed the story of the world losing the battle for truth. Heroically struggling on fighting to preserve value, only to see value slowly, relentlessly disappear. But no matter how much wisdom and truth and beauty was expended, still the light would go out. And that the only answer lay in the waiting for the Maitreya. For in that desperate moment when virtue failed, the Lord of the world would come. And when the Lord of the world came, the Arhats would go to sleep in nirvana. Their labor was done. Until then, like mysterious unknown wanderers, unrecognized, they would ever wander about the earth, trying to bring truth, trying to bring light. It would be embodied in countless forms, but always they were dedicated, lives ago, to the labor they would perform. In the story of the Geza Khan, we see these factors opposed very dramatically. For against the hero of the world was raised the Mongolian equivalent of Hagan. Against him rose also the traitor knight of the Round Table, the traitor knight of the circle of Charlemagne, the betrayer. And this betrayer is present, of course, in the Geza Khan story, working constantly to undermine the labors of the hero, resolved to destroy the great king in order that he might rule instead. Now, the great king is actually, of course, the law itself. Geza Khan, therefore, becomes in one of his manifestations the eternal workings of the law of karma. He is the world king and the great king. He is the ruler of all that lives. He is the ruler that is betrayed. He is the ruler against which the adversary rises up, crying to the people, he is a false god. We realize the same thing in our Christian tradition, the betrayal of Christ. For in this occasion, Christ was accused of claiming to be the true King of the Jews. The true son of the Lion of the tribe of Judah. Therefore he was condemned because he was accused of claiming kingship against the kingdom of Herod and the kingdom of Caesar. These points are again paralleled in the Geza Khan. Here we have the world king representing the great pattern of the law, who has come with the greatest strength and power that man can bring to the salvation of his people. He comes to preach the true doctrine. He comes as the warrior of the law, probably somewhat parallel to the Japanese concept of Fudo-myo, the flaming, demon-like appearance of Buddha. He comes as the avenger and the defender. He comes to warn the world that no man can break the law and survive. But in this case, his enemies raised against him not only the fault of claiming temporal kingship, but ridiculed him as a pretender. I think we can see this working out in the story of man's philosophy also. How many today would believe, for example, in the immutable operation of rebirth and karma? How many would accept the fact that the universe is a great moral structure, a great ethical complex, that it is in truth and reality the absolute wisdom syndrome, that it is the self-sustaining, self-managing, all-governing power? How many would acknowledge that we are the citizens of a moral universe, and that we cannot with impunity break the rules and the laws? This was more or less the dilemma of the Geza Khan. For like universal law, he was ridiculed. He was ignored. Every effort was made to destroy his empire. It was the empire of truth. Everything was done to betray him, to pervert the law. Men claiming in their selfishness that there was no law, but their own ambition. Turning to the law to destroy it in order that they could maintain a world of ignorance, superstition, and fear. Thus, his subjects, over-influenced by their temporal leaders, turned upon Geza of Ling in the same way as the people of Jerusalem, aroused by the priests, turned upon Jesus. And those that had first glorified then cried out, crucify. This was paralleled very closely in the Geza story, but with this one difference, that in the Geza of Ling episode, the personality is very thin, and underneath it, the pattern of the meaning is rather obvious, more obvious perhaps than where we build a strong historical situation, which we are most prone to accept. But in the Geza of Ling, the king of the law is, of course, the agent of Shambhala, the city of the law. Geza of Ling was ordained in Chang Shambhala to be the instrument and vassal of the law. He was therefore sent forth to defend the law, to be its hero, to preserve it against corruption, to strive for it, live for it, and if necessary, die for it. He was therefore a holy soldier. He was, as we say it in Europe so many times, defender of the faith. And yet the conspiracies rose against him. And in many instances, these conspiracies would have succeeded had it not been that in the moments of greatest emergency, the apparition of Padmasambhava, the projection of the wizard teacher, came to him, counseled him, and gave him that Merlin-like instruction. Here we also almost see or sense the presence of Gunamand, the old knight of the Parsival cycle. Padmasambhava remained the instructor, the Merlin, the wise man, and in most instances was able ultimately to enable Geza of Ling to achieve the purposes for which he had come into the world to fulfill. As time went on, of course, the great battle, which in the Nordic cycle ends in the Ragnarok, the end of the old world and the end of the world of the gods, closed in upon Geza of Ling. He won all the battles, but he lost the war. He went on and on, struggling, striving more and more enmeshed in the mysterious sorcery of circumstance.
principle at the source of
in a wonderful, mysterious way,
finally will
he again parallels the problem of modern ethics.
materialism develop in
We
society.
speak of justice,
The
but
individual
we are unjust.
strengthen his own
We
agency
speak of honor,
and
but
live
we are
the
dishonorable.
universal plan.
We talk of law,
He decided
and
that
then we
he
compromise
would
it.
make
So
history.
thus we, in one moment, support Gazer of Lynn, and in the next moment we betray him. All the intricate and wonderful happenings of this life
Giving it authority over
are, to the Tibetan and Mongolian mind,
physical empire.
proper subjects for infinite stabilizing. And we can see why this would be true. Any instance in human life, any circumstance in which any creature passes,
We could achieve all
could be one of the innumerable adventures of Gazer of
read
Lynn.
this concept gradually.
Because Gazer, in this sense, is every man. It's the miracle play of that man.
Has begun to fall apart.
Gazer of Lynn
Obvious fact.
is our problem. The days we spend, the nights we walk the floor.
Without understanding
Gazer is the little conspiracy which affects every one of us.
God, then we have
For he is the image of our common problems. He is the image of our common struggle,
all we are in an
our fight for survival against the closing pressures of adverse circumstances.
in entering into
Everywhere the hero
that is
struggles on, only to finally fall under the blows which he cannot
why
survive.
do we feel it's important?
And the whole pattern is, of course, established by Buddha in the beginning. He told firmly that the doctrines would gradually vanish from the earth,
Corrections in our own behavior.
that men would therefore have
The
to
survival of the
wait
planet on which we
with
live.
whatever patience their karma could provide
Define ourselves
until the advent
first
of the
time
next.
in recorded history. There is always
After having passed through all the adventures and
we could
vicissitudes
destroy a family,
of a very
a race,
intensely diversified
been in
career,
a position to turn
Gazer of Lynn finally came to the end of the story.
something
In one way or another, the world hero always dies.
not because this was the original
Because this is a Buddhist world hero living in a world of Buddhist conception,
foundation of
he would not die of the sword,
so we are trying to explore
nor would he naturally do so in the symbolism as it would apply to Eastern religion and philosophy.
foundation upon
We
which
find Gazer of Lynn
future for us all.
seated upon a rock,
We must accept religion
within four of those who had been true through all the
as a
ages,
major cause of trouble
his
from the
four nearest and dearest
beginning.
friends.
Evil that caused
They sat
correction
together
of
in
all
meditation.
mistakes. It must put
Suddenly there was a great flash of light.
It itself has made
The
crooked
five
foundation.
disappeared together.
We
All
therefore
that
say
remained
that if we look
was the
carefully,
rock.
we will find
their
that
empty
close
robes.
to the wars that were
They had
fought
gone
at the beginning of the present
back
century,
into the mystery
wars
of
dominated
the
by
Shan
religion
Shambhala
or
of which
justified.
they had come.
We have had
And
many
there,
wars
according to the legend, they still wait.
committed in the name
Wait
of
for the fulfillment of the end of the
crusades
prophecy,
into the Holy Land,
the cycle that must yet be fulfilled.
sacred site of Jerusalem, and
Now, the prophecy of the Gazer Khan goes on in this way. After it was obviously impossible to achieve at that time the fulfillment of the world's desire, a prophecy was given that the land would come under great evil, that one by one the houses of wisdom would be deserted or destroyed. Little by little the teachers would be persecuted, the monasteries would be empty, the books would be burned, and all that had been a great and wonderful world would return again to the desert from which it had come. And in the transformation, the keeping of the world would pass to the despot, to the false one, to those who reviled the law, betrayed it, and those who martyred its saints. And there would be a great and terrible darkness, a darkness of hopelessness. The body of the faithful would be scattered in many lands beyond the borders of the world. Early in the present century, the situation in Asia became increasingly acute. Travelers who visited not only Tibet, but traveled the long caravan route, men exploring like Roy Chapman Andrews, or seeking the mysteries of the old culture like Sir Orlstein. These men camped with the pilgrims, camped with the merchants on the caravan route. And as early as about the time of World War I, legends began to flow along the caravan route. Legends to the effect that a great crisis was coming, a crisis that men had never known before. And the oracles, the living prophets of Tibet, began to speak of these. And everywhere it seemed that the world was rushing on to catastrophe. A catastrophe greater than men had ever known. But the Mongol and the Tibetans seem to have a faith that we do not have. They seem to have hopes and convictions that have not sunk very deeply into the consciousness of Western man. But even these poor wanderers on the sand and under the stars have something of a deep, abiding faith in them. And the rumors kept coming along, the reports that the great sessions of the immortals in the luminous palace of Shambhala, that the wise and the good and the noble of all the worlds were gathered there, that the builders of the 10 regions had assembled in solemn conclave in the mysterious house of the law, that this great light shone forever from the rampart, and the wind horses carried the messages to the other corners of the world. The report was that the time has come for the appearance of the King of the world, that he must come in a strange and wonderful way, like the baptizer of old, crying out, "Prepare the way of the Lord and make his paths straight." That the edict of the law was that the great armies of the light were to unite against the armies of darkness, as happened in Egypt, when the hosts of Typhon finally came face to face with the sons of the Golden Hawk. Here was the Armageddon. Here was the Great War. Here was the final alignment of good and evil. That in the vanguard of the army of the law was to ride Gazer of Lynn, who had waited for a long time for the day. And with him would ride his generals and his captains, those who had waited patiently in the Tushita world for the coming of the King of the world. And this mysterious power was to ride forth with the armies, and then beside the campfires men speculated out under the Mongolian stars. What does this mean? How shall we interpret it? Why do we hear that the Gazer Khan is about to return? How do we know that he is to liberate us from bondage? How do we know that he is to plant the banners of the law upon the highest ramparts of the east? That his flag shall fly, and the red crested spears with their yak-tail pendants would be seen again. What is this secret army that was to rise from the dust, that was to be embodied from the shadows of old things? This secret army to be immaculately conceived,
to perpetuate misunderstanding,
to rise finally as the protectors and the keepers of human destiny,
of some type of
the new order of chivalry.
misunderstanding.
Now, some will be Mongolians,
Differences
Tibetans,
in basic principles
the people of North India,
are treated.
and the Chinese of the 5 provinces.
No reality in
They were foolish people. They were not all ignorant
some ways to clear
camel
the
drivers.
process of truth to carry
So
forward.
they could not just believe in a legend
And among all the
by which there would suddenly appear before them an army such as might have been raised 1,000 years ago by the banners of Genghis Khan.
of discovery,
They could not believe this type
heavens above us
of coming.
are not at war
There had to
with
be
themselves
something else.
as well as with the
The
others.
coming of the King of the world
When we try to achieve this,
had to have a meaning
I think it's probably
deeper
the first
and more valuable than this.
is to realize that there are 2 ways of
And so
following
the
God. That is,
speculation
the way
spread
by
into the philosophy itself in Japan, Korea, among the Buddhists of the Diamond Mountains,
for the individual.
even among the saints and mystics of Nepal and northern India.
He cannot find the security that
Speculation was brought finally into harmony
world around us.
with the teaching itself with which the whole project was involved.
We know perfectly well
The only answer that could possibly mean
not
anything
really
was
actually
that
believing what he says he
a
believes.
host of
He
entities,
claims to believe that
souls,
he is part
would
of
come
one
into the
family,
world.
but he is just going to exert
This
his own
host of souls would arise from a certain and peculiar chemistry.
his own activities, so he
But in this desperate time,
believes that we
the
should
patient ones,
so he doesn't marry.
the armies of
We
Balaam,
do every day, claiming
the
that
disciples
that are real, but
whose
these
number
all
was beyond
interfere
legion,
with the most important thing that we claim.
they would be the ones who would become the soldiers of the King,
The individual believes first
here, everywhere upon the earth,
to be
at a
himself,
certain time, and according to a certain law.
freedom upon those around.
There would be an influx
And last analysis, the
of
only
enlightened souls.
individuality of which we are capable
But these enlightened souls
have
would be the Arhats,
mistake.
if we want to call them
In
that.
realities, there is no freedom.
That incredible array extending
How can you
beyond
escape from truth?
the power of vision
Why should you want to?
in the magnificent apocalyptical production of the lotus of the good law.
Because he has an unreality of his own
These
to cherish.
would be the awakened
He
ones,
gets to do as he please in a world
in whose nature the seeds of eternity had been sowed.
you see around us today.
For it was said, or believed,
Of
and the all old Jataka tales of the embodiments of Buddha carry the same message.
and we also see
Believe that in the course of ages, in the vast cycles of time which have preceded our present day, in every
Now
generation,
we realize that there's another end.
seeds of truth
and that
fell
is
into the souls of men,
world conflict in
beauty
germicide,
and of hope.
in decay,
These are the bija or bija
which we
seeds,
can
the
manufacture
seeds
to
of Buddha.
destroy each other.
The Buddha is nothing but a
It should
personification
soul somebody.
of the world truth.
It should represent
Now into the souls of men fell these little
destroy himself and his world.
soul seeds.
Now all of this is not really due to the
But
fact
some of
that
these
life
seeds
is bad.
fell upon sterile ground and they died.
To the fact that some
And
people
some of these seeds fell into fields and the birds of the air devoured them.
It is simply due
And
to
some of
certain
these seeds
basic
fell upon
attitudes
good soil
which the human being has
grew
carried with him
and
since the beginning of
multiplied.
his existence.
And in a wonderful way.
Of a million times.
For there is nothing greater or more wonderful than the multiplication of the
These
mustard seed.
mistakes invariably and inevitably.
So those in whose souls the seed of the law had been planted,
But he never realizes that he
in their various embodiments, were not aware of this.
can cure them.
They have no
In other
knowledge of
words,
it.
if we wish to survive as a
The
world,
mind
we've got to
that
stop
awakened with birth did not tell them of the old seed.
self-satisfying way of
Seed was in the heart,
we are now
and in
following.
this it was good seed.
We cannot keep on watching.
And in the hearts of these,
We cannot
there
keep
gradually
watching
developed or unfolded the tree of the
learning
soul,
nothing from them.
as
And
mentioned in the mysticism of Sami.
The time
There is much of this same concept hidden in the writings of Mike
in
Director.
our own nature and do something
Those in whose souls
be
the
able to
seed
build
had found good resting
we
place,
so gravely hope to find.
experienced transformations which they did not understand.
Start a new attitude.
In a wonderful way, they became
Now what
what
we
the Bible might call the salt of the earth.
we need is what most
They had within them
socialist countries
a great power
they are
gradually
discovering
growing up,
without ideals
the
they
power
are going to go down.
to serve and to know and to
So-called
sacrifice
successful
for truth.
communistic
They
states
became
are
the
in
great
desperate trouble.
constructors.
And the only thing that
Wow.
can take them out of trouble is the thing
They are
that
the ones who gave us the laws.
creative ideas
And in Buddhism,
dedication to principles.
all the great
Principles they
teachers
try
of
to
the world
dedicate themselves to
are the ones in
so
whose
far
heart
down on the list of
the good
reality
seeds
that
had
they
been
could not
planted.
possibly accomplish the end.
Buddhists would not hesitate
Therefore, we
to
now
say that
find
Pythagoras or
actually,
Plato
on all levels, a
or
bankruptcy
Michelangelo
of
or
material.
Leonardo were all
With it, the bankruptcy
the
of
ones
all
in whom the
economic,
seeds had been planted.
profit abuse.
They didn't
All
know
those
it,
things are here.
but something in them
We've
longed
got
for
to do
beauty.
something about them. If we want
Something
to
in
get
them
this
sought
forward
justice,
to the 21st century, we've
sought a
got to
better way.
survive.
When these
All
seeds
now
sprinkled
into
so
our lives,
freely
into our world, small children
also
must
fell
face
into
this.
humble hearts,
We may be with them for a
into
while,
kindly people
but the world
who never
is going to
achieved
inherit
distinction,
the substance of our mistakes.
but who lived every day a little more kindly than their neighbor,
Rather than a legacy,
more ready to sacrifice,
decay, and pain.
more easily brought to realize
Our religion.
the beauties of wisdom,
Recognizing
more ready to develop the eternal emotions which alone are
his own
justified:
statement of
compassion,
constructive belief.
appreciation,
He has to make this
realization.
statement to himself. He has to
These
live it, and he has to live
were
it.
the army of the light.
He has to either believe
For in the great
the
emergency,
principle of good,
the light
or
was in them.
does not believe that.
And in the day of the return of Gazer of Ling,
Consequences of that
he would call forth
atheistic acceptance.
the
What will
light
they
in
be?
the soul.
And you can answer them
He would see in the souls of all those who possessed it
the
the
mistakes are
flickering
already
flame of the doctrine,
bringing a harvest of pain and
some
misery.
strong and in others
They are
weak.
forcing the change of
But they are his army.
They are leading away from
The
all
army of those who refuse
experiments
to
that we
die,
talked about, and are
who refuse to give up beauty,
individuals, the
who
mother,
have died perhaps
all
100
tired
deaths of pain,
praying for peace.
but will not die.
He does not want to see her
Each
die,
time they come back,
and they come
the
near.
little jewel shines more brightly. The
These
blessed
things we
symbol
can see the
of the
mistakes
blessed
of what
law.
we're doing. They're
So
coming
these
in by the
thoughtful
millions.
say,
We
these,
can see all of the
in humanity
misuse.
itself, these
And now we have
people,
a
these
nice
souls,
little 10, 12 years
perhaps
to try to do
they are
something
nearer to us than we realize.
change this fallacy and
And
make it
perhaps
right. To have
that
some
same
kind of
light is
sense
in our own
for the
soul.
future. We've
But
got
if
to
this
begin to
be,
recognize
then we are banded together
between
to
doing
form the
as
army
we
of the Hashepti, the sons of the
or
light.
doing as we should and
In
surviving.
a certain time,
There's going to be a clear
when otherwise things would fail,
little by little we are building an arsenal
these would be
of
called,
survival.
and out of space they would come in a great army to be embodied.
Therefore, we
When
now
they are
have
born,
a period of a decade
They would
or
not
more,
have the slightest idea of their destiny.
that arsenal shall
It would all be wiped out as it was wiped out of the mind of Gazer of Ling.
type of solution. We will not
But
believe that we
these
get rid of an enemy by
could
killing
not
him.
refuse their destiny.
We believe that we will get over
When
a
the
nation
time comes,
by invading it.
they will,
We will find that all our
be
destructive purposes
reminded
come back on our heads
in a mysterious
like
way
under the eaves to roost.
of the duty they are here to perform.
To do
And when the word reaches
that
them,
which can only be accomplished by
they will awaken. That is, they will awaken within themselves.
is the one
This does not mean that they may necessarily still
who
know
lights us
why they were born,
contemplate the mysteries
but
of
they
God.
will know that
We have
they
an
were
eternal
born,
place for
and
science.
that this call is the most important thing that has ever come to them.
Policy. But we also
So they will rise
eternal mysticism
and follow
survival.
in the way of the
To
call.
find our way home.
The call itself,
To find our roots.
for
And these roots are
this
not in
strange projected phantom,
stock exchange.
this embodied bodhisattva,
The integrity of
Gazer of Ling.
Now where are these
He symbolizes the awakening.
Their natural
When he arises and speaks,
quietly in the inner
when he gives the great battle cry from the ramparts of
soul
Shambhala,
human being is the
then
repository
those
of that
who are waiting
which is
will
necessary
rise
for
with
the
him.
redemption of the personality.
They will instinctively and inevitably become the army of light.
Savior. And
For
the
this they were born, whether they know it or not.
is the
For this they have lived countless lives, whether they remembered them or not.
So we
For
know
those
that
who
in each
form this army are the ones that somewhere, sometime,
this power
vowed
is our redemption.
that they would discover the
This
truth.
is our mysterious deal.
And all that
This is the power that
living which they have passed through
that can
has had a
raise the
strangely refined something about it, because they were born each
nerves
time
and feeds the multitude.
with this instinct for reality.
And it is the annual
But otherwise we cannot tell them.
so-called.
But we do know that in this world some men live for power and others for kindness.
Each year,
Some seek worldly honors and others reject them.
authority over the
Some feel that success is everything, and others choose quiet lives of learning.
symbol of
No one knows just why,
of the human
but it is in the karma of these beings. It is in the core of them.
of the human soul.
For in some
Actually,
are the soul seeds
therefore, all
shining more brightly
of our
than in
soul.
others.
We do not have to
In that day, something has to happen,
what we actually
by which, in a single moment,
by the soul within
those who have received
it is necessary that at that
the
moment
call and have become embodied
the formation be
as the sons and daughters and children of a generation,
the symbol
will suddenly hear the voice of leadership.
of the eternal over the temple.
They will hear
The victory of
the
eternity
mysterious
illusions of time.
order,
All of these things
which in the echoes of ether and in the mystic vibrations of things
it's time to let inner
comes
space
forth
conquer outer
in the
space.
heart of the Kala Chakra.
Inner space is soul. It is the
They know that the time has come to turn the wheel of
soul
destiny,
in the planet, in the sun,
and they will rise, and no army on earth can defeat them.
and in the beast, and in the
And what will be the kind of war that will be led
there is a power
by
of
the
light
hosts of Gaza Khan?
struggling to fulfill itself.
Scholars tell us, and the old yogins who have knowledge of
There's no
these things,
principle of evil.
that this will be no bloody warfare.
Misusing good.
This will be a strange, fatalistic war of light.
The greatest of use of all.
In this war,
So we're trying to get ready.
there will be no way of telling
We've got to,
friend and enemy.
one of them
from
is
the outside.
to get spiritual
They will
value.
mingle together,
We've got to find ways.
but there will not be any definite,
that materialism
battlefield.
is the security
but there will be a rising of principle against compromise.
or ignoring
There will come forth a strong, powerful urge
fear with the victory of corruption.
to make straight
We do not think of it,
the way of the Lord.
but we know that if an individual
And one by one, the despots will find their followers falling away from them.
to corrupt those principles.
They will not
Therefore, we need some kind of
who have
idealistic teaching
the
to
dedication.
bring to us.
From the outside, it may seem all a strange
In many nations,
freak of
this does
circumstance.
exist to some degree.
No one perhaps will know why it all happened.
It is all being
But the
sacrificed.
cry or the voice of the great generalissimo of the world,
It is not certain, and the defense is
Caesar
impossible.
of Lincoln,
Therefore, we are just drifting along
can be
nearer and nearer
the voice of a great leader.
that we do not really want to face.
Who knows?
We ignore the problems involved.
And when
So we need
the Orient first became aware of Western history,
proper thing for young people.
and they heard the story of Abraham Lincoln,
This is one of our ways of escaping
it was commonly agreed that he was a
the more
Buddha.
laws we pass, the more corruption we have.
Whether he knew it or not wasn't
We do
important.
not have a
All
law
of them do not.
to teach young people how to live.
Within himself, somewhere, sometime long ago,
The parents.
the
It
seeds
is
of
the
light
small
were
child
sown.
learning from those who
For this light he lived.
learning
To keep
live
faith
right
with
from
this
parents
light he
who live
died.
right. This is the only way it
He
can
was,
be.
in
No matter
all
how much
Eastern way of
ignorance and
thinking,
corruption and,
one of the
and
Ahas,
integrity
one of the
parents
great
may
teachers
have,
of the law.
there is no social order
It wasn't
to
important
correct
whether
this
he knew it
young
or not.
person.
For it is only from the inside of things that you can tell.
With the individual.
It is only those who have the inner eye that can know
In a very great statement.
the plan that moves behind the face of things.
Is more secure than
But this
the
was the
integrity
point
of
under
the
consideration.
There is no nation
That
that
when the great
than the most corrupt.
flying sky horses carried their messages to all parts of the world,
Correction here.
some would hear and know.
Comenius,
When the banners of Shambhala were unfurled, and the great Tibetan tankers showed the king of Shambhala stepping down from his throne,
system is a kind
it
of
meant
graduate institution.
that the day was near.
The child goes for
No one knew how near.
having received the basis of
No one knew when the great betrayal, the great crisis,
where
in the moment when,
the parent doesn't
according to the Hindu belief,
know. The parent hasn't.
man reaches an extremity
The child's children.
which his wisdom is not great enough to assist him to
The first
meet.
line of defense against
That moment,
disintegration,
the
disintegration.
Lord of the world comes forth again.
This is one of the great problems we have to.
Now we begin to sense,
We've got to start with
even at our
before
present
they
day,
destroy.
the coming of this extremity.
And we cannot do it by
We
legislation.
realize that
We cannot put a policeman.
not only are we
outside the
confronted with a
freedom
great
of law.
international
We
struggle,
cannot demand these things from
but that the
parents.
struggle is coming onto our streets, into our homes, into our hearts.
The integrities of this level.
The forces are arrayed strangely as though on a
Basic
battlefield.
values of
There are no
faith.
boundaries to this battlefield except boundaries of thought and ideals and
This
principles.
is the beginning of the child's growth.
Here we have
When it goes into school,
a knight
there's
errantry
another problem.
of nobility, striving like the Arthurian knights
How to live
against the
and
strange
how to die.
monsters of
In
corruption.
school, the child
All this we see,
at basic
we do not know how
ideals
far it
outlook
goes.
toward values,
but for some reason along the caravan routes men knew it was coming. We didn't know, but they did.
of its world.
We thought we were going blissfully on our way,
There has to be ideals
building a
in
great
school.
material
There will
culture
not be any in life.
that would bring heaven to earth.
Now we get to the point perhaps
But instead of doing so, it is threatening to bring hell to earth.
perhaps this child is already on its
We are no longer secure in these things.
propriety, simply on the
But we
basis
see in Asia itself the rising of this great
we
turmoil.
have another problem. That
We
of
were told long ago that the day would come when Tibet would be ravaged,
employers have
when its holy ones would be destroyed, when its saints would be martyred, when its people would be scattered,
integrate the characters
but it would suffer also a diaspora,
the individual who works
by which
the business
an innocent people would be
dishonorable.
cast to the winds.
Adding
The
to
Tibetans believed this.
and that
They knew it was coming.
adding
They saw it in the portents of the stars and the rattling of the oracle bones.
and
They knew it was
become
coming.
mature in thinking.
So they also, by the same prophetic quality, made a kind of analogy that is very, very interesting. It's always interesting to find some small group of ethnic structure, some comparatively slight and fragile nation, likening itself to the whole world, seeing in its own destiny the destiny of humanity, and in its own salvation the salvation of all other men. Tibet had this also. And this they shared with the Eskimo. For the Eskimo believes that ultimately he will rule the world. There's a long way to go, but he may make it if present trends continue. To Tibet, their own country was a microcosm of the whole. The disasters that happened to them were disasters paralleled in all other nations. To them, the preservation or restoration of Tibet became a symbol of the restoration of the whole world. To them, therefore, their present catastrophe is a symbol of world catastrophe. They are a little symbol of a great injustice. They are the small, helpless victim. But we shall know what day each one of us shall be a small, helpless victim. But Tibet has been long touched by the grandeur of a concept of the Mahayana school. According to the Tibetan, there are certain things we have to always remember. That all these disasters that arise through the perfect working of the law. Tibet at one time tried to conquer the world in military means. It had a vast domain, no bearing upon its present state. The old Tibetans say, those that were the days when we conquered by the sword. These are the days when we are conquered by the sword. The old wheel has to turn. That which lives by conquest dies in the hands of the conqueror. But it does not die utterly. Nature does not destroy to reprimand. Nature does not take the human soul and cast it into perdition because that soul has karma upon it. No, it is washed away by pain, washed away by suffering and by compensation. And as a result of that, there shall rise again that which is good and true and beautiful in all things. The gods themselves, according to Buddhism, cannot change the course of karma. They fall under it as well as mortals. But karma in itself has only one end, the salvation of all that lives. Therefore, peoples go down, cultures perish, men go to the grave. But the great plan goes on. And this great plan is toward a better kind of world than we have ever known. A world in which the growth of the truth seeds in ourselves will finally bring about the brotherhood of mankind. And Gazer of Ling is the soldier of this war. He is the one into whose keeping is this strange pattern of retribution. He is the agent of karma. He must bring things to the destiny that they deserve. But all the time, he is fighting for the light. He is the armed warrior seeking for peace. He is the general who knows that it is the first duty of the general to prevent a war. In this symbolism, the two steps then become obvious. It is Gazer of Ling that must clear the way, must lead to the victory of right over wrong, must restore the great structure of the law, like the Krishna in his earliest embodiments,
We've got to
We must
learn
dive into the ocean of darkness
practice
and preserve the Veda,
and
or the light of the law,
religions
from the
and
darkness of the Kali Yuga.
all of them have a
So Gazer of Ling is the fighter.
conviction. And
He is the one that must bring these things about,
in all of them. It
who
changes
must
in wording,
gradually
in language.
force the karmic
Changes in
pattern
customs because
into
it
its
lives in
proper
environment.
relationship with
But it
truth.
remains the same morally and
When
ethically.
he has accomplished
Always
this,
has been and always
he
will
will then lead his armies and his
be.
generals,
Major religion in the world,
and they will line up in great files of glory before the ramparts
cause and the time,
Shang Shambhala.
compromise, various theologies
And they shall
become rich and worldly,
bring their glory to the King of Kings,
splendid.
to the great Ahat of the Kala Shah.
But when it gets up to this stage,
He then shall Gazer the
more
Khan
trouble getting
say,
into heaven than a camel
I
through the
have
eye of a needle,
prepared the way.
as we learn from the scripture.
Not by
Evidently,
bloodshed,
there is a needle gate, and was in
but
Jerusalem.
by forcing
That gate was
the
so narrow that if a
clarification
camel
of
went
principle.
through, it had to take off its load.
My armies have risen against
Follow
compromise.
lesson. The camel
We have
could
been
get through,
tired
but what
of
it had
vice
carrying with
and
it
wrong.
could not.
There came into the world those who rose against evil and overthrew it, rose against corruption and cast it down, rose against tyranny, and tyranny is no more. Then, according to the ancient legend, the kings of the world, the great Ahats of Shambhala, will prepare for the next great cycle. In that time, they shall announce the coming of the Lord Maitreya. This is the body of the legend. Now, the thought of the thing is very important, I think. How shall we ever be able to solve the problem we see around us every day? The only answer probably that is possible is that at the appointed time, the great army of souls held in suspension behind the veil of life will move into embodiment together. If this happens at any time, then the generation that follows must be greatly altered. Then ulterior motive will not find its victim. For these dedicated souls will not be lured by the hypnosis of evil. They will not be corrupted by selfishness or self-centeredness. The moment we produce a powerful army of the incorruptible, corruption is gradually destroyed. So the Gazer Khan legend means to the Tibetans and the Mongolians that an army of souls waits to be born. And when the trumpet sounds, they will be born. And when they do come into the world, they will be the soldiers of the guardian king. They will be the soldiers of the great law keeper, the guardians of the temples and the sanctuaries, the Neo and the Tenno, all of the strange and wonderful symbols of the protectors of inevitable. For each of these guardians stands at one of the four directions of space and is obligated to see that the great wheel is never destroyed, to protect value, that the valueless shall never triumph. And the Tibetans and Mongolians believe that this is the way, and that the moving into the human race of these wiser souls is the answer. Under normal conditions, these wiser ones are assumed to come in one here, one there, according to the needs of times and places. But when the need is universal, when problems are no longer limited to nations or races or small parts of the earth, but the problems are the whole earth, then they cannot be solved by one entering here and another there to find the ear of a thoughtful ruler. Now the great legions of the Arhat, described in the Lotus Sutra, extending as far as the eyes can see, in every direction of space, these legions fade out of the heavenly world and are born as infants, to grow up, to pass through all experiences that we know, but to have within them the priceless treasure of the flaming jewel, by which in their own hearts they can never be corrupted. These are the armies of light. These are the soldiers of Gazer of Ling. And in the light of this, I think the whole story takes on a very dramatic and rather inspiring aspect. And perhaps you will find it worth thinking about. Thank you very much. And the man on the moon, 2/3 of the surface of our own planet remains unexplored. We know almost nothing about what lies beneath the surface of those vast oceans which gird the land on every hand. And the story of ocean, truly one of the strongest and most ancient of the Titans, points to the psychic growth and development of nearly all the peoples of the earth. Because different nations in different climates and under different conditions have had various experiences of the sea, the legendary and mythology is highly diversified. Yet wherever we have the rise of great cycles of myth, wherever the hero stories come down to us, they are some way related to the mystery of oceans. So first of all, let us try to sense something of what our remote ancestors thought about the sea. For out of their thinking has come much that has influenced our personal psychology of life. The old legends are gone, but the memories in our subconscious linger on. And probably will till the end of our time. The ocean was regarded as a great and wonderful mystery. The man walking along the shore of the sea followed the narrow path of his existence. On the one hand, the land which he had explored, which had become his habitation. And on the other hand, the sea, the very waves of which licked at his feet and seemed to be trying to pull him back into the ocean. So man existed on this little strip of land between the known and the unknown. The ocean was the unknown. It became the symbol of everything that was strange, incomprehensible, insoluble. It was the source. Many things that man needed. It became part of his food supply. It became a road for his navigation. Yet with it all, he could only live on the surface of it. Therefore, in a mysterious and wonderful way, the ocean became a symbol of man himself, a creature that could live only on the surface of himself, a creature who, plunging into his own unknown, his own internal, fell into a psychosis, and
which he has never really recovered. Man does not dare to turn inward. For here is another universe, another world with its own peoples and its own existences. A world where he cannot live very easily because he is a creature of the air. He is an air breather. The sea is the home of the water breathers. Here at once we deserve to recognize the idea that there can only be one kind of being, ourselves, is shattered for the sea alone. But just as surely as we have come forth upon the land to become a creature of our own kind, so in the ocean there are creatures not like ourselves, with whom we cannot mingle, except for very brief incidents of time. Creatures in whose element we die. Creatures who, if they come into our element, will die. Thus we live on a planet not only divided to land and water, but a planet divided to two completely different kinds of existence. Two kinds that meet a little along the shores of things, but have found no common understanding. What is in the sea we do not know. Perhaps there dwell the last of the prehistoric monsters of other ages. For all we know, there may also be the first of creatures for another world to come. The Chinese are very philosophical people. Whose the sea is the symbol of the infinite. Lao Tzu declared that it was the abode of the great storm dragon. From the sea they rose, gathering up the waters into dark and twisting clouds. These dragons released their waters upon the mountains. The waters flowed into rivers and returned to the great cycle of existence. So man, some remote time, as scientifically we now know to be true, came forth from the sea. How do we know that in the end he will not return to the sea? These mysteries are difficult to explain. But land is a minority part of the earth's surface. Man is a minority creature, even on his own planet. Then we wonder what might else lie under the sea. Is under the ocean the abode of lost continents, lost cities? That nations vanished into the water? Are the keys to our own culture hidden secretly or deeply under the sea? Again, we do not know, but occasionally we bring forth some treasure from the waters. Some ancient sunken ship gives up its gold or silver or its jewels. We know so little about all these things that we cannot be surprised that our ancestors, without very much of the sophistication that we now boast about, were deeply moved by the whole mystery of the sea. Just as it divides us into two kinds of creatures, the very phenomenon of sea divides the earth into two kinds of people, those that live by the sea and those that live remote from it. The psychology of these two groups is clearly defined. Those who have lived or came into being as nations or societies or cultures close to the sea are a different kind of people. First of all, they were born and bred in an atmosphere of mystery. The sea was always mysterious. Men could explore the mountains and the forests. They could even walk along the banks of small streams. The ocean, great. They could not see its other side. They did not know where the water ended or whether it went on to eternity. The Egyptians believed that the sun rode in a ship across the sky, run under the sea at night. Others believed that the world of the dead was under the sea. And here constantly arose
the cries of lost souls. The salt of the sea was the tears of the dead. The constant motion of the sea was the reaching up of ghostly hands to clutch at the sides of ships or to cling desperately to the rocks along the shore. All these were strange dramas of human intention and human thought. Early in man's experience, he developed some way of using the sea as a road. At first, it was not a very important pathway. It was hollowed logs, or with some small ship, vessel made by his own ingenuity. He found that it was easier to travel along the shore than to penetrate into the more mountainous regions. There were storms upon the sea, but there were greater hardships upon the land. For on the land he must meet hostile tribes, the danger of wild beasts. Whereas on the sea he might, with a little sail, make much progress with less arduous endeavor. Because of this, merchants, adventurers, hunters, fisher people, missionaries, traders, all of these moved along the shores in their ships. And people near the shore were perhaps the first to become aware of the world outside their own local communities. It was to the people of the shore that wisdom came first, in the form of a stranger, and around him in turn were built numerous legends of sages and mysterious gods and godlings that rose out of the sea. Those living in more remote inland regions seemed to develop a different kind of mind. To them, there was a certain rigidness of things. The cultures of the inland people were more introverted, more self-centered, more self-righteous, more self-conscious. So they had never come in direct contact with this wonderful living thing, the ocean. They had never seen an adversary greater than themselves. They had never come into the presence of a mystery so vast, so deep. The mountains were mysterious, but men could reach them. The sea was mysterious, but beneath its surface men could not reach. And the sea became forever the symbol of the unsolved. The Greeks gave the sea to the great deity Poseidon. They made him lord of the waters and gave him the right to challenge all navigation. The great challenge that he gave to Ulysses is so well set forth in Homer's poem. The terrible journey of Ulysses to his own far distant native land. Harassed by the sea, endangered by the strange creatures along the shores and of the islands and rocky places, monsters that constantly attack his little ship. So the story of Ulysses is the story of a man of the sea going home. A story that has been repeated countless times in the factual history of mankind. The story of a man against the sea. The sea was the source of great pain to those who lived close to it. For the fisher people especially. The sea is the source of life and the cause of death. In the old days, when the men went forth to fish, the women and the children waited. Many a time the men did not come back. So there was great pain and loneliness. The sea was the graveyard of those who went forth to labor in its deep. And the seafaring man, frightened of the sea, yet bewitched by its mystery, assumes as matter of course that when the end of his time shall come, he will be buried at sea, as so many others have been. Thus the sea has had many meanings and many values to different people. In Buddhism, the sea has been likened to nirvana, the infinite reality,
the strange, wonderful depth which has the laws of its own kind. And that of man, which is human, cannot live in the sea. And that which belongs to the sea cannot come to men. There is a strange wall dividing them, one from the other. A wall that you cannot see. A wall that is like the Shinto gate. A door from here to there. A door from something to something else. And no wall between. The sea, therefore, was not only the source of our physical existence as creatures, but the source of our spiritual existence, the great sea of life itself, the sea that was full of seeds of living things, the sea that was the great supplier of moisture, of water, that made everything fertile, the sea that was filled with monocellular organisms that gradually evolved and unfolded until some of these organisms came forth upon the earth to become men. All this mystery of the sea, and with so little equipment to labor with this mystery. Yet other peoples, even the Buddhists themselves, who made the sea the symbol of their ultimate and infinite condition, saw in this also the mystery of illusion. The sea was like a vast mirror. The sea was a strange, uncertain thing, forever moving, never the same. It was something which moved, but also remained. But it was the symbol of transitoriness. For no drop of water in the sea that breaks upon the shore will ever break again. That drop of water is gone. The streams with their waters stand for men to watch, but the water is never twice the same. So the sea became to many people the restless motion of man himself, the never to be quiet part of the human soul, drawn by the tides of fancy and illusion as the ocean by the moon. Man is never still, ever impatient, ever ambitious, ever breaking his own waves against the shores of the inevitable, always ending upon the rocks of ultimate dissolution. The sea, therefore, was a symbol of pain, a symbol of endless sorrow, a symbol of forever dyingness, a struggle against a reality that is so real or so wonderful that no vanity of man can assail it. The sea is the ever-changing in the midst of the never-changing. The sea is the agony of motion against the infinite quiet of eternal peace. Somehow this peace seems to be in the sky, the storm in the sea. Wherever we have had great spiritual leaders in the world, they have been close to the sea. They have been men of the sea. They have represented the various interpretations which have been given to it. Jesus speaking from a boat in the Sea of Galilee. Jesus walking on the waters, bidding the storm to be quiet, and the storm was still. Now, this is a mysterious symbol of the victory of consciousness over the uncertainties, the unrealities, the continuous tempests of the deep which rock men's souls from some strange secret source within themselves. Then we have old Daruma, the Zen monk, walking across the Sea of China on a tea leaf. We have the deity Kannon, rising in vision from the ocean to protect her worshipper. Kannon riding on a single petal of a lotus, quieting the storm. The same deity reaching forth her hand to stop the tempest that threatened the survival of her believers. Always deities have been close to the sea. Most of the great sages have used the sea in their parables and in their legends and in their stories. Many claim to have come from far places. from beyond the sea to bring the light and truth and wisdom to mankind. Such was the feathered serpent of Mexico. Such also was the Chaldean Dagon rising from the ocean to become the lawgiver in the valley of the Euphrates. The great Fuhi rising from the Sea of China gave to these people their wisdom and their knowledge. So the seamen were very important. In the great Chinese Hindu cycle of things, the world always ends with a universal deluge. At the end, oblivion takes over, as in the story of the Ark of Noah. The tempests rise and the sea rises and the earth is covered. The good man in his little ship floats upon the surface of the deep, whereas in India, with the tow rope of his vessel held by the god Vishnu. Everywhere the sea has to do with the night of the gods, when oblivion falls upon the deep. The tree of life is gnawed through by the worms of mortality, as in the Nordic myths, and Yggdrasil, the great tree, falls into oblivion, into the great flaming ocean. All these legends show different reactions of man to the perpetual mystery of the unknown. It somehow has always been deeply considered in terms of water. The holy water, the water of purification, the tank of purification in the Hindu temple and the Muslim mosque. All these things have to do with the mystery of seed, the mystery of purification, something to do with the mystery of origin and destiny, of life and of death. With many different legends and myths and attitudes, we must finally come to the conclusion that, in large, the sea has become a symbol of that part of man which is within himself and which he cannot reach, that part which he cannot understand. He fears to enter into himself lest he drown in his own introversion. He seems to feel it better to remain on the surface. And yet the mystics of old have told of a pearl of great price that was hid in the midst and depths of the sea, and the truth seeker who dived into the depths of the ocean to regain this priceless pearl and brought it to the surface again. Thus truth, wisdom, all man needs to know, including the secret of his own immortality, lies somewhere in the depths of ocean, the ocean of himself, the ocean of his own continually moving existence, this endless cycle of causes and effects which, like tides and waves, sweep on through space. All these different figures and symbols and emblems have a bearing upon our historic perspective, our philosophic perspective, about ourselves and every other living thing. The islands of Yamato, the land of the dragonfly that we now call Japan, rise out of ocean. They are like a little scattering of land coming from the great sea. And it is said in the very beginning of things, the gods caused a bridge to arise in the sky. And standing on this bridge, they reached down the point of a spear into the midst of ocean. And lifting up the spear, they found on the point of it a little mud that had come from the bottom of the ocean. And this mud they dropped on the surface of the water, and it became the islands of Japan. This was a very old story. It's found in the Kojiki, the record of ancient things. These islands really are almost like beautiful jewels set in a great ocean. The land area is small. There are thousands of islands, all lashed by the ocean or by one of the inland seas of this very water-bound empire. So these people would naturally be very close to the sea in their thinking. Whereas in Europe men used the sea to break through into other lands, for centuries the Japanese, following a still earlier Chinese custom, used the sea to keep strangers away. Somewhere long before this happened, the sea gained another formidable aspect. For across the sea could always come danger. Really anyone who was happy and peaceful and enjoying himself and minding his own business had to watch the sea. For his enemy might appear at any moment. If he had anything, someone could come out of the sea and take it. If his land was worth having, men from the sea would conquer it. And if he was not very watchful of his gods, men from the sea would bring other gods and destroy his. The sea was rather a dangerous thing. And China and Japan, both of them peoples of aloofness, and even Korea, which was for long called the Hermit Kingdom, they did not really want to be discovered. Some way they found their peace in their own strange, quiet world. And while we may say that this was politically, culturally, and socially frustrating, it was at the same time highly productive aesthetically and culturally, because it caused these people to do what so few larger powers have ever done, that is, evolve their own culture. They did not borrow it from 100 other sources. They took some from China, but they then began to work it over in their own way to produce a truly unique civilization. This would not have been possible had they been along a trade route for centuries. In any event, however, the Japanese people, as a group, loved the sea. To them, the sea was never as frightening as it was to many other people. Perhaps it was because their basic philosophy of life, certainly after they became Buddhists, was that all things are essentially good. And before they were Buddhists, they were Shintoists. And to the Shintoist, all nature is worthy of veneration. Ocean, sky, stars. All these are the great gods. And men should accept their edicts and learn to love and understand them. So while there are interesting and rather fantastic ghost stories about the sea in Japan, it was never the terribly formidable adversary that it was to some other countries. Because of the small land area and the immense population, even from the early times, the Japanese had to turn to the sea for food very, very strongly. For a long time, they were a fishing people. And even today, they depend very heavily upon the sea for the staples of life. Fish and rice have become more or less the standard diet of that nation for hundreds of years. Another thing that was rather important about them in their thinking was that while they fished, you very seldom find, or did find up to very recent times when Western sophistication took over, you very seldom found either a sportsman who fished or hunted. A few renegade daimyos occasionally had hunts to the disgust of the people, but for the most part, men did not hunt for pleasure, nor fish for pleasure. They hunted and fished only for the necessities of life, and all along their shores were monuments and shrines to the sea, and to the creatures that had given their lives that men might live. And they respected these creatures. They regretted the need to use them for food. But they were never unmindful, never thoughtless, never intentionally cruel in these matters. They only tried to find a means of survival for themselves and their families. So in a sense, the people understood the sea perhaps a little better than other nations. The one great exception, of course, to all this was the invasions of Japan from China, Korea, and the old wars of the regencies and the shogunates. Many of the great battles of these times were fought upon the sea, and to a measure it was assumed that these battles polluted the ocean and might be responsible for some of the comic trends that it possessed. Its tendency perhaps to turn upon man sometimes.
The result, however, of all these wars and battles was that the Japanese believed that there was a kind of ghost that lives in the sea. The sea was filled with the restless souls of those who had died in ignorance. That all creatures, therefore, whether they had died in the wars of the Taira or the Heike, these who had died in the battle became the symbols of all human beings. The restless souls that had never solved the mystery of life, that had gone to sleep in confusion in their own existence, and were born to battle again against adversaries they neither understood nor really needed to fight. So the sea became a symbol of karma, of illusion, of the endless struggle of ghosts, both seeking power, both seeking wealth, both seeking influence. But all these things were but shadows, and in the end there were nothing but ghosts in the great sea of life. And there were other interesting and appealing thoughts. The sea, in a wonderful way, was associated with the ultimate abode of the dead. But here we have a curious combination of beliefs, some of which probably arose in Mongolian shamanism, some in ancient Shinto belief, perhaps some in Polynesian religious conviction. Even a few came from as far off as Persia to involve themselves in the philosophy and psychology of the people. So in the great feast of the dead, it is assumed that the ghosts will come back from the sea, that between this world and another, the other is an ocean, some kind of an abyss of water, reminding us a little of the old hymn, One More River to Cross. Apparently, the two most ancient peoples, this world was divided from the other by what the Greeks called an ocean of humidity, a kind of strange, heavy, watery atmosphere, a mist, a strange, etheric substance, a fluid or an energy, through which souls passed into the other life as crossing a sea, or into which they came in descending for rebirth or manifestation in this world. Perhaps this is why the ancient Christian church was formed in the shape of a ship, and why a certain part of the church is still called the nave, meaning a ship. Also, this is the mysterious ship of the doctrine, in which the deity Kannon conducts souls into the western paradise. The soul has to pass across this great expanse of ocean into another region or another kind of life. And in the ceremony of the annual return of the spirits of the dead, we see the ghosts coming from the sea. And at the end of the ceremony, we see the little ships with the lamps and candles, the little dishes of food and the memories to carry the souls back again. The little ships float down the streams to the sea and out to sea, like the ancient barges of the Vikings. Until finally the little lamps go out one by one. The dead have returned to the land beyond the ocean to remain there for another year. All these legends, stories, have a message or meaning to us which is almost something to be grasped intuitively. It is something that tells us of a psychic dream experience, something that has archetypal dream meaning to us. And always it is the same, essentially. That the sea in some way becomes the symbol of an ignorance lying beyond this world and veiling from us the ultimate reality. The sea is our uncertainty. In uncertainty we live, and in uncertainty we die, but we pass into uncertainty. And all this changing, shifting picture of things that cannot ever be quite so seem to suggest the mirroring of the sea, the Maya of illusion, the symbol of water, the same Maya or Mara, however, which becomes the parent of
prophets. For out of the uncertainties of life, man gains the courage to seek the realities. Now, there are many wonderful legends about the sea among the Japanese people. We want to say something at this time about Urashima Taro, the fisher boy. This is a story which could come from any one of 100 different nations. No one seems to know just where it originated. It is perhaps the oldest legend among the Japanese people. And yet it has passed through so many forms and variations that 100 plays could be built upon the versions of it. It returns and mingles and combines its forces with every other legend, practically, of the long sleepers that we have in the world, and they are countless. Urashima Taro was a fisher boy. And of course, in the legend, we are assured that all of the parts of the story are true. Wonderfully and inevitably true. We know they are true because our ancestors have told us these stories and have received them in turn from their ancestors to the dawn of things. And when things come down for hundreds of generations, they must be true. No one knows where they started from. No one cares. They are part of a folklore, a great legendary. So because this young man, this fisherman, was a good, honorable person, he paid homage to the gods of the streams and the mountains. He was kind, but he was like the story we just mentioned. He and his family and his people depended upon the sea for life. So in his crazy little boat that bounced around on the waves, he was fishing quietly along when there was a very powerful tug on his fish line. And of course, a tug like that might mean a great fish which would be food for the whole village. So in great excitement, the fisherman pulled in on his line. But it soon became evident that he had not caught a fish at all. What he had caught instead was a great tortoise. Now this tortoise, of course, was a symbol of a great antiquity. In the Japanese form, the tortoise appears to be covered with a long fur. On the back of its shell, it seems to have a long beard. But this beard is really seaweed and other things that have grown to the shell. So the tortoise is very wise, for he is given the length of age of 1,000 years. And he is the sage of the sea. He is the wise man of ocean. He is the wise man of ocean because he has built from within himself his own protection, which is the great symbol of the truly wise. Furthermore, he is a man of prudence. For in danger he retires into himself until the danger passes. And this again is a sign of great erudition. So the tortoise is not just another member of the aquatic family. He is the great sage. He is the Ahat of the deep. And sometimes, according to ancient traditions, he may ascend to the estate of a bodhisattva. For there were bodhisattvas among the turtles. They were very wise and very noble and very great. Now, of course, our young fisherman was not entirely aware of all the esoteric possibilities of the turtle, but at least he said to himself, this creature is noble, and is very old, and very wise. Therefore, I do not wish to destroy it. So that instead of capturing the turtle and killing him, the young fisherman very carefully disengaged the hook from the turtle's mouth and released the creature. It disappeared over the side of the boat and back into the sea, and the young man baited his hook again, waiting hopefully for better luck. Well, the day was warm, and of course in all these stories there seems to come a kind of strange moment when things pass from realities to dreams. And according to the best information obtainable on this very recondite subject, there is no true report as to whether Urashima fell asleep or not. But he was certainly drowsy and dozy, and it was a warm day, and the boat was rocking pleasantly, and there were no fish, so that he was not much occupied. But anyway, while he was there, perhaps he was asleep. A very soft, melodious voice called his name. Urashima. And looked round. There was no one in sight. So he sort of rested a little longer. The voice called his name again. This time he looked over the side of the boat, and there was his old friend the turtle. And the turtle was now talking to him. And talking to him in good Japanese, I assume. Perhaps Chinese, who knows. But the turtle said to him, I came to test you, to see whether you were a good man or not, whether you obeyed the gods, whether you had a kindly heart. Because in our great world of the sea, happiness is for those who are kindly. This is the abode of kindness. And we who are here do not have too much kindness for mortals. They care very little about us, but we appreciate someone who is thoughtful and kind, and we would very much like to reward you. And the young fisherman said, well, what is it that you would like to do for me? And the turtle now came alongside of his little boat, and the turtle had grown very large. And it was a very old and very wise old Ahat turtle. And he said to the young fisherman, climb on my shell, and I will take you to the other world. Well, it was the best offer that the fisherman had that day, so he decided to try. So he climbed very courageously and with considerable confidence, because this tortoise was most reassuring, onto the back of the great shell. In an instant he seemed to be flying across the sea. He was traveling faster than I could count or think, and the waves broke around him and broke over him. There was something very remarkable about it. His clothing never became wet. He went on and on and on into a mysterious haze that seemed to rise on every hand. And here the story takes again two or more very interesting turns. According to one account of the story, the palace of the Sea King, for which they were bound, was deep in the depths of ocean, in some wonderful, strange spot, perhaps down far south of the present islands of Japan. According to another story, this palace was on an island in the midst of the sea. And you had your choice as to this particular solution. But we know, for example, that the name of the Dragon's King's palace was Rigoku, and that this has also, in Japanese, been gradually changed until it has become Ryukyu, which is the name of the Luchu Islands, a most famous to our memory now being the island of Okinawa. So perhaps this was the mysterious region to which the turtle was carrying our hero. But one report that came very immediate in this story, and of course, under the circumstances, we do not know just how the reports began to circulate, but anyway, this is it. That as they went further and further into this mysterious and wonderful region of the sea, they came to the place where all the seasons met. And this is a delightful fragment of ancient fantasy. For our young hero, looking in all directions, beheld a world in which all of the seasons came together and dwelt in peace. To the north of him flowed down the great snows and glaciers and frozen lands. To the Sabbath hymn came forth and rose in glory the wonderful lambs of summer with flowers and trees and meadows and the beautiful living things. To the east of him was the spring with the cherry blossoms and the plum blossoms and the first flowers of spring. And to the west of him was the autumn with the autumn leaves falling from the trees. And all of these regions came together to where he stood. And he was surrounded by all the glory of the seasons of the world. This particular little touch is more or less unique. We don't find anything quite parallel to it in the mythology of other peoples. Perhaps it arose from the extraordinary nature worship of the Japanese. They probably would regard a place where they could enjoy all four seasons at once as little less than paradise itself. When our young sailorman reached the shores of this magic land, whether it was down below the sea or in some strange island, there is this contradiction. The story says that the creatures of this place came forth to greet him. And according to one account, they were radiant and beautiful beings, bringing flowers and gifts and all kinds of wonderful things. And to another account, they were all creatures of the sea. And in these creatures, they were partly human, almost like mermaids and things of that nature. And they were dressed in ceremonial robes over their fishes' bodies, and they carried armfuls of the fruit and flowers of the sea. In any event, they were a very friendly and wonderful people. And through the intercession of the great tortoise and all these kindly people, a young fisherman was brought into the palace of the Sea King. Now, this was a palace such as the world had never seen before. A palace of glory and light and beauty. A palace in which everything sang and everything was filled with happiness. And whether it was beneath the sea, as one account tells, or in some pleasant, airy region, the story is essentially the same in spirit. Here everything was in fantasy. Everything was beyond any question of human limitation. Here was a world of universal happiness, a world of wonderful wisdom, ruled over by the great King of the Sea. Now, this King of the Sea had a ravishingly beautiful daughter. And here our story takes a romantic turn. Otohime was the daughter. And she was the most beautiful creature of the entire sea. Now, here it would look as though our story would be better when located on dry land, because it would be a little difficult to picture some of the accounts of this magnificent princess in her bridal robes and in all the glory of the court, resembling a highly costumed dolphin or something of that nature. So, but anyway, the story says that she was radiantly beautiful. But she was the one who had sent the great turtle out into the sea to test and seek for a suitable husband, because she wanted to find someone who belonged to the world of mortals. And she wanted to find the person who was kind and thoughtful and generous. And she had used the turtle to achieve her insight into the young man's disposition. Orishima was, of course, greatly pleased at the prospect of being adopted into the family. And he had no great objections to offer, so there were the wonderful nuptials in the great palace, and the young fisherman was united forever with the daughter of the Sea King. And the nuptials were finally consummated with the exchange of the 9 cups of sake. There was great banqueting, musicians, wonderful things happened. And the young man settled down to the joys of a world where the seasons always blend, where there is no night, where there is no sorrow, there is no death. we begin to sense something that resembles some of the other paradisical myths of the old world. We are in this mysterious phantom region of infinite delight, a delight perhaps like that of Eden's garden before the fall. Now, Urashima remained in this land for 3 years. And then there awakened in him the great longing to return to the human world. And it was a rather critical situation because he had left an old father and mother behind him. He did not know whether they knew he was alive or not. He had no way of knowing whether they were cared for. And slowly a strange melancholy settled in upon him. He had found that even paradise had its snake, as Omar says. Here was complete happiness, and he was not happy. He was not happy because, in a way, he was no longer with his own kind. He belonged to a world that he had not been born into. He was not a citizen of this wonderful land of foreverness. He was a mortal, and his mortality hung heavily upon his immortality. He was not secure in his own consciousness. And Otohime, seeing the unhappiness in his eyes, asked him what was going on. He said, "I guess I'm just lonely. I'm lonely to see my earthly people, my parents, my brothers and sisters, my little village by the side of the sea, where we lived in simple lives and went out each day to find our food. In some way, something in my heart cries out to see these again. And I don't want to stay there. I will return, but I do want to see them once more. I just am not quite able to tear myself away from all that was my upbringing, all that was my childhood, the tradition of my people." And the beautiful bride was very understanding in this. She warned him that there was grave danger to him if he attempted this journey. But when he finally said, "I can't help it, I must go. I have to go. I'm torn in such a way that my heart is so heavy that there is no happiness for me." Then she said to him, "Well, if you feel this way, I will arrange that you can return to your own people. But I'm going to give you something that you must swear to me that you will guard with your life and your honor. It is a lacquered box tied with a golden cord. And this box is your protection. But under no condition, at any time, must you open it. For if you open it, all is lost. But as long as you do not open it, you can return again to the land where the seasons come together." So again the sage old tortoise appeared out of the sea, and in a little while the fisherman was riding back with the speed of light across the ocean. And finally, the tortoise brought him safely to the shore where his little village stood. And he got out off the back of the turtle, looked around him. And Urashima was troubled. Something was different. The Shinto temple was there on the hill. It was not in the same place. The little houses were different. The stream ran down to the water. And there were the boats of the fishermen, but the boats were different. And he went up the beach and went to the house of his parents. There was no house there. And he wandered about looking for familiar faces. There were no familiar faces. At last he went up to a very old man, and he said to him, "Is not this the town where Urashima came from?" And the man said, "Yes, I think it is. But it
course, you know Urashimataro has been dead for over 300 years. He was lost at sea, and his grave is in the little cemetery there. There is where his memorial tablet is. And beside him are the graves of his parents, and the graves of his brothers and sisters, and of their children, and of their children's children. And there is no more any family of that name existing. And he asked all kinds of questions. And they all thought he was mad, because no one asks such questions anymore. They were themselves part of legend and lore of centuries before. He went to the Shinto temple, but the priest was not the same, and the priest did not understand. Nobody understood. The whole world that he had known was gone. So lonely still, and more or less despairing, Urashimataro went down to the edge of the water and stood looking out at the sea. For now he had a vague uncertainty, fear, and almost terror within himself. There was nothing any longer to keep him among the worlds of men. But how should he get back again to that wonderful palace of the Sea King? He did not know. He called to the sea. Nothing happened. He looked hopefully for the great turtle, but he saw no sign of it. He wandered dejectedly along the shore of the sea. And finally, he held a little box in his hand with its silken cord. He said, I know I'm sworn not to open this, but I no longer have any other course. I do not know what to do. Perhaps if I open this, I will find a way back again to the palace of the Sea King. And so, breaking his promise, he lifted off the lid of the box. And out of the box there came a fine white mist. There was nothing else in the box. And this mist floated and hovered and remained a little time in the air, and then drifted out over the sea and disappeared. And in that instant, the young fisherman knew all was lost. But suddenly, in a second, his body began to age. In a very few minutes, he was so old that he could no longer stand. He fell upon the ground, and in a few moments, he was dead. But suddenly, without warning, he had become as though 300 years old. And the people there have a little temple built to his memory now. It's been shown to visitors many times. And in this temple is the empty box with its golden cord and two strange stones that he is said to have brought back with him from the land where the seasons mingle. And no one else then knows anything more about what happened to the fisherman. He just died and was buried again, but now as an unknown, aged man in the village where he was born. This is the story of the palace of the Sea King. And let's see what happens if we try to investigate the story a little bit, see what it all means to us. Some of it is evidently devised from Shinto fables. The story of the Long Sleeper, Arwit van Winkle's story, comes from another version that is in China, and which has been held there for a very long time. Here is the story of the individual who passes through a dream or a vision, like the seven sleepers of Ephesus, remains in a trance or in a strange suspended state of animation for a long time, and then comes back to find the world he knew no longer exists. This legend is practically everywhere on Earth. There's a very interesting version of it among the Eskimos. So this is not new in itself. But the patterning of it altogether seems to suggest several things. And Buddhist priests in Japan have found the story very supporting to some of their own doctrines and beliefs.
Let us imagine for a moment that the mysterious abode of the Sea King represents in man the mysterious seat of his own existence. That this palace of the Sea King, where all the seasons meet, is the abode where all the sensory perceptions combine. Here all phenomena, all things that have to do with the world, have a sort of common meeting ground. And this palace of the Sea King is the strange center of self-consciousness that we call I, that is located deep within the recesses of our natures and dispositions. It is a deep, mysterious kind of I. The Sea King is not the true God of things, because actually he is a phase of Emma, the Lord of the dead. The Sea King rules in a subterranean world like Poseidon, who is not the great deity, but like the Titan Ocean, is one of the ancient beings. And this ancientness of beings has to do with the traditional descent from generation to generation of the evolving or unfolding consciousness of the human being. So for all practical purposes, let us say at this time that the Sea King represents the mysterious self locked in the very depths of our existence, locked in a strange world, a world that perhaps the yogi or the disciple of Vedanta approaches in his samadhi, a world of absolute peace. Perhaps again this Sea King's paradise may be likened to Amitabha's blessed region. Anyway, it is the abode of the evening calm within man, the abode of utter quietude to be achieved by meditation, by the strange doctrines of Zen, by the mysterious rites and rituals of Tantra and Shingon and Tendai, all the magic of the eternal stillness of great peace within man. Now our young fisherman probably plays the part of the truth seeker. He is almost another Parsifal, the guileless fool. Parsifal shoots a swan in the forest of Mansalvat. Our young fisherman, Urashima, catches the turtle of long life, an ancient and religious symbol of both China and Japan. The turtle becomes his helper and teacher, his Gurumons or Merlin. And we have another kind of thinking. We have the turtle as the symbol of wisdom, wisdom which will carry the young man on his back to the abode of peace. And to achieve this, the young fisherman must be carried over the vast oceans of illusion in order to come finally into the palace of the Sea King. We have almost parallel illustrations of this in the Rosicrucian ritual of the chemical marriage of Christian Rosenkreuz. Here we have, instead of this, we have a magic garden, like the garden of the troubadours, where all strange beings live, and in the midst of this garden, which is the garden of the shut palace of the king, which corresponds in alchemy with the Sea King, we have the wonderful Virgin of the world who corresponds to the daughter. Here we also have the introduction of Otohime, which actually is a psyche or soul symbol. Here the young man, coming out of worldliness, in a kind of strange daze or trance, has attempted the mysterious journey inward, the journey of meditation and contemplation. He is trying to cross the great sea of illusion and has done so
on the back of the sage which represents the eternal wisdom of mankind and of his kind in general. When he gets to this mysterious place, the palace, he discovers that all dimensions and directions of space meet there. He finds himself in a place in which all the seasons that we know are imposed together to form one eternal season that is all beautiful. These seasons represent the cycle of the Nidanas, the cycle of birth, growth, maturity, and decay, the four ages of man, the mysterious beginnings and the spring and the summer and the autumn of things. All this is gathered together in an experience of psychic consciousness. So we have, as in the alchemical and hermetic rites, we have the union of the truth seeker and the daughter of the sea king. This union is the identification of the personality with the soul. It is the outer life becoming enamored of the inner life. The outer life, the fisherman, corresponds to Dante. The inner life to Beatrice, who became the great psychic inspiration of his existence. And we know that the historical Beatrice was only a phantom of the psychic mysticism which Dante built around the concept. So we find the outer person united in strange ritual and ceremony to the conscious soul. And there, having attained a psychic initiation or a psychic liberation, we find the self more or less identified with the objects of the self. But now something of a rather insidious nature seems to step into this little drama. The individual within himself finds in a strange way that this spiritual experience does not satisfy him. What he has failed to do is to recognize that his aspiration has not overcome the limitation of himself. He is like St. Paul, who would, whenever he would do good, evil was nigh unto him. This aspiration of the individual was not strong enough to raise him completely above the limitations of his human perspective. He longed to be one with truth, but he was bound to the old ways of things, perhaps by the pressure of an ancient karmic tie. For the little village and his parents and his brothers and sisters and his neighbors and their fishing ships were all symbols of attachment. Attachment to mortality. Attachment to physical existence. And the Buddhist explains this very simply, that the individual, while given this glorious vision of possibility, was still bound by the inability to live free of the attachment of the mortal state. It is as though for a second he had glimpsed a universal mystery. The mystery closed in again, and darkness resulted, and he fell back upon his own humanity. So the Buddhist would simply say that this person had a mystical experience, that this mystical experience was not strong enough to bind him completely to eternity. He wanted to live forever in the golden palace of the Sea King. He wanted to live forever in the love of his own soul and have an immortal existence beyond birth and death. But he was not by nature immortal. He was by nature a mortal creature. Therefore, by his own mortality, he wished himself to die. Regardless of anything that could have been done, he could not escape from his own mortality. Now, this is a very important Buddhist philosophic point, which certainly has become gradually involved within the story. Urashima, the fisherman, represents the human personal being that has never known immortality and never can. It has no consciousness apart from condition. Separated from a conditioned existence, it dwells in an utter bewilderment. Brought into the presence of eternal peace, it cannot exist there, because within itself there is only longing, desire, fear, hope. Every part of the personal self is built of personal factors. It belongs to this world. It was created here. And with it are our ambitions, our hopes for wealth, our search for satisfaction, our desires to dominate our neighbors, to become influential citizens. We measure our entire life from the cradle to the grave. Therefore, something that does not belong in this pattern of cradle to grave simply is not comprehensible to us. We think it is. We believe it is. We dream of immortality. But even heaven will become a hell if the creature that inhabits it is bound by karma to its own ignorance. This is part of one of the ancient sutras of the great king, where it tells clearly that the individual can only be happy when he is totally united within his own being. Wherever there is stress or striving, division, a divided allegiance, the individual is torn. And wherever there is illusion, there is division. Wherever the individual mistakes the common world for the eternal world and tries to live in both, he falls into the disaster of the fisher lad. So because of this fact that he cannot fully experience that which is not of his own nature, we have a reverse here of the European story of Undine. In Undine, it is the nymph, the water nymph, that cannot adjust. And in many of the elemental stories of the Middle Ages, there is a final division in which the submundane or the unearthly thing has to return to its own nature. It cannot be forever mortal, forever human, forever remain in this world. Now the story is reversed. The superhuman being is in its own element. But now the human being cannot attain that element and remain there. There is a difference. And that difference is in some way the difference between the land and the sea. The difference between the individual who breathes air and the individual who breathes the eternal waters of life, which are now a strange, mysterious symbol of the continual breathing of immortality. So, regretfully, but inevitably, Otohime, the soul, has to give up her lover. And on the back of the ancient turtle, he returns again to the world he has known. Now, in this story, we have two different versions. According to one version, he was gone 3 years. And in the world, it was 300 years. In another version of the story, we find a completely different time equation, in which the equation is that the young man has been away for a very long time and comes back to find nothing changed and the situation utterly endurable in this world. There are the two versions of the story. But whichever version you wish to take, the principle involved is the same. What happens to the individual who has had a glimpse of realities? He is strangely and desperately placed because he is no longer the citizen of one world or of another. He goes back to the attachments of life signified by his family and his community, and he finds that these attachments have died. They are not persons that have died by necessity. They are relationships. He finds that all of the things that meant a great deal to him have passed away, that really has been gone a very long time in spiritual experience, if not in time. The old priest will tell you that in a moment of inner meditation, the individual may truly live 1,000 years. And out of a moment of insight, you may return to a world that can never be the same. Because the world is the same only because he is the same. The moment he is not the same, the world must change. So our fisherman comes back, but he has changed somewhat himself. He can no longer be united with the world he left behind. He can no longer quite reach out to this other world where the seasons mingle. So he is totally alone. He is alone except for people who say that somewhere, sometime, there was such a person as himself. Here we have a hint of rebirth. Here we have a symbolism of the great passing of karmic time. And at last, the young fisherman wanders back again to the shore of the sea. He comes back again to the mysterious symbol of eternity. And here he is confronted with the box. Now, the story of Pandora's box has become a classic, and there is much to suspect that perhaps this box not only inspired the caskets and the story of the Merchant of Venice, but also supplied the mysterious story for the legend of the Sea King and his palace. It's interesting to remember and bear in mind, of course, that in all this excitement, with all these things going on, the Sea King himself was never seen, only his palace and his daughter. The mysterious being that abides in the depths of the mysterious sea of either illusion or reality is utterly invisible. So the young man walks to the shore of the sea and cries out for the turtle, for the symbol of the wisdom, but it does not come. Perhaps if he waited, it might have. Perhaps if he had kept his faith firm and clear and held on, enduring without doubt, he might have gone back to the Sea King's house. But in his desperation, he turned to this mysterious box, the treasure that his soul had given him, the treasure that he must keep forever locked. The Shindong and Tendai master will tell you what this treasure is. This treasure is the key to the secret arts. This is the treasure of the mystic and spiritual formula, the strange mantram magic, the symbol of the mysterious living power, the Word, the lost Word, the eternal truth, which if man will keep this in his heart and never pervert it, never break his oath or obligation, that he must not open that box. He must never release out into manifestation those things which belong to his own inner life. He must never pervert the truth which has been given to him. Had he kept this, he might have been able to go back. But in his desperation, he opened the box, hoping to find therein the magic way of returning to happiness. Well, what kind of a box could it be? We are all seeking for peace. We are all seeking for happiness. And like Pandora opening her box, we have launched a pestilence upon our kind. For in our search for peace, we have used everything we could think of except the path of reality. We have tried to drink ourselves into a stupor. We have turned to narcotics and sedation. We have surrounded ourselves with the most strange and exciting and disastrous emotional tempos in order to to find something that we are seeking and we do not know what it is. What we are seeking for is peace. And we are destroying ourselves with confusion while we are striving after quiet. In any event, the release of this secret thing, of this breaking of the primary obligation to be true to truth, to be true to the soul and all that it stands for, to be true to the psychic wisdom that has been granted, brings Urashima back suddenly, back to the old world which he has left. There is no longer any hope for him to go on. He can only go down into the earth, and suddenly he is very old, he is very tired, the world grows dark around him, and he passes out of embodiment. Now, in this particular phase of the story, in all probability, also has a Buddhistic interpretation, for it has to do with the final dissolution of the personality. The personality itself is wiped away in some strange manner. The individual forever undoes himself. The mistakes, the selfishness, the corruption destroy that which they fashion. So in the end, the personality simply perishes. Now in the legend, we know no more that goes beyond this point. There is nothing more said to indicate what could lie beyond. According to the beliefs of the people, however, to the very village to which this ancient fisherman is said to have belonged, his soul would go forth in time to a new embodiment, and his psychic life would continue and unfold again. But the mysterious happening that occurred at that particular time would not be repeated, because in that particular experience something happened that was very interesting. Buddhism and Shintoism would both explain it something in this way. The whole vision represented a psychic happening, a dream, which occurred within Urashima himself. It was never anything but an inner experience. The palace of the Sea King was in himself. Everything was a matter of attitudes. Everything was a matter of beliefs or conviction. The whole universe, the ocean, and all that is in it is in man. For it can never mean anything to man except what it does mean to man. Every part of man is interpreted by himself. His consciousness can only mean what it does because he interprets it that way. An enemy is only an enemy because man himself creates that enemy. Another man is only a friend because we create that friend. And it is true also in the Buddhist belief, where these people say, if there were no man, there would be no Buddha. The Buddha, the symbol of the most complete enlightenment of man, is man's symbol of his own enlightenment. Everything originates in man. It is man locked within the instrument of his own interpretation, trying to explain beyond the circumference of himself, and always forced to fall back upon himself for the very substance of his interpretation. He has no other source. So our whole drama is a drama of man's interpretation of a situation or a condition. The sea is man's ignorance, his partial knowledge. That knowledge which is often more painful than a lie. Because in this sea, the individual lives by half-truths. And these half-truths have the very substance of death in them. And in his little boat, which is itself grotesquely fashioned, This boat might be his own individuality by which he isolates himself from the sea, for without that he would drown in himself. For there is no other place he can drown, the sea is in himself. In any event, as he is there comes out of the subconsciousness of himself the wisdom animal, the Ahab, the Lohan, the Senin, the mysterious powers which man himself fashions. But what are these powers? They are the touches of intuition, by means of which he suddenly has a glimpse beyond himself. In Buddhism, all emotions are divisible into two kinds: those that arise in illusion and those that arise in reality. All that arise in illusion must die. All that arise in reality increase as illusion dies. A good example of an emotion arising in illusion is ambition, because it has no substance. It can never be a reality. It can never be more than emotion, a transitoriness, fame for a day, reward for a moment, and then silence. As opposed to this, we say that appreciation is an emotion arising from reality. But the greater we become in truth, the more we appreciate. The more we overcome ignorance, the more we appreciate. Therefore, as we grow, appreciation and understanding mingle to make us better. Therefore, it is an emotion that arises out of reality itself. And we are permitted 4 emotions arising out of reality. In a sense, our friend the turtle signifies this intuitive emotion of reality. It is wisdom, which must always increase as ignorance ceases. So man within himself has a moment of intuitional insight. Out of the depths of his own psyche arises a dream experience of aspiration, a dream experience of his seeking to be free from the dream itself. A man dreaming that he dreams, and then trying to dream that he awakes from the dream. A compound dream, one within another. And in this mysterious inner dream within the other dream, as in Hamlet, the play within the play, he is taken to the home of the Sea King. He is taken into the most distant and marvelous part of himself. And for a moment he experiences the absolute transcendency of equilibrium. He finds what the yogic exercise of samadhi produces. Or as one of the old scriptures of Buddhism says, he experiences the nirvana. It's the complete suspension of all that is not good. But only through infinite life, infinite love, infinite wisdom remains. So in this we have the little story of the Sea King and his wonderful world of joy and peace. And we find in this also that man stirs the inner part of himself and finds another being in there. And this other being that he finds is his own psychic nature. He finds that there is something inside of himself that has been growing with him. And this is his own soul. For the soul is the better part of his own experience. It is that which experience has taught. It is the gradual experience of growth, of realization, of unfoldment, and of the cultivation of the great emotional realities. And this emotional growth in Buddhism is the power that is usually presented through the form of the feminine version of the Kannan Bodhisattva, the deity of infinite compassion. Actually, the Kannan is again a product of man. Were it not for the human mind, there could be no Khanum. This is merely the way in which the human being, it personifies, embodies, or defines the mysterious impulse to compassion, to infinite love and patience within himself. A man living every day selfishly, unconcerned about the realities of life, suddenly sees a child struck in an accident. He rushes to the street, takes the child in his arms, and experiences a great personal tragedy, although he has never seen the child before. In that moment, his only thought is to help that child, to bring peace to it, to help to find a quick remedy, take it to the nearest doctor, find the hospital. And at the same time, a great hurt is in his own heart. He has great pity, although he has not previously experienced it. And then, of course, the Buddhist faith, this means that in that moment, this man is experiencing the mysterious, subtle, internal emotion of the Bosatsu Jizo, the pity for the little one. All these arise in the person, and the person finds his own symbolic vestments for them, just as the Christian sees in the vision of Christ that arises in his life, the symbol of the absolute sacrifice of a great and noble being for the reformation and restoration of mankind. So all these are symbols arising in the individual. And in his inner dream, within a dream, the little fisherman finds at last, theoretically, that which he seeks. He has everything. But he's in a strange conflict, because he has everything, but he is not everything himself. This fact that he is not that which he has, that he has not gained this insight through the full experience, but has gained it only through an inner dream psychic situation, means that outwardly he has not yet attained the power to transform a dream to a reality. But there is this moment in the mysticism of the East where perhaps the dream takes over, where the individual one moment says, I am dreaming, and in this next moment, he is the dream. He has stepped through the mysterious Torii gate, the gate where there is no wall. And the reality has changed places with the unreality. And the dreamer has now only the power to dream back upon what he previously thought was real, and that has now become unreal. But in this story of our little fisherman, this situation does not follow through. He is unable, actually, within his own psychic experience, to hold the attitude that he really wants to hold. This is explained very well in the stories of the Arhats. For in the stories of these saintly persons, there was this tremendous struggle to the final attainment of liberation from worldliness. For it is only by that liberation that our hero could be free from the longing to go back to the village. The Arhat is the one who has finally achieved this perfect detachment, so that subconsciously he is attached, not just consciously. He may say, I will never go back, but in his consciousness he may be dying of loneliness and wanting to go back. So the change has to be in consciousness, or else it is not real. It doesn't change the psychic integration of the person. And in this instance, the young man had to go back. And going back was really nothing more than re-entering into the realm of objective attachments, objective realities. He had an experience of another kind, but to him it was a dream. He was never able to make the change which would have made his village the dream, of the temple of the Sea King the reality.
He was not able to repolarize his own relation to the dream. Now, in Buddhism, this is a very simple problem, essentially, because it doesn't make any difference which way you polarize it. It is still a dream. Palace of the Sea King has no more reality than the village you left by the shore of the sea, but no less. Therefore, you are divided between two kinds of unreality: the unreality of mortality and the unreality of immortality. You are suspended between them. But in the Mahayana school, it is pointed out that all things living in this world must be under an illusion of some kind, because they do not possess the material, the fabric, to escape the illusion. But they have a choice. They can be under a beautiful dream or a terrible dream. The problems of existence as we know them end finally in a terrible dream. Materialism, degeneracy, selfishness, hate, fear, all these end in a terrible dream. Man has made a false world of horror for himself. He may escape from this to another kind of dream, the dream of Amita's Western Paradise, the dream of beauty, the dream of peace and of love and of friendship. He may experience the universe from a new level of himself. What the universe really is, he does not know. But he does have the power to take from the universe its power to hurt him and replace that power by the power of the universe to bless him. He creates them both. But to the degree that he has a great insight, he becomes a creator of beauty. And to the degree that he becomes a creator of beauty, he brings beauty and peace into his own life. But Hiroshima said the world is beautiful. Everything is lovely. This is paradise. But I still want the way of earth. I want personal affection. I want to love somebody and I want to hate somebody. I can't stand this strange, mysterious loneliness of always being good. We went back. Suddenly he was very old and very tired, very exhausted of all material things, and he went to sleep by the shore of the great ocean. And his understanding of the ocean was part of the dream. For the ocean is nothing but karma, a strange motion rising from cause and going to effect. Man is a stream of karma moving from eternity to eternity. All these arisings within himself are the products of his own insight, of his own liberation. He may not at this stage be capable of understanding the absolute, but he can choose between the life of goodness and the life of pain. But he must make the choice all the way through, because if he does not, his own imaginative creativity cannot vitalize his dream. He cannot believe the beautiful illusion unless he has outgrown his attachment to the illusion that is not beautiful. So inside himself he has to create a new world of beauty. And he does this only by the unfoldment of the integrities, beauties, and values within himself. All of these legends and all of these stories, whether Greek, Egyptian, Persian, Indian, Chinese, Japanese, all have to do with the power of man to create a world according to his heart's desire, and then to inhabit the world that he has created by the purity of his own attitudes. If he is unable to hold this, he is again destroyed. For it is told in the Buddhist fable that a great and noble king had lived most wisely and nobly. And when his time came to die, his virtues were so great that he was transferred to Indra's paradise, there to have palaces and retinue and all the joys that were the proper reward of a noble kingship during his lifetime. And after he had been there for a while, the king said, "Well, I guess I must have been pretty good to deserve all this." And at that instant he passed into perdition. The individual's heaven is the heaven of his own insight. If he is right, if he is true, he dwells in the light. If one selfish or unkind or cruel thought comes to him, he suddenly finds himself standing on the edge of the sea, with a village that has forgotten him on the one hand and a sea that he cannot conquer on the other. The moment he takes out of his heart the mysterious vision, the wonderful soul picture of that which can be, he is left alone to grow old and die by the shores of the ocean. For the ocean is the mysterious substance from which all dreams are fashioned, the ocean of our own unconscious, within which we create heavens and hells and then have to live in them. But it is during our intelligent efforts to grow here and now that we fashion the instruments to remold our own private universes. And when our own private universes become suitable for the habitation of righteous beings, then we will dwell in them pleasantly and happily. But when all we have earned is a cycle of compensations, then we must suffer a little, enjoy a little, hope a little, and fear a great deal. These are the mysteries of the sea of illusion, the oceans of reality, and the individual who dreams true only when he is able to vitalize that dream with the full integrity of his own consciousness. Otherwise, he dreams of beauty and awakens to the same drab world he left before. But the only reason the world he awakens to is drab is because he is drab. The only reason he has to wake out of beauty into cruelty is because there is a cruelty in himself that will not permit him to continue to awaken in beauty. All these are the compensations within self. And when these things are understood, we will be the master of most of the fables that have been written by mankind. Well, thank you very kindly. I think time's up. We have a very interesting subject this evening, but it is surrounded by extraordinary difficulties. And because these have a direct bearing upon the principal theme, which is a structure of Chinese myths, we must give some attention to them. In the first place, we have almost no knowledge of the origin of Chinese culture. We sometimes feel that China is one of the oldest civilizations of the earth. This is not strictly true. Certainly it is not true in terms of available and useful records. We know much more about Egypt and India than we do of China. The records of the Egyptians go back much further than anything that is recorded in even the oral traditions of the Chinese. The same may be essentially stated for India, which has a much longer, semi-authentic history. The Chinese have also been separated from the common intercourse of the world by an incredible language barrier. It is very difficult for any non-Chinese to acquire a sufficient knowledge of the Chinese language to attempt any scholarly work. The ordinary commercial Chinese can be learned in probably 10 years. But the scholarly Chinese immediately breaks down into a large group of sub-dialectic peculiarities. Not only do we have the various dialects of geographical distribution in China, but we have another dimension of boundaries. This dimension means that a man who became a scholar in literature will be unable to handle most Chinese religion and philosophy in terms of translation. If he is a religionist, he will be unable to translate the political writings. If he is a politician, the scientific writings will be beyond him. The reason, of course, is that the Chinese basic glyphs are subject to many different meanings according to context, and most especially according to the grand area under consideration. Thus, for example, you have to adapt translation of even common figures and ideographs if you are to translate a Chinese religious book. We simply cannot find this common scholarship. The one scholar who, because he is excellent in Chinese, can handle all of these different areas. The areas are very highly specialized. Now, each Chinese word changes not only by these meanings, but by tone. There are 4 essential tones. The sounds are identical, but the tones differ. And by the tone, the meaning of the word is completely changed. This is almost impossible to learn except by oral instruction. There is no way of determining these tones by which the entire meaning is altered. In addition to this, there is rhythm. And in the Chinese written language, rhythm is to a sentence what tone is to a single glyph. In other words, there are certain ways in which the words are grouped together tonally and rhythmically. And these peculiarities change the meanings of the words, not slightly, but totally. This means that in the course of centuries and ages, the Chinese themselves have been guilty of a great deal of confusion. Most Chinese were not scholars. Therefore, they were inaccurate in their use of their own language. And as a result, words were mysteriously changed. Meanings were altered. And we have really no idea at the present time as to some of the most important basic words and terms of the language. We do not know how they were originally spoken. We are not entirely sure of how they were written, but we have a fair knowledge of this. But we have even less knowledge of what they meant. Thus, a language which was rich and scholarly became a burden upon its own people. The number of separate word forms or syllabic forms is incredible. Between 12 and 15,000 different characters that have to be memorized. The only person who ever graduated from the examination of the classics with a perfect score was Confucius. There is even in China a little deity that rules over the examinations in the universities. It is the duty of this little deity to befuddle the judges so that occasionally someone passes. This is perhaps no more than the summary of an old Chinese experience. We do not have very much religious, philosophical tradition bearing upon the Chinese prior to about 2500 BC. And at this stage, we have very little better than the most abstract myth. Against the unknown background rises the deified form of the Yellow Emperor. In a way, he was the universal genius of China. He was the father not only of his people, but of all their skills, arts, and achievements. He was said to have been a most benevolent man, but it is not inferred, even in these early discussions, that he actually founded the Chinese culture. It seems that something passed to him, which he took hold of and revised, edited, modernized, brought up to the date of his own time. Where this older tradition comes from, no one seems to be very sure. But it is evident from the knowledge attributed to the Yellow Emperor that he must have had available a great deal of earlier information with which to work. This is especially true in his treatise on medicine, which shows that he had a considerable background in a Kabbalism or mysticism or astromancy or theomancy of still earlier time. Actually, the Yellow Emperor is merely a symbol, a name, against the mysterious background of an unknown time and culture. And it was very long before this culture began to emerge into the light of orderly thinking. The golden age of early Chinese culture was certainly the period which produced within China her two greatest sage scholars, Confucius and Lao Tzu. These men flourished between the 5th and 6th centuries B.C. And of them, China will never cease to honor their names or speak well and kindly words. When I was in Japan last spring, the last Confucian temple in Tokyo, presumably at least, had become partly an art shop, and the proprietress of the shop tried desperately to sell me a picture of Confucius. It was a scroll that was unspeakably bad, artistically. But to this Confucian lady, it was the symbol of all the good and all the wisdom and all the truth and all the virtue that existed in the whole world. And she read me the little poem that was inscribed on the scroll. And it is so typical, I think perhaps you would enjoy it. Wonderful, wonderful Confucius. Before Confucius, there was never a Confucius. At the time of the Confucius, there was not another Confucius. And since Confucius, there has never been a Confucius. Wonderful, wonderful Confucius. Now, the poem was probably worth what she wanted for the scroll, but at the same time, the painting was so bad that it was not very inspiring. But this was the prevailing theory of the times. Confucius to China, while not the founder of their culture, not the origin of it, was in some way the great personification. Confucius touched the core of Chinese life as no other thinker in the entire history of Chinese civilization has ever succeeded in doing. Around Confucius was built the concept of the sage. And for thousands of years, the sage was the great ideal of Chinese life. The Chinese had a caste system which perhaps originated in India. We are not sure. But anyway, the division was into 4 orders or groups. The first of these groups, and the highest, was the scholars. The second, below them, was the agriculturists. Then came the artisans, and lowest in the scale, merchants. As in other Asiatic nations, merchants did not rate very high. But these 4 levels bestowed upon the highest level the great applause. And this was the level of scholars. Now, a great deal has been said, pro and con, on scholarship in China, and here is a very interesting psychological problem. Those who are fairly well acquainted with the subject are of the opinion that Chinese scholars, within the areas of their specializations, were among the most accurate, careful, factual, and faithful recorders of any people in the world. The Chinese scholar would rather die than exaggerate. And yet, when you read very carefully that which he so soberly sets forth, you wonder whether or not he has spent his life in fairyland. It does not seem to fit into the very conservative mind. But the Chinese scholar, in many areas, was as broad and informed a thinker as his world and world conditions would permit. The emphasis was nearly always literary, there being only two important projects with which a scholar could be concerned: history and literature. There was a kind of a half-grade somewhere along the line set aside to the astronomers who had to calculate the calendar and regulate the crops. But outside of these areas, there was very little scholarship such as we know it. But it is a mistake to think that this was due to the fact that the Chinese were bad thinkers. There was nothing else for them to think about. The types of scholarship that we recognize simply did not exist in Chinese life. Sciences, as we know them, had no place. Foreign languages were not considered at all. There was no access to them. China was a strangely remote and isolated country. It lived behind its own barriers for ages. Within these barriers, it built up a very extensive literature, a magnificent poetry, and a very brave and cosmopolitan artistry. But outside the areas of its own special interests, the Chinese simply had no experience. Thus we find the introversion of the Confucian scholarship bringing with it particularly emphasis upon personal conduct. There is no other country that has so emphasized self-discipline, the regulation of personal affairs according to a high code of honor. The whole Confucian code was one of austerity, honor, self-sacrifice, dedication, loyalty, and courage. By means of his very remarkable mind, Confucius was able to dramatize all of these virtues. He also philosophized them, built them into a concept of the state, and on the basis of the concept of the superior man who possessed these attributes, Confucius developed his idea of a world democracy. In this he was far ahead of his time, where many of his concepts are as true and valuable today as when he spoke them 25 centuries ago. Confucius, therefore, was the man of formalities. He was something like the reactionary mind of our modern world. He held strongly to tradition. He was responsible for the recognition that the future must be governed by the past, that all things arise from past experience, and that nations become strong to the degree that they value their traditions, defend and support in their own conduct the high concepts of their ancestors. It was inevitable, therefore, that the older Chinese concepts of ancestor worship should have been strongly intensified by the Confucian Code. The Confucian Code made each person responsible to his ancestors for all of his conduct. Any dishonor, any disloyalty, any neglect, any misuse of power or authority disgraced not only the living person but his ancestors to the beginning of time and his descendants on to the unmeasurable future. Therefore, the Chinese scholar lived sort of wedged in between his ancestors and his descendants. And in this position, he had responsibilities to both. And these responsibilities, while they might be a little depressing in their severity, certainly maintained for the Chinese intellectual a comparatively high standard of conduct, causing him to value his honor and his intelligence, his integrity, above most of the selfish things that we value today. In old Chinese philosophy, wealth was not a valuable asset. Confucius did not believe in wealth. He believed in virtue. He believed that man to be rich who had disciplined himself, that man to be great who truly became the servant of all other men. So the Confucian code bound the home together. It dictated the reverences and venerations of the living to the dead and to each other while alive. This code sort of gave a backbone, a very strong, enduring quality to Chinese character. And I suspect this is one of the reasons why China has many times been invaded and conquered by foreign powers, but in the end it absorbed them all, and nothing remained but Chinese. Chinese culture took over. The second great cultivating and civilizing force of China was the rise within their own nation of the mystic and transcendentalist Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu was the exact reverse of the formalities of scholarship. He was a rebellion against the academic approach to life. He was a creature of freedom of soul. He believed in a strange, deep wildness, in the passion to be wise, to be strong, to be good. There was still a tremendous adventure. And so to Lao Tzu, the formalities were secondary. A man's real purpose was to reach out with an experience of heart, soul, and mind and come into a benevolent degree of understanding between himself and everything else that existed. Lao Tzu, therefore, took a very much older term, Tao, and applied it to this concept of a universal, all-permeating life. A life everywhere and in everything that could be experienced. A life that cut through all stations and all levels of social advancement or prestige and brought the common man and the great man into common unity with truth itself. In the beginning, as might be imagined, the philosophy of Lao Tzu was entirely too abstract for the average person. Taoism was in a dilemma from the beginning. Obviously, it would be rejected by the Confucian intellectuals. The second thing, it would be unintelligible to the masses. There was really nothing left. The great levels which dominated Chinese culture were all addicted to other pursuits. And Taoism remained an almost mirage-like structure for a good many centuries. It had a few followers, most of them rebels like Lao Tzu himself, individuals who departed from the world for one reason or another, retired into distant places to cultivate the monastic mysticisms that are born in some men, but which very seldom appear in numbers sufficient to balance other forces in society. So Taoism remained comparatively unfruitful in Chinese life until it was able to borrow help and encouragement from another system. This other system was Buddhism. And because Buddhism and Taoism had so much in common in the terms of their transcendentalisms, in their recognition of invisible, mystical, idealistic factors, they formed a kind of fraternity. Buddhism probably realized that Lao Tzu had derived much of his inspiration from the ancient manuscripts and books that had reached him from India. As librarian of the great library of the Chu, Lao Tzu had access to much of the wisdom literature of Asia. In any event, the Buddhists reaching China found that something similar to themselves had already arisen there. And this thing that had arisen was Taoism. Of course, it had a strangely florid complexion. The Taoism of China was far more fanciful than the teachings of Gautama Buddha. But there were these subjective similarities that could not be overlooked. Buddhism, of course, came from India and found its peculiar place in Chinese life. It is easy to understand why the Chinese would need it, why it meant something to them so important that they took hold upon it. The reason was not the same, for instance, that made Buddhism acceptable to the Japanese. The Japanese were at the beginning of a culture desperately striving to build a civilization. The Chinese already had a culture and a civilization long before Buddhism reached them. So in China, it was intended primarily to enrich the inner consciousness of the individual and to give a long-range perspective of human origin and destiny, something at that time lacking among the Chinese people. Buddhism brought to them worship in an intelligible way, a worship that permitted the individual to find certain venerable beings or venerable principles worthy of his worship and his acceptance. Buddhism, mingling with Taoism, produced a very interesting polyglot. The Buddhists began to take on some Taoistic attributes, and Taoism was practically reformed. Out of the Buddhist contact came, we might say, religious Taoism, or a formal theological system, such as now exists in China. From the Buddhists, the Taoists took their concept of the temple, the altar, the clergy, brought various symbols together, created their parallel triads, evolved their doctrines of saints and superphysical beings, all organized gradually into patterns based upon Buddhist thought. Yes, they had a considerable indebtedness, and they recognized it, and Buddhism and Taoism managed to get along pretty well in China. There was very little real antagonism, perhaps a little, you might say, jealousy on the part of the Taoists because they were not quite as successful as the Buddhists. But both Taoism and Buddhism had to unite against the common enemy of Confucianism. They would not have had any trouble with Confucius, but Confucianism had changed considerably by the time the partnership between Taoism and Buddhism was completed in the early years of the Christian era. The Confucian code was very reactionary and, of course, rather morally materialistic. Confucius was an ideal moralist in a sense, but he refused to consider much of anything except behavior. He was perhaps the great Chinese behaviorist. He was not much given to hope of what lay beyond the grave. He had no real concept of universal laws behind human behavior. He was tied to a strange combination of intellectualism and early deity worship that had come down from very much older times in Chinese history. The Confucians, therefore, represented a kind of intellectual aristocracy, and they intended, if possible, to hold this position at all cost. They surrounded the emperor and dominated the Chinese government for centuries. And under this domination, every effort was made to kill out what might be termed the mystical content in religious living and thinking. Everything was reduced to its formality. Now, the same thing happened in Korea, which came very strongly under these pressures, being
so nearly related to China. The great creative period in Korean art and religion, philosophy, was the Buddhist period. But at the beginning of the Yi Dynasty, the ambitious rulers realized that the advancement of temporal power, the conquest of new territory, the taking on of colonies, the expanding of temporal authority, these could not be really achieved while Buddhism dominated Korea. What happened was that when the Emperor of Korea wished to raise an army, all the young men became Buddhist monks and wouldn't fight. To meet this, the Korean government outlawed Buddhism. Now, the same thing happened to a measure in China. When peace and happiness and security seemed to reign, the Taoists and the Buddhists had a small chance of things. But whenever it seemed that severity of some kind or another, wars, internal disturbances, threatened the security of the central government, then the Buddhists were persecuted, simply because they would not play party politics. This went on for a great many centuries, on and off, down through time. And the Confucian Taoist Buddhist fight was finally carried to Japan, where at various periods the Buddhists triumphed and at other times the Confucianists took over. It was a struggle between two opposing concepts. The Confucianists gave to Japan the code of Bushido, or the code of the samurai, the high-minded one, who lived the most severe and austere life, bound by dedications of absolute loyalty, and required by the simple code of the samurai to die without hesitation or a moment of regret in the service of his Lord. There must be no question about this absolute fidelity. This was obviously a Confucian factor. Well, these codes went back and forth in China, and by degrees, among the various patterns that crisscrossed and made new combinations and got mixed up with some very bad language forms, there came a series of designs which we now recognize as the essential tapestry of Chinese mythology and lore. I think we can say that the Chinese had one of the most unique concepts of the universe that we have in mythology. They simply divided the world in which we live into two parts, one visible and the other invisible. And the invisible was an exact duplicate of the Chinese Empire. It was the same in all essential respects. The invisible China, for which it really was, had its own emperor. It had its mandarins and its high court officials. It had its statesmen and scholars and agriculturists and merchants. It had everything of visible China. It also had something that you do not find in most other mythologies, the power of advancing and degrading the gods themselves. In other words, if one of the high deities of China antagonized a higher deity of China, the higher deity could demote him, exile him. And if this deity had offended greatly and required the most unbelievable torment, the higher god could force him to be reborn in this world, which was regarded as about the worst thing that could happen to anyone. Also over there, godlings of secondary and tertiary importance, by extraordinary vigilance or fidelity to office, might be advanced, so that a god of the third estate might in time work his way up to a higher station. It's all rather interesting because it was so closely related to a highly materialistic concept. It was simply that the invisible was an abode of beings, many of which owed their divine estate to man himself.
We have some other religions that have this peculiar practice of saying who is divine and who is not. But the Chinese worked it to a very high degree. Therefore, the Emperor of China himself could make or name a god who would thereafter have a high position in the invisible universe. If one of the emperor's descendants didn't like this god, he could degrade him. There was nothing permanent in heaven any more than on earth in the Chinese way of things. The Chinese heavens, if you want to say that, the invisible world of things, was populated with the most grotesque assortment of miscellaneous divinities that has ever been assembled in any theology. There's nothing remotely like it anywhere. One of the reasons there's nothing remotely like it is because there is no special order in anything. There is no single tree upon which all these gods and godlings grew. They are not there for any particular organized purpose. Most of them were as self-centered as the mandarins on earth. They had their own private prerogatives. They had the various tasks that were appointed to them. They fulfilled many different offices, much of the fulfillment consisting of little more than growling in their beards. There does not seem to have been any active symbolism around a central core, such as you find in most religions. It would be almost impossible to try to fit a moral code into this pattern, or fit this pattern into any ethical system. It does not break down symbolically and into any nice, clean, cosmological structure. It is a mass of circumstances which seem to have arisen over very long periods of time in different areas, in different cultural levels, and according to different codes of conduct, all dumped together into this mysterious place that is just beyond the grave. This place was divided, of course, as in almost all religions, into abodes of punishment and reward. And there was no one that could work out a more incredible group of punishments than the Chinese. Not only were they famous for their torture devices for the living, but they continued these in a marvelous way into the regions beyond the grave. Some of their suggestions, however, were not too bad. They had a very terrible torture and an absolute agony forever to any individual who mutilated a good book. That was a very serious offense. Any individual also who stole anything from the poor had a very bad time of it. And individuals who took public charity funds and used them for personal gain went into one of the deepest pits of perdition. They also had a very horrible penalty, something like being drawn and quartered forever, for any individual who knowingly circulated a book, a story, an article, or anything which would tend to lower morality. You might need that old saw around here sometime. But each of these various tasks was set aside to some godling or goblin. There was a particular deity who had charge of every one of these innumerable tasks. And when the deities themselves assigned someone to the care or to the punishment of one of these other godlings, the whole matter, even in the invisible world, was one of high ceremonialism. And even the gods did not speak to each other unless formally introduced. The formalities of the Confucian Code went right on into the other world. Now, how did the gods of the other world get there? Where did they come from? Apparently, here again, no one was quite certain. That many of these deities belonged to some primitive theology that possibly came from further to the west, perhaps even as far as Persia or Arcadia. This is quite probable, but I think we may say that most of the gods of the Chinese pantheon were deified human beings. Each one of them was backed by a legend of his own earthly existence.
represented a reward for some kind of a peculiar achievement. Great courage, great dedication, great self-sacrifice. All of these, if they reached a degree of noteworthiness, could well start someone on the way to canonization. I think we might say that the gods of the Chinese invisible universe could be paralleled to the statues of famous persons in the Hall of Fame. We have a Hall of Fame for them here. They did not have anything like that in China, so they simply turned the invisible universe over to them. And they carried on various tasks. They enjoyed themselves. They fulfilled the merits which they had earned by living, performing various duties. They were not completely idle. They had to sort of administer the destinies of these human beings who were constantly moving from the visible world of man into this invisible region, which was so highly fantastic that it appears that the Chinese finally gave it up themselves. The Chinese did not seem to be too much concerned with any of this by the time Buddhism took hold. The whole situation was too confusing and too comparatively irrelevant. The one exception to all of this, of course, was the ancestor. Among the deities were deified emperors, obviously, the great deified councilors of state, the few victorious generals the Chinese were ever able to canonize because they were not particularly successful in military operations, scholars, poets, literary men, artists, musicians, and a whole variety of faithful mortals of lesser estate who were associated with some great deed of virtue or goodness, like the famous series of the 24 examples of filial piety, in which children really attained immortality because of their virtuous care of their parents under the most difficult situations. So into this invisible realm also passed the ancestors. And in China, an individual became a little bit divine simply by the process of dying. It wasn't quite true, however, because there could be living gods. Ancestors could be divine while they were alive, but they at least rose one step after they passed out of this life. But the veneration for ancestor drifted very close toward true worship. And in the patriarchal system of these people, the living ancestors were of the highest importance. And when they disappeared and their tablets were placed in the ancestral shrine, they were almost gods. They could be besought to help in all kinds of emergencies. There is a little bit of parallel between this concept and modern spiritualism, with the exception that in China this spiritualism was largely a family affair, where they did not really expect the descendants of other families to be concerned with them. It was only their own who would continually watch over them and would guard them and would make an unbroken line of virtue between them and the first cause of things. Little by little, however, this immense pantheon began to lose most of its vitality. Polytheism here went to such an extent that it lost central strength. It lost a basic core, even in the matter of the principal deities, and there was a monotheism underneath all of this. It is hard to differentiate just who the one God actually was. He was known to be there, but it was very hard to discover him, to identify him. Finally, the Chinese, God-ridden in the most abundant manner, began, as we have said, to break away from this very confusing situation. And from this tendency to break away, aided and abetted by the Confucians, the Taoists themselves, and the Buddhists. We find the gradual emergence of a more or less unified Chinese mythology. It is not unified as the Greek is, or as the Japanese is, but it is unified comparatively in terms of that which preceded it in China itself. And out of this general unification of things, there came a very interesting basic legendary, a legendary that more and more shows influence from other outside sources, that was certainly made Chinese in every sense of the word by the beliefs and policies of the state and also of the people. In this more or less simplified form, a pattern of achievements was set up. And there arose among the Chinese thinkers this concept of the immortals. This was also a very interesting Chinese phase. The immortals were mostly Taoist in origin. They took on many of the austerities and the formalities of the Confucians, and they were, to a measure, given form, appearance, likeness, and a state by the older teachings from India of the Lohan, Arhat, Rishis, and Mahatmas. But the immortals came to be the Chinese first line of invisibles, and they were not entirely invisible for that matter. But the immortals were divided into three orders, or three ranks in China. The first rank was simply called the immortals. The second rank was referred to as the heroes. And the third and highest rank was referred to as the saints. So thus they more or less fall under our idea of canonization to a certain degree. Buddhism molded the characteristics of these immortals to a considerable degree. But at the same time, the magic and alchemy of Taoism and the strange ancestral patterns of Confucian worship were also present. What was a Chinese immortal? He was a person who usually had departed completely from the world. He was a hermit or a forest dweller. He was one who had dedicated himself to the attainment of insight, to the unfoldment of his own mystical and divine nature. He was a person of great determination and of high integrity. Confucianism. He was a person who believed that there were secrets by means of which the regeneration of his own body could be accomplished, that by the use of alchemies he could form universal medicines, and that by the study of the stars he could bind to himself the genii of planets. Taoism. He also affirmed or believed that by these meditative and other disciplines he could become free from the contamination of worldly illusion and finally enter into the presence of infinite and total reality, Buddhism. So our immortal had all of these characteristics. Another peculiar thing about immortals, in fact most of the deities of China, is that their artistic representation is a little difficult for us. So many of these deities, although of benign nature, are presented in the most grim and foreboding appearance. They are not a cheerful lot by any means, nor are they outstandingly handsome, although perhaps they look better to the Chinese than they do to us. But for the most part, they are rather grotesque theater creatures, more like the actors in some ancient Chinese play than deities presumably having spiritual powers in another life. The immortals gain certain knowledge by austerity. The code was rather simple. In order to gain something of the invisible world, you had to give up something here. The more you gained over there, the more you had to renounce here. But this renunciation was not a deprivation. For what you gained in insight was worth infinitely more than you renounced to get it. Thus, the Chinese immortal, having renounced anything like nation, country, family, home, village, the little piece of land on which he dwelt, was rewarded for giving up this little square of earth by being made a citizen of the whole world. Instead of being bound to his community, no matter how high he might be elevated as a local magistrate, he became capable of traveling with the speed of thought into all the parts of the world. As a result of giving up a certain kind of wealth that he might accumulate a few dollars here, he gained the mysterious wealth of being able to produce at will anything he wanted out of his own consciousness. Step by step, he departed from the world by attaining to privileges and powers and values that are entirely apart from this world. The end of the immortal, as far as in Chinese thought, is that he would attain what the term implied, immortality. He would never die. He could take on bodies whenever he pleased. He could take on any form that he wanted. But he could never die. Therefore, whenever he disappeared, people said he was dead, but he appeared somewhere else. And like the strange, mysterious masters of alchemy, he traveled about the world in disguise. He took any form he wanted to. He had magical powers and mystical abilities. He was like a genii. He was a truly wonderful being who appeared to be mortal, but could fly around the air on the backs of cranes or ride across the sea on the back of a fish. He had a horse. One of the immortals had a horse that he kept in a gourd on his belt. And every time he wanted to, he opened the gourd, and the horse came out, became full size, and he rode off on the horse. When he was tired of the horse and wanted to stable it, all he just did was hold out the gourd, and the horse went back into it again. He created anything he wanted. He had anything he wanted. But in order to achieve this, he must want nothing material. He must give up every desire for material things. Here we have, as I think you can gather, a series of different culture factors. This rejection of materiality, this attainment of limitlessness by transcending the concept of limitation is almost certainly Buddhist in its beginnings, or else arises from the earlier Hindu schools from which Buddhism itself came. The mysterious miracles, the horse and the gourd and other things, are pure metaphysics of late Taoism. And this rigid code of self-conquest by which the immortal achieved through complete sacrifice and integration and dedication would be a little of the Confucian spirit. So he really represented all three. Now, above the level of the immortal was the next higher, and that was the hero. Now, the hero was much in the same spirit as the Greek heroes. Just as Achilles and Ulysses and Aeneas and others of the great heroic order of the Greeks were immortalized by the gods for some extraordinary achievement, so in China the heroes represented the persons who did not enter into this stream of immortality by long self-discipline, but by some one or small group of transcendent actions by which their highest integrity was demonstrated beyond question. The hero was always the person of self-sacrifice. But he might also be a person of transcendent wisdom. He was someone so good, so noble, so great, that all who came after him venerated his name. He was a symbol sometimes of unusual righteousness under tremendous provocation or temptation to dishonesty. But he had to be a person who won a great battle against weakness, against evil, against some force contrary to the total good of mankind. So the hero, when he arose with all these attributes, was simply picked up and taken to heaven, like the Greeks of the ancient legends, to become a star or a constellation, or to have some wonderful place in the invisible universe of things. The third level of the immortals was the saints. And the saints, of course, did not take on very much Confucian coloring. They were mostly a mingling of Taoism and Buddhism. The saints were a little different from the immortals. The immortals had more of the tinge of the magician in them. They were wonder workers. They were strange, sprightly creatures who really fulfilled our idea almost of pixies or of strange, wonderful sprites. They were in human form, and they might be very elderly gentlemen of misshapen body or strange, distorted expression. But they were kind of crafty. They were clever. They had a strange, wild sense of humor. And also, down underneath it all, there was a kind of selfishness in them. They were searching for one thing, and they found it: immortality. And they found it by means of the cultivation of magical arts. Like the dream of Faust, it had about it a certain strange, subtle self-seeking. The true saint in China was free from all of this. The true saint was the benefactor and the intermediary. The saint in China was more like the concept of the Christian saint. Prayers could be addressed to him. The saint in China was the one who could intercede between mortals and some one of these great courts of justice or injustice that govern the invisible universe. The saint was unworldly, absolutely pure, without self-interest of any kind. He had renounced even immortality. He didn't ask for it. And because he had renounced both life and death, he entered living into the state of eternity. He was really approaching the Buddhist concept of nirvana. He was in this great experience of total selflessness. There was no longer a desire to live or to die. There was simply this inevitable urge, an irresistible pressure to be of service to mankind. And this, of course, was very largely shaped from Buddhism. But these three together represented a kind of ascending order of human regenerated persons. But we know there's another factor that arises in this that parallels to some measure Tibetan philosophy. That is that from all of these legends there comes the brief suspicion that gains ground, however, that in some way these stories are ritualistic. Just as there is much evidence, for example, that the Apocalypse of John was originally used as a ritual of initiation into the early Christian mysteries, so it would seem that these Chinese legends, particularly those of the three immortals, the three levels of immortals, ties into secret societies and esoteric orders in China. And we are not surprised, therefore, to find the three levels of the immortals in the Hung Association, or the secret Freemasonry of China. We are not surprised to see the candidate advance from one degree to the next, until finally he attained to sainthood. Ritualistically and symbolically, his advance represented the unfoldment of his own internal life. So out of the mingling of these three religions, Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, there finally did come an integrated concept of human growth. A human growth dependent upon the understanding of universal laws and man's personal obedience to these laws. So now we can get a little kind of look at the Chinese universe. The Chinese universe was brought into existence as a result of the mingling of two principles, the yang and the yin. These principles were in the form of air. And from the union of these two airs whirling together, there came into existence the mysterious symbol of the yin-yang, the circle that is divided into two comma-like parts. The mingling of these two forces produced the first being, and this first being is perhaps very closely related to Ymir in the Scandinavian rites, the frost giant from whose body the world was fashioned. For from the body of the first Chinese being, the world itself was formed. This being is usually represented in ancient art as a rustic, or a person of the soil, an agriculturist, or something of that nature, dressed in leaves, and sometimes carrying in his hands the symbol of the sun and moon, or of the trigrams, or of the great combinations of the characters associated to Fu-Yi. This being is distinguished from other characters in Chinese mythology by the fact that he is very human in appearance, but has two short, knobby horns on his forehead. Now, this was the being from whose body later all things of the earth were fashioned. And it was out of the disintegration and decomposition of this being that all creatures came forth to begin the population and the covering of the earth's surface with life. There then appeared two beings, a male and female principle, one representing the male part of the I Ching and the other the female. And they are represented as two beings with bodies of serpents and human heads. And one of them carries the architect's square and the other the architect's compass. And because of the fact that these two primordial artificers carried the compass and square, gave also further encouragement to a possible Masonic interpretation of the symbolism. In any event, these two beings, brother and sister, both with their bodies ending in serpents, brought forth the organized architectural concept of the world, placed it upon its foundations, and set it up very much according to the Hindu theory. The world was divided into continents. It was formed into great circles, in the midst of which rose a mountain. And this mountain, which came from the very center of a sort of flat dish-like earth, was the same mural of Kailasa, the great mountains of the religions of India, Tibet, and Chinese Buddhism. This mountain was the axis mountain of the world. And upon the slopes and crests of this mountain was the abode of the gods, particularly the superior beings. Now, the Chinese do not have quite the concept, as we've suggested, of superior beings that we understand in our way of thinking. For the abstract and eternal being, they were perhaps a little inclined to the concept of Tao, the nameless, the thing that could not be described, the spirit that could not be measured, could not be symbolized, could not be revealed by any definition possible to man. But this particular abstract deity was represented by a hierarchy of mandarins, counselors, chancellors, and high officials, all of whom had something to do with the general management of creation. Now, if we see this now, we see the whole thing lying in China itself. China was called the Middle Kingdom. Therefore, the mountain of the gods rose from the center of China. Around it were the provinces, all of the departments and divisions of the Chinese state. And in the universe, these departments, which were merely the amplification of the provinces of China, were assigned to certain deities, so that each province had its guiding spirit, and each community had its ancestral godling or some hero associated with it. around and on the sides of this great mountain that seemed to rise were the abodes of the immortals. And also the Chinese recognized 5 sacred mountains. These 5 sacred mountains being sacred to the 5 elements, and also to the division that the Chinese made of the world, which was the 4 corners in the center. These mountains were all ruled over by deities, and there was a very important god assigned to the great peaks of each of these mountain ranges. And in the highlands of these mountains, up above the clouds, where you could no longer see the world below, were the homes of spirits. The Chinese apparently had a tendency to assign to their demigods some kind of remote earthly habitation. This is a little like the Greeks, who chose Mount Olympus for the great judgment hall of their deities. The Chinese did the same thing. Their divinities did not really simply float in the air. They were not totally invisible in the sense that they had no corporeal consideration. They lived some way in the mountains. They had remote places of dwelling. You have the same thing in India, where the rishis and the great immortal mortals, even Shiva himself, may have a habitation among the mighty peaks of Himalaya. In the distant mountains, which seem to be enough of a symbol to divide the normal conditions from the mysteries of religion, were therefore an accumulation of immortals. Not just a group of 8 with which we are more or less generally familiar, but countless sages, countless wonderful beings, all living in strange places. At one time, one of the great centers was believed to be the Diamond Mountains of Korea. Then there was another great center, more mythological and mysterious, the Jade Mountains, where the highest of the immortals dwelt together in endless bliss. So what the immortals did while they were at home is not quite clear to everyone, but they did have various tasks. They were concerned with the maintenance of forms of life. Some of these immortals are similar in their activities to the nature spirits of medieval Europe, or to the various nymphs and gnomes and deities of the Greeks and Latins and early Goths. All of these immortals were in some way doing something. One immortal was the one who made the flowers to grow. Another immortal was the one that made the trees to bear their fruit. So without an immortal hovering around, very little worldly accomplishment was possible. There were immortals that whispered into the ears of poets. There were immortals who comforted sick children. There were immortals that walked with the blind so that they would not stumble. There was some god, godling, or saint for every problem that you could possibly imagine. So that the people had a kind of a friendly feeling for these divinities, but as I say, do not seem to have taken them too seriously in common daily worship. The land of the immortals was a very beautiful place, and it was far above any mysterious purgatorial realms below. And according to the Chinese, you really had to be pretty bad not to find some place among the immortals. If your own generation did not honor you, one of your descendants would discover some secret virtue, and you would be elevated to this noble estate. The Chinese did also have records or evidence of re-embodiment. They apparently believed in reincarnation. Not quite in the same way that the Buddhists did, but after Buddhism came in, they accepted it. And most Buddhists and Taoists and many Confucianists today do accept reincarnation. The religion sort of amalgamated, and the 3 formed the one religion that has descended into modern China. So in the midst of all the world, there was a great mountain that went up almost to the sky. It was so great and so wonderful that human beings could hardly imagine its splendor. Its hallways were of jade. All of the floors were of alabaster. And the roofs and tiles, the ramparts were of lapis. And all the railings and all the ponds were of gold. And at the bottom of each pool the sand was gold and silver, and the flowers all blossomed with diamonds and rubies. It was really an extraordinary place. It was a wonderful world that could have been taken out of the Arabian Nights entertainment. Now, occasionally, mortals, even in this world, were permitted to go to this great palace, the great place on the top of the mountain. And if you want to know how big this palace really was, you must realize that it was 330 miles in circumference, with its ramparts of the most precious metals, and the trees that grew there, that grew leaves of gold and silver themselves, and the little buds that burst open were pearls. Yet all these things were due to the wonderful magic and sorcery of these wonderful magicians, these wonderful spirit gods, wonder workers that form this part of the Chinese mythology. So under certain conditions, as we say, a person in the material world might be permitted to go to see what was going on in this world of wonder. And if they were living or born in one of the provinces of China, this great good was to be accorded to them, they might, as they walked along the roads or the pathways to their little homes, suddenly see in the way a tiger standing. Now, this would be a rather frightening experience, but the tiger always spoke very civilly. And the tiger reminded them that he was not really a tiger at all, but that he was the spirit who carried people from the earth to paradise. But as long as they rode on his back, they were perfectly safe. And he invited this selected individual, who, by the way, had been passed and approved by the Lord High Secretary on the top of the mountain. This person was then allowed to ride on the tiger, and of course, in 3 bounds, the tiger crossed the surface of the world. He was a really very skillful traveler. And at last they came to the foot of the mountain upon which the palace stood. And here, of course, were the great gods with their heavy swords, their helmets, their wonderful plumed robes hung with feathers, also very grim expressions and extraordinary beards. These guards grumbled and mumbled, but when accompanied by the spirit tiger, the visitor was officially permitted to enter. And as the visitor went on and on and on, up through these great staircases toward the top of the mountain, it was just as though he was entering the palace of the emperor in ancient Peking. Each step as he advanced, chamberlains appeared, mandarins with the different colored buttons on their hats, the 8-colored robes of those who were the servants of heaven. Little by little he ascended, passing through these wonderful screens of mother of pearl, going over all these doorways and thresholds with floors made of the most precious marbles, the most precious stones, with lights of opals and things of this nature. Very festive. Until finally, coming to the great jade staircase, the visitor was allowed to enter into the abode of the great immortals. Now, here in the abode of the great immortals, you might meet almost anyone that was important in the great history of Chinese life, culture, and achievement. And according to some legends, you will find Jesus there, waiting in his study, regarding the deportment of heaven as he had guarded the virtues of the earth. You might find also old Lao-Tzu, but he'd be probably on the opposite side of the palace because he and Confucius never did get along too well. And little things like death do not change such matters. Buddha probably would not be there because he would naturally be assumed to go back to the land of his own origin. But great Chinese Buddhist saints would be there, as old Daruma, mumbling and grumbling in his beard. But the great saints of the Huiyang or the great school of the void would be there. The Chinese scholars, all of the people who were doing good and doing services to mankind. And you would go still further, perhaps, because you were invited to this special occasion. And you would finally come into the audience chamber of the Queen of Heaven. And this is interesting also because while in the Chinese mythology there was also a King of Heaven, you very seldom hear anything about him. The system was evidently derived from a very ancient matriarchal period in Chinese culture. The King of Heaven was formed of the breath of the eastern air, and he was supposed to be a very wonderful God and guide to all virtue and good things. He was the master of the I Ching, the classical changes. He was the one who in some striving way, in some deep, mysterious manner, managed to maintain the equilibrium of the universe. But this process apparently was so arduous that he seldom took part in social activities. The Queen of Heaven, however, was rather a different type. She was supposed to have been the most beautiful mortal who was ever created, because she was mortal originally, and she was fashioned from the breath of the western heaven. And she was completely virtuous, completely beautiful, completely pure in every way. And she was also strangely referred to in symbolism as the mother of the tortoise. She was the mother of the golden symbol of eternal life. In her full robes, dignities, and honors, she was usually attended by the phoenix bird, as the symbol also of everlastingness. And if you were by some reason or purpose allowed to enter into her presence and make your necessary and proper obeisances to this divine throne, you would find her enthroned upon the throne of the golden phoenix, surrounded by jewels and curtains of silk formed from the very mist of heaven itself. You would see in a vast throne room more magnificent than anything on earth, because if the Chinese liked one thing more than another, it was magnificence. And because most of them hardly had a square meal on earth, magnificence was of great spiritual significance to them. Now, if you were called on to visit this queen upon this day, you might perhaps arrive on the day of her birth, her birthday. Now, unlike ordinary mortals, the Queen of Heaven, or the Queen of the sacred and celestial city, had a birthday only once every 3,000 years. So you had to go to catch that particular day if you expected to be present. On the calendar up there, the symbol of it all, was measured by the blooming of the peach tree of immortality. This tree had new buds every 3,000 years, and this was a very important occasion and constituted one of the Queen's birthdays. After 3,000 years of maturing from the bud, the fruit became ripe, and that was the next occasion of great rejoicing, because this fruit of the peach of everlastingness was the symbol of the continuing life of all things. And when this time came for the feast of the Queen's birthday, all of the genii, all of the immortals, all of the mysterious sages and saints of the Diamond Mountains and of the Jade Stone Peaks, all that belonged to the wise all over the world came there. When China finally discovered there was something outside of China, that there were other countries, the mythology graciously extended to all countries, for it was assumed that in every land there were immortals, that every civilization produced its saints and heroes and sages. And on the great 3,000-year occasion of the birthday of the Queen of Heaven, all of these wise men from everywhere assembled to take place in what one missionary writer said with his tongue in his cheek was the Chinese equivalent of the Eucharist. It was a great ecumenical council in which the wise from everywhere came to share together the fruit of the peach of everlastingness. And there were great processions and great ceremonies. And the Queen of Heaven with all her retinues, and with all her nobles and all her assistants and associates, took part in the great banquet. And there were great tables spread out, of the palace, and musicians were called, and sacred dances to perform the ceremonial rites. And all the princes and heroes of the earth who were gathered there were glad to be servants on this great occasion. And so the legends go on of all the magnificence that marked this mysterious journey of a mortal to be present at the feast of the Queen of the Universe. And we'll think this over a little bit and see what we can make out of it, and we may find some rather interesting things. There seems to be no doubt whatever that this legend passed through a number of changes in the descent of things. We know that this Queen of Heaven was made of the air of the West, the winds and vapors that arose in the western corner of the world. And there is a certain mysterious hint here, a certain similarity that we cannot entirely ignore between this whole story and the mysterious account of the western paradise of Amitabha Buddha. And it looks as though this was the Chinese version of it. Furthermore, the Queen of Heaven actually comes very close to the Buddhist Kuan Yin. By the time this Bodhisattva, who was male in India and Tibet, and is also sometimes represented as male in Japan, in China became almost completely female. So that the goddess Kuan Yin became, in a sense, the representative and the agent, in fact, was the direct descent of the Amida Buddha. For the Amida Buddha was the father of Kuan Yin. So the elusive, mysterious, and invisible king of this region might well be the Amida Buddha. And the visible, glorious Queen of Heaven, bestowing immortality as she bestowed mercy, could also very likely tie into the concept of Kuan Yin, or the goddess of mercy. And in the western paradise you have almost the same story, the jewel trees, and the diamond sands, the magnificent buildings, the great temples and shrines, all of the feasting, all of the pools of lotus flowers, everything that you also find in the Chinese account. So what we are probably thinking of is the western paradise of Amitabha. And in this western paradise also there grew a tree of mysterious benefits to the nations. The tree that was for the healing of the nations, as we find in the book of Revelation. And this tree that bore all manner of fruit seems to have some relation to this peach tree of eternal life. So what appears to be the meaning behind it all is that there is a universe, we might say, of the quality of Kunmen or Kuan Yin, the universe of eternal compassion. And that the individual who is regarded as worthy to be present in this strange ecumenical congress held on the top of the mountain, the person worthy to be present journeys into the realms of infinite compassion, infinite beauty, infinite wonder, departing from all worldliness and all contamination and all material things. For all these treasures are, of course, invisible. They are spiritual treasures, which are stored up in heaven alone. So the attitude has been to make the treasures of heaven more glorious than anything that could be upon earth. And those who have merited or earned these various good things are supposed to be permitted to feast together in the sacrament of the renewal of their spiritual insight. I think we also have to try to find a little more of the story of the Buddhist principles here. Actually, in the Lotus of the Good Law Sutra, the Buddha himself creates a spectacle out of his own mind that is very close in its absolute grandeur to the concept of the paradise or the marvelous palace of the Queen of the West. This Buddhistic fable causes all the universe to gather around this great mountain upon which the Master is seated on his lotus throne. And the coming of the universe is a spectacle beyond comparison or thought, inasmuch as the beings of 10,000 times 10 million worlds are there. From space, from every direction of the cosmos, from the most remote star, from that which lies beyond all visibility, from times past and for times to come, all beings gather at this great occasion to receive the particular benediction or blessing of the true doctrine. From the Chinese point of view, I think that we have to accept that the peach of immortality, like Jason's golden fleece hanging upon a tree, and many other similar symbols, that the peach of immortality is the Chinese symbol of absolute truth, of universal wisdom, of that which bestows beyond all doubt and beyond all question the continuance forever of consciousness. The peach, therefore, is more than an alchemical symbolism. It is the symbol, actually, of utter reality itself. It is the symbol of perfection, of the perfect unfoldment of consciousness. Therefore, this peach must naturally and inevitably grow in the human heart. And the marvelous palace and everything that has to do with the ceremony seems to be ritualistic. The queen with her peach tree also appears in the rituals of the Hung Association, indicating that it was intended to be a ritualistic drama. The entire experience, therefore, is the result of merit, of a strange mingling and gathering of things. The Chinese had a little different concept of what constituted merit. They were not quite as severe or as simple in their thinking as the Buddhists of Japan or Korea. To them, merit involved all of the great achievements. It involved not only the dignity and honors and integrities of Confucius, but also the metaphysical insight of Lao Tzu and the eternal patient acceptance of karma, which we find in the doctrine of Buddha. All these things had to be combined in the creation of the Chinese immortal. But as a result of his achieving these things, he attained to the Chinese concept of immortality. The Chinese did not have the idea of the individual disappearing into some kind of a nirvana. This concept did not come to them until after the arrival of Buddhism. Prior to that time, their heaven was more like the heavens of some of the older European nations. It was a place of eternal joy, a place of everlasting happiness. And the symbolism is not too awkward if you begin to try to understand also the Western equivalent of it. In the West, we have always thought of heaven as the place of the rewards of the righteous. Today, if you ask 100 persons who are believers in modern Christian religion just what kind of a heaven they expect to find if they make it, there is going to be some difference of opinion here. Some are going to feel that heaven would not be heaven unless it was a place of happiness, unless the individual was reunited with his loved ones, unless it was the end of pain and sorrow. But very few Orthodox people would think of heaven as the end of themselves. They would consider it a place of eternal reward for a minimum of good accomplished by them in this present world. The Chinese follow this very closely. The Buddhists came in and interpreted it for them. The Buddhists came in and explained to them, and the Chinese accepted it also. Because, again, it played back into the three religions. These religions mingled back and forth, each supporting the other in a very strange and sometimes very wonderful way. The Buddha said, yes, this marvelous symbolism of the Queen of Heaven and her wonderful palace is surely only a mental phenomenon. Actually, you don't really believe that there is such a place. It isn't necessary that you believe it that way. Or if you do believe it that way, then it exists only because of your believing. And it is quite conceivable that if all your life you have believed in this kind of a glorious heaven world with jade and opals and wonderful birds singing and flowers and all these ritualistic things, if you believe this and die with this in your consciousness, you will certainly experience it, just as the pressures of the day may result in symbolic dreams. All of the problems of your life while you're here result in a kind of symbolic dreaming after you leave here. And by this symbolic dreaming, you may very well seem to live in this glorious palace with the Queen of the West. But this cannot be a truly real thing. It represents a strange symbolism bearing upon the good results of works. It is merit. It is the fact that you are entitled to a blessed experience, whereas another person who has lived badly is entitled only to an experience of punishment of some kind. But the blessedness and the punishment both are within the individual. They are the symbols of his own doings and of his own rewards, his merits and his demerits. So it would not be right to assume that these are places, but rather that they are conditions of consciousness. Now, to the sage, the Chinese immortals, all of the heroes and the saints and the Rohan of the Chinese Buddhist belief, all of these beings live in the suburbs or on the mountain sides of this immortal mountain, which is the Simiru. They represent, therefore, various degrees of attainment of this quality. They represent the levels by which man ascends. And the place where these different beings dwell represents the level of attainment they have reached. There are those on the lowest level who may be called the immortals. And if we study the immortal very carefully, we realize that all he is really interested in is the extension of his physical life or the survival of his consciousness after death. He merely wants to survive. And in order to survive, he has gained his magical arts and has practiced all of these austerities and severities and has sought himself for the mysterious elixir that is made from cinnabar, the medicine of long life. But what he is trying to do is simply to perpetuate his own consciousness. And to the Buddhists, this would actually be magic, because magic would be nothing but holding attitudes within yourself by which you perpetuate the existence of yourself. that instead of releasing your consciousness into universality, you are caught with the ego complex, the idea that you must remain you. And to this the Buddhist shakes his head. How can this be true? For you were not you before you came here. You can't remember where you came from, and it is not important to you. Why is it, therefore, so important that you should remember where you go? Is it not more important that there be certain developments of consciousness rather than this link to the perpetuation of the immortal self by magic, which was the action of the immortal? Above the immortal was the hero. And the hero was the one who gained by sacrifice, whose spiritual achievement was not due to some voluntary struggle after immortality, but was due to absolute dedication of life to the service of need. There was no selfishness left in the hero. What do we really have here? We have in the immortals the old arhats of Southern Buddhism, the ones who had only one purpose, and that was to achieve salvation for themselves. We have in the heroes the new order of beings, the arhats of the Northern Buddhism, who were no longer concerned with themselves, but sought to attain eternal life through total self-forgetfulness. And in this way, by dedication to the common needs of others, to find that they sometime would be able to work forever because the need is forever, not because they desire to live forever. The individual must live until the job is done. If that job is human regeneration, must live forever to do it, but without thought of this matter. The third order, therefore, also representing the saints, is again a reference to the completely purified beings. The saints of Northern Buddhism would be the Bodhisattvas, the emancipated ones, those who had already attained the great enlightenment. And the saints would be the peculiar ministers and servants of the Queen of Heaven, or the mysterious power represented by the guardian of the phoenix. So here we would have an ascending order of human achievement, of man seeking good, of the individual growing through levels of consciousness to reach finally the Western paradise of Amitabha. This Western paradise being the place of endless peace and joy, the place of complete and utter reward. This abode was copied from the mysterious palace of Indra in Indian mythology. Indra being a kind of god of the world and of the air. This deity represented the ruler of the temporal state of things, and therefore his palace was the best and noblest part of creation. It could not go beyond creation itself into the uncreate. It was the terrestrial paradiso of Dante. It was the paradise of the Christian as distinguished from heaven. And the paradise being the place of the reward of virtue. In Buddhism, paradise is a state of consciousness, just exactly as the temple and the palace of the queen were states of consciousness. Paradise is the state of complete inner serenity. It is the state internally of complete and perfect faith in the reality of things. It is life without doubt, life without fear, without danger of contamination, life in which the individual is so completely established in the laws of things that the fulfillment of virtue is no difficulty. That is the natural and graciousness of its own quality manifesting in living. The person then, the symbol of the Arhat in paradise, simply means the bliss of complete enlightenment, the bliss of the full resurrection of the person from the darkness and death of his own doubts, the complete internal acceptance of the law. In the paradise, there is no longer any conflict between the universal plan and the individual. And as a result of this, he experiences the universe as eternally benevolent. As long as he never crosses the universe, never goes against it, he will never suffer from it. There's a little fable in Buddhism bearing on this that is rather interesting, in which the Buddha was accused of being a controversialist, that he was accused of attacking the opinions of other people. And he gives the little story very simply. He said, if you show me an object and ask me the color of it, and that object is white, I will tell you it is white. But to the man who is ignorant, that thing which is white may appear to be black. And if I tell him that the thing that he thinks is black is truly white, then he will claim that I am arguing with him. He will not accept, but he will not be able to realize that I have properly named it. Therefore, he will regard the Buddha as a controversialist. This is the same type of thing that is carried in the Chinese thought. We have here the universe of jade and lapis, of jewels and of wonders. This is just the universe as it is. This palace of the Queen of the West is creation, as it truly is, in the midst of which grows the mystery of the tree of life, the same as in the story of Eden. This palace is the universe experienced by the just man. To the materialist, the universe is just space and stars. To the evil man, the universe is simply pain. To the ignorant man, the universe is simply mystery. But to the purely and truly enlightened man, the universe is infinite beauty, infinite truth, infinite wisdom, and infinite love. And this wonderful universe, as it really is, to be experienced only by the individual who is capable of inwardly perceiving and knowing this universe. This is the marvelous palace of the Queen of Heaven. It is the world we do not know, because in our own consciousness we are not capable of experiencing it. In order that we may have this experience, we must be carried there by the peculiar and wonderful messenger of the deities, which in China is usually represented as a tiger. Not because the tiger is particularly sacred to the Chinese people, it is the symbol of heroism, but because in the mystery rituals the tiger has another meaning. The tiger belongs to the cat family, and the feline is the kind, or is the tribe that sees in the dark. It is able to see through and in the darkness. Therefore it is the animal that was assumed to be able to find its way back again to the realm of reality after it had been sent out of that realm into worldliness. To come down into worldliness, to pick up a passenger, so to say, the tiger had to know how to find its way back. And the symbol of the tiger was the all-seeing eye in darkness and absolute courage against obstacles. These were the two powers that enabled this symbolic being to find its way home. And in returning home, to carry with it the destined person. Now, the destined person is the one whom the great recorders and the Lord High Secretaries and the Lord High Chamberlains and the Lord High Administrators have discovered from the Book of Fates to be ready to receive enlightenment. Therefore, in a sense, all these judges, all this vast paraphernalia of the Queen of Heaven simply represents the laws of karma. And if we see this, then some of these rather grotesque and unpleasant augustnesses suddenly become understandable to us. They represent the interesting, remarkable, and intricate patterning of karma. They are, in a way, the destiny keepers of everything. The God who lives under the hearthstone, the God who lives in the kitchen, the God who hides behind the door, the God of the street, of the plagues, the God of insects and beasts and of birds, the gods of the living and of the dead, are all the ones who administer the fates of things. And these fates are karma. Consequently, every man's karma has an appearance. And most people find their karma a little on the grotesque side when they try to live with it. They find it difficult and terrible. But when the time comes and the great Lord of accountants and assessors have decided that a soul wandering in the lower world has, by the great edicts, by the great books, by the way of heaven, is entitled to be received into the abode of the enlightened, we have nothing more or less than a statement that karma has brought to the individual illumination. It has brought this person to the point where the lords of justice, the great judges, the administrators, may say fully and honestly, this soul deserves this. So the laws become these administrators, and they send their messenger to bring the soul to the feast of the Queen of the West. This is exactly the same legend we have in the troubadours and in the alchemists. The Queen of Heaven is the blessed Damoiselle that we find in the poems of Dante Gabriel Rossetti. But the entire symbolism is the same, because it represents in every instance the Queen of the laws of existence, the great powers which administer the karmic responsibilities of life. So having received the invitation to enter into this magic garden of consciousness, karma having moved the individual to a state of enlightenment within himself, he experiences the unfolding of his own inner universe, and by the parallel suddenly perceives the magnificent unfolding of the larger universe around him. He discovers that his own eyes being opened, that he can see this mountain that rises in the middle of the earth, that he can see the great palace upon its summit, not because these things have a physical reality or a literal reality, but because they become symbols of the great qualities that sustain existence. The discovery of the great palace of the sovereigns of the world simply means that man has discovered the universe to be the house of a living God. The universe itself is the great palace. Its roof, its walls of jewels and gems, and its magnificent canopy of stars and shining lights. But to the person who is not so enlightened, this universe is a dull and tragic place. So it is according to the initiation ritual that the candidate, advancing by 3 degrees, is finally brought into the presence of the Queen of Heaven, who in this case is the goddess Isis, the mysterious mother of mysteries, the wonderful symbol of truth as forever bearing the saviors of the world, of eternal light, ever fruitful of good, and the eternal benevolent fruitfulness of existence on the basis that the universe is the temple that is forever bearing fruit, forever causing to come forth life. And the mystery of wisdom, the sanctuary, the temple, the inner soul of man, guards very cautiously and wisely the peach of everlastingness. We can take the symbolism And by it we can do something that has not generally been possible in Chinese mythology. If you break down into these patterns, you can then become aware, at least in part, of a system. A system the Chinese probably do not know very much about themselves. A system that has never been translated into English. A system that has only been ridiculed by missionaries. Simply because you must really know it in order to find it. You must recognize the inevitability of it before you can discover it. It has to be this way, however, factually. If it had not been this way, Buddhism would have changed this pattern at an early date. It had to be that the blending or the partnership between Taoism and Buddhism meant that the mysterious alchemical mystery world of Taoism, with all its palaces and its marvelous jeweled temples, had to be paralleled with and made identical with the Western paradise of Amitabha. It was then possible for these two to be interchangeable values, for the Taoist to be a Buddhist and the Buddhist to be a Taoist without conflict, because they were both then talking of the same thing, the mysterious palace of eternal light, which is experienced by man in his own soul and then discovered by him throughout the universe. By this parallel and this partnership, we can justify a reunion between the old Indian philosophy that Lao Tzu contacted and the return of Indian thought to China through Buddhism nearly 500 years later. Here we make a pattern, and in the presence of this pattern, Confucianism stands at one side like one of the High Lord counselors, and Confucianism has its little part also, because when the books are balanced, when the judges have produced their records, when all has been weighed, when in solemn conference the counselors have come to verdict, this verdict is based upon the absolute integrity of the evolving being to whom these decisions apply. Therefore, Confucianism cannot depart from the idea that it is the person who lives according to the laws of the superior being, dedicated, honorable, unquestioned in integrity, preserving all the rights and statutes. This person is the type of person to whom these other experiences can happen. So Buddhism accepted the moral code of Confucius and made it a requisite for the attainment of the Western paradise. Altogether, it fitted into one pattern. But this pattern cannot be explained unless the gods of China are the great principles of universal existence, and that the orders of secondary gods, the guardians, the tutelaries, the family gods, and all these represent the administrations of universal law, especially karma. That the so-called worship of ancestors, which was also carried into Japan under Buddhism, signifies man's recognition that the ancestral pattern in himself is the basis of a high standard of integrity if he will live it, and that the ancestral souls moving in and out of life fulfill the law of rebirth. Altogether, we can make a good picture out of it. And while it is hard now, we know that the Buddhist scholars in the 1st century A.D. were much closer to the pattern. They knew the Chinese language, which they mastered, and were able to translate their own scriptures into Chinese. Among the Chinese, a number of great teachers, both Taoistic and Buddhistic, arose to bind these patterns together. And we have to realize that the Western paradise became the symbol of the universe seen through the eyes of the illumined person. Therefore, there is the proper spectacle of the great wonder of the universal law, the great plan, the radiant assembly of sages. And consequently, it becomes something for us all to aspire to, inasmuch as if illumination comes, the universe will change in its appearance from matter to magic, from magic to sublimity, until finally it is completely possessed or ensouled by the magnificent purpose for which it exists. When we have all these experiences, then in a strange way we experience our place as an immortal in an immortal plan. And we think this through. I think we get a little something out of the Chinese mythology, which, as we said, is a very difficult subject. Well, thank you very kindly. The subject for this evening is rather more interesting, perhaps, than the title would indicate. And it requires a kind of orientation which I believe will contribute to our knowledge on a number of religious subjects. The story of the Golden Legend and its author, Jacob Ivorgyan, belongs to the 13th century of the Christian era. The work and the man were strongly emphasized and influenced by the psychology of the time. The European culture was passing through what we now call the medieval period, a long and difficult time, distinguished rather for its reactionary tendencies than for any contribution to progress. The medieval European was a person of extremely limited education and an almost completely provincial attitude. His life was circumscribed by old patterns and beliefs and folklore to a degree that it is difficult for us to appreciate. The church could not be different from its own time. Its clerics were drawn from the available material of the day. And even those who ascended to relatively high position in the ecclesiastical structure were men of very limited education and, in many instances, ability. We cannot, therefore, expect a great mature philosophical work to rise from such conditions. We cannot even expect an outstanding literary production. We must recognize that the 13th century European depended almost entirely upon folklore for his moral instruction, for his ethical concepts of life, and for the fulfillment of his hungers for knowledge. Folklore at that time was derived from a number of different sources. Some European, some Near Eastern, and others North African. There was no clear effort to distinguish between the sources of material. They were heaped together. We have a few evidences of what might be termed the learned thinking of that time. And to our eyes, to our comprehension, the scene was most distressing. Yet we cannot say that there was not sincerity or dedication or a great longing to discover a better way of life or to attain a deeper understanding of the mysteries of religion. At that time in Europe, there was only one church. There were splinters in smaller areas, but the burden of Christianity rested with the development of the Catholic Church. And within this church were produced men who were to add greatly to the luster not only of their faith, but of the arts, and to the great contributions that they made, we give natural homage. The story of the Golden Legend is essentially a martyrology. It was a kind of saint's calendar, and under each day of the year was a suitable sanctified name. It is obvious that Jacobus, who was a citizen of Genoa, was not too solid in his history. But in all fairness, we should point out that he admitted it. He tells us in his book when he is confused, and that is quite frequently, that he tried definitely to create an inspiring work that would contribute to the well-being of the faithful. As a result of his teachings and preachings, he was elected Archbishop of Genoa by the congregation, not by a political move, but by the natural fondness that the people held for him. After his death, he was beatified, but never canonized. But the Dominican order has special rights to venerate him and to accord him many of the dignities of a saint. The martyrology, or the Golden Legend, deals with saints. And the more we study this work, the more we recognize that the tradition preserved in hagiology is far more interesting and perhaps more stimulating than the average person believes. We think of a saint simply as a very good person within the orthodoxy of his church who has been elevated to sanctification by an elaborate ecclesiastical process. This was not actually true in old times. The primary qualifications for sanctification in the beginning were martyrdom and miracles. The distinguished and pious person who died for his religion was held to have a peculiar estate, superior to that of even the ordinary devout person. If, for one reason or another, the saint escaped martyrdom, then the proof of his sanctification lay in miracles. These miracles might be performed during his lifetime, or they might be recorded after his death. The more common process was that miracles should occur at his tomb, so that persons with various troubles, praying to his honored name, might find extraordinary relief from their miseries. These two general forms have still survived. And it is rather interesting to note that the Golden Legend, which is really a calendar of saints, was sufficiently popular in its own time to be perpetuated by nearly 500 manuscript copies. Of course, all this occurred before the beginning of printing. But so large a number testified to the great demand for the work. After the invention of printing, it passed through 150 editions, most of them comparatively early, however. An interest in the work began to decline with the Renaissance. At that time, humanism began to sweep the world, and men's attention was turned from matters of ancient religion to the pressing concerns of modern reformation. The various versions of the Golden Legend, however, continue to appear, and a recent English translation was published in 1941 under the imprimatur of Francis Cardinal Spellman, which would indicate that the subject has not entirely lost modern interest, at least within the body of the church. I think that the first thing we learn from the Golden Legend is something about the personalities, natures, and qualifications of the early saint martyrs. The more we study this description, and a number of writers have remarked this point, which is not at all original with me, the more we realize that the saint really emerges as a transcendentalist. He is a magician. He is a sage. He was a seer. He worked miracles. He could transport himself invisibly from one place to another. He was able to appear in countless forms and to extend his ministry over inconceivable periods of time. When we are all finished with the general pattern, we see that there is a startling similarity between the saints of early Christendom and the wonder workers, magicians, yogis, and the arhats of Oriental religion. The saint, in many instances, was almost a complete parallel for the Buddhist arhat. He renounced the world. This he held in common with most religious groups. He practiced austerities. He gave up all physical honors and comforts. He sought only one thing, the grace of God. He proved his dedication by selfless service to others. And his miracles were nearly always performed for the benefit of the oppressed or the poor or the downtrodden. He held all the strange and wonderful powers that we associate with the Oriental Mahatma. Many of the sanctified persons were as eccentric and strange and difficult to comprehend as the old arhats of Zen. And I imagine, had we any kind of likenesses of them, they would indeed be equally a motley group of rich and poor, wise and simple, who had by one manner of effort or another had achieved that end which all well-disposed persons desire. That was the enrichment and fulfillment of eternal and internal resources. Now, it is interesting to trace something of the beginning of the story of the saints, not as individuals, but as a type, which in one form or another has appeared in so many parts of the world. Where did the Christian idea of canonization come from? It did not come from the Old Testament. It was not a common policy of the Orthodox Jews of that time. We find no real trace of it in Greek culture, nor does it show, formally speaking, in any phase of Roman belief. We say, formally speaking, because there is one parallel that may be worth noting, and that was the process of the deification of Roman emperors. A Roman emperor, however, when he was deified, might have his likeness raised as a monument in the city, and he would receive popular veneration and adulation. Some emperors were deified during their lifetimes, and so were some of the Macedonian kings of Greece. But in these instances, deification was largely based upon some heroic incident. These emperors were not deified because they were good. They were deified because they were powerful. They were recognized as examples of the prevailing psychological standard of the time, where strength and, if necessary, cruelty, these were condoned and applauded if they led to ultimate victory. If they advanced the destiny of the state, all personal considerations were ignored. Thus, the deification of the emperors, either of the Latin or the North African cultures, really does not cover our point, but it has a bearing on it, as we hope to demonstrate. The saint, as far as we can understand him, certainly appears to be an Oriental importation. The type of person that was venerated and canonized by the early church possessed those virtues that were most applauded among Eastern peoples. This does not mean that the good man would not have been regarded as good in his own country. He might have been greatly beloved. He might have been remembered with extraordinary fondness. But our saint is not just this good man. He was good according to the way of his time. And in many instances, he was certainly a spiritual hero. But he was more than this. He was wise. He was skilled. He was learned in many ways, mostly in the ways of mysticism and esotericism. These words, of course, were never used, but his attributes indicated this direction. So we might look a little bit to try and discover how it came about that about the 1st century A.D., this development of the idea of formal canonization, or the bestowing upon the venerated dead certain spiritual powers of intercession with God. To try to understand this a little better, we'll probably have to travel a bit to another part of the world. When Alexander the Great led his conquests into the east, he reached as far as what is now Pakistan. And then the continual dissensions of his armies and the desire of his soldiers to live, to return to their own homes, dissuaded him from further conquest. In what is now Pakistan, there developed a mingling of Greek and Indian culture, East Indian culture. This revealed itself by some, at least semi-permanent, cultural monuments. After Alexander had departed, these naturally fell into decline. There was nothing to maintain the Greek influence in Pakistan. But about the beginning of the Christian era, Pakistan, this area of it, and parts of Afghanistan became the outer boundaries of the Roman Empire. There was a communication between this area and Italy. Merchants traveled. Artisans lived in Pakistan and perpetuated Roman customs, Roman arts. The peculiar mingling, therefore, of an Eastern tradition moving definitely westward and a Western culture moving relentlessly eastward resulted in a very interesting composite culture which has come to be known as Gandhara. Gandhara was a province or country of no great political importance, part of which is now in Pakistan and part in Afghanistan. From the 1st to the 5th century, the Gandhara enjoyed an extraordinary flowering of art, particularly sculpturing and modeling. Gandhara, during this early period, in the latter part of the 1st and the early part of the 2nd century A.D., also became a great stronghold of Buddhism. And the country was literally covered with monuments of Buddhistic thought, although Buddha himself had never actually journeyed through this region. In the early years of the 2nd century A.D., as far as we can learn today, Gandhara produced the first human likeness of Buddha. Prior to that time, no effort had been made to represent this great Indian teacher as a person. He was represented only by symbols. Among these symbols was the wheel of the law, which has since been seen so often on Asoka's column, which has more recently become the official symbol of the Indian Republic. The second symbol associated with Buddha was the teaching chair, where he would be seated discoursing to his disciples. It was a low, throne-like structure, sometimes supported by lions. The third symbol peculiarly associated with Buddha at this period was the footprint, a device resembling the human foot, but usually larger, the sole of the foot being covered with an intricate pattern of symbolical designs. If it was therefore considered appropriate to represent Buddha, a congregation of the believers might be gathered about the teaching throne. Above the throne would be the chakra or wheel, and below the throne on the ground in front, the footprints. This was all that was used to symbolize the great teacher. But in the rise of the Gandhara art, there gradually appeared the personification of the teacher. Modern archaeologists think of this by saying that here in Gandhara, the likeness of Buddha was first devised. The anthropomorphic process produced the physical embodiment of the unknown appearance. This physical embodiment itself is very interesting to us. The figures are usually standing, wearing a long and beautifully draped toga. The feet are sandaled, as in the type of sandal found in both Greece and Rome. The face is Grecian, very often with a straight nose with a high arch or bridge. The eyebrows are of Greek arch also, and the hair is arranged as in statues of the Apollo Belvedere or the god of the sun. The only actually distinguishing peculiarities which would divide the Gandhara representation of Buddha from almost any other type of classical Greco-Latin sculpturing were the three peculiar symbols associated with Buddha as a person, one being the urna, or the small coil between the eyebrows, represented almost as a caste mark. The second was the usnisha, or the high protruding dome of the head. And the third was the elongated ears. These were about the only differences that could be found. The question arises, how did these peculiar attributes come to be incorporated immediately into the Gandhara likenesses? Probably from the ancient scriptural descriptions found in the sutras. At this time, the Buddha was represented with long, wavy hair, either in a Greek form or perhaps even suggesting the early hairdress of native Indian princes. At the top of the hair was arranged as a chignon, and there was none of the little tight curls that we see today. The figure was graceful, dignified, and when walking with a group of disciples similarly clothed, the Buddha very closely resembles a Greek philosopher or a Roman scholar. The bodily proportions are said to be largely of Roman extraction, belonging to a somewhat depraved art, following the Roman adaptation of the Greek art. So the rather profane and unromantic archaeologist says that the original likeness of Buddha was a composition or composite of an Eastern deity, perhaps Krishna, a Grecian sun god, Helios or Apollo, and a deified Roman emperor. These were the contributing factors according to modern thinking. Whether this can be justified or not is hard to say, but we must realize that up to 100 years ago, Gandhara art was unknown. It was not discovered until that time. Now it is to be found in some of the choicest collections of the world. So, in the Gandhara carvings, Buddha is usually shown with a flat, simple nimbus. There is a halo behind the head. In general Asiatic art, bodhisattvas are also haloed. And in the Chinese and Indic schools of Buddhism, the arhats are haloed. The higher persons of this sublime hierarchy have more elaborate halos, such as the nimbus and the aureole, or the double halo. But with the arhats, it was almost always just a simple disc or circle surrounding the head. Where else is this halo to be found? Possibly in parts of India associated with the deities. Very little evidence of it anywhere in the Near East or in Europe. It would seem, therefore, that the artistic exchange between the Roman Empire and Gandhara may have strongly influenced the selection of the Buddhistic type for the identification of saints. There seems to be really no other way in which we can trace all the elements of the pattern. Now, if it be said that we are extravagant in this, there is one other point that stands out rather in an interesting way. In the Golden Legend, the 27th of November in the saint's calendar is assigned to the Saint Josaphat. A study of the account given in the Golden Legend is very interesting. For while it is highly Christianized, the facts seem to shine through. Once in a very distant region, not quite geographically identified, there was a king And this king had an only son. And when this son was born to him, the wise men came and told the king that his son would either be a ruler of the world or a great teacher of mankind. The king, greatly disturbed at the possibility of his son taking religious orders, therefore built a palace. And here he kept his son away from all the common sights of mankind. Age, sickness, death were never seen by this young prince. He lived in luxury and wealth and joy and happiness. He made a very brilliant marriage to a very beautiful princess, and it seemed that his life was assured. But in this occasion, the saints, the angels, and of course, according to the Golden Legend, Christian teachers, reached this young man and revealed to him the sorrows of the world, how all worldliness was vanity, and why he should devote his life entirely to preaching the true faith. Under the influence of these teachers, the young prince renounced his kingdom, took off his princely robes, put on the costume of a monk, and became a teacher. Many wonderful conversions were made by him. He taught for a very great many years, and when the time came for him to die, he was taken up to heaven by the angels. Now, the sober scholars of the moment are inclined to feel that in some way Buddha himself got into the Christian martyrology. And I think it is only fair to point out that the Catholic Encyclopedia at the present time says that Josaphat is a corruption of Bodhisattva, and that Saint Josaphat was Buddha. Now, this is rather interesting, and some sources far more learned than the Encyclopedia have also come to the same conclusion. There seems to be no reasonable doubt that in some way Buddha attained canonization. If this occurred, there is no reason to doubt some rather definite connection between early Christianity and India. Now, we are not for a moment attempting to say that Christianity is a Hindu religion. Nothing of that nature is intended. What we are inclined to suspect, however, is that the original Christian communities cut off almost totally from the major streams of world progress of their time, most of them in isolated and desolate regions, founded by groups with little or no social standing, and for centuries almost continuously persecuted. But these communities leaned heavily upon folklore for the legends and stories which gradually came to be included in the sacred canon of saints. They derived their heroes from anything that was heroic. And the peculiar similarity between the ritualism and sacerdotalism of Buddhism and Christianity has been a thorn in the flesh of missionaries ever since. A Buddhist country is one of the poorest areas to attempt to develop Christian missions. Not because of the antagonism of the people, but because of the immense similarity of the doctrines. There seems to most Buddhists no particular reason why they should be converted. Their own philosophy is almost identical. Now, if this experience occurred back at the beginning of the Christian era, It might explain a number of legends that even went down as far as the Middle Ages. The legends of the great Christian empire of the East, for example, governed by John the Presbyter. It was believed that from the very earliest times, this great Christian empire had flourished somewhere in Gobi or in the northern Himavad, and that the teaching given to the people there was identical with Christianity. Well, Christian missions were not established that early, even though the Nestorians did reach China at a comparatively early date. So it's very possible that in Asia Minor there was a mingling of traditions and a meeting of minds. United already to Europe by the Silk Road, Asia was sending its silks and brocades to make garments for the Roman empresses. So the far places were not totally unknown. It is very possible that from the figures at Gandhara, and a little later the rise of a more florid art of the same kind throughout northern and particularly northwestern India, might well have provided the concept. For the old Buddhist monk, as represented in these carvings, wore the simple robes that we now associate with the apostles. He was shaven-headed. He carried a staff. He wore a monkish robe, very simple garments, sometimes bound at the waist by a cord, and behind his head was a disc of light. This is almost all that was required. And with the possible exception of the mingling of Eastern thought with the Egyptian tradition at a very early date, there seems to be no other convenient explanation for the rise of a design or pattern that appeared simultaneously in Asia and in Europe. That is the pattern of the holy man. In both areas, holiness led to extraordinary spiritual achievements. The transcendency achieved by the saint became the basis of a new kind of heroic being. Some of the philosophy of this may have been derived from the Greeks, but not the appearance. The Greeks also had their heroes. But again, the heroes were largely men of valor. And deification might come by the individual being picked out of the material world, carried to the heights of Olympus, there to mingle with the gods, and perhaps have his image or likeness translated to the stars. These legends existed. In the Greek initiation rituals, it is known that the hero represented the self-disciplined person, the individual who had transcended his own ignorance and had dedicated himself to the universal good of others. This dedication to the universal good certainly permeates the Golden Legend, although some of the expressions of it are extraordinarily crude. Another interesting possibility arises in the case of the sanctification of St. Catherine of Alexandria. Here again we have almost certainly a pagan borrowing. From the story as found in the Golden Legend, we must be inclined to suspect that St. Catherine is nothing but a Christianizing of Hypatia of Alexandria. The life description given in the Golden Legend clearly states that this, for them, Christian maiden was extremely learned in philosophy and the mathematics, was a great scholar, and was probably the most learned woman of her time. At that time, there was only one woman known in history that corresponded to such a title. And that was the daughter of Theon the mathematician, the head of the Neoplatonic school of Alexandria. She was the close friend of Bishop Synesius, who also had an interesting part to play in the strange mixing and minglings of early Christian and non-Christian traditions. Synesius was appointed bishop after the church had agreed to permit him to keep his wife and live with her. He refused to give her up. But they were in such desperate need of a good bishop in that region that they agreed to his, shall we say, eccentricity. Synesius also required that the church should say clearly at all times that the new bishop was a Christian in the performance of his duties, but that in his heart he would always remain a pagan. This they also agreed to do. They must have been right short-handed in those days. Synesius was a friend of Hypatia and frequently consulted her on important matters of both religion and science. And it is said that through her assistance, he was able to produce advanced forms of water clocks and other means of measuring time. Now, the truth of the matter is, of course, that Hypatia never became a Christian. In fact, she was a pagan martyr who was killed by Christians. Here we have a case that is not too dissimilar, though not entirely parallel, with that of Jeanne d'Arc. In the case of Hypatia, she was dragged through the street by a frantic group of ignorant and bigoted monks. Her body was broken on the rack. She was beaten to death, and then the flesh was scraped from her bones with oyster shells. A little later, she emerges as St. Catherine. Changing of times, changing of thought. The early people undoubtedly had less theology but more humanity. They realized that any person who is willing to die a terrible death for their convictions has something of holiness in them. And they were a little less cautious in selecting their martyrs in those days. The legends of great and good people seem to have strongly influenced the thinking of that time. Now, we remember that the Golden Legend was compiled in the 13th century. Most of the accounts which it contains belong to the first 5 centuries of the Christian era. Therefore, between these events and kindly and well-intentioned Jacobus was an interval of over 700 years. 700 dismal years. Years without adequate history, without any proper alignment of events. Centuries of darkness, of ignorance and illiteracy, of the scatterings of people, when perhaps the only medium for the perpetuation of anything was the old wives' tales. They alone served as the basis of a communication. Now, at the time this was happening, 2 other elements appeared in Christian thinking, both of a very highly supernatural type. Ordinary folks had very little possibility of contemplating the natures of the archangels, but the angel became very important to them. The angel as the minister of deity, as the servant of the Holy Trinity, was not only reminiscent of the Annunciation of Mary, but according to the old tales, angels always appeared in emergency. And somewhere along the way, the idea of the guardian angel came into existence. an idea that has never been officially recognized by the church, but is said to be of the mind of the congregation. Guardian angels were probably borrowed from Egypt, but they passed through a certain transformation, so that space, the invisible part of the world, became more or less the abode of these invisible ministers of the Almighty. Angelic forms appeared on art at a comparatively early date. And of course, the same general idea of angels was common throughout Asia and does occur with some modifications in both Greece and Egypt. Certainly there were spirit messengers who came largely in visions and in dreams. These messengers consoled the needy, promised relief to the desolate, and in one way or another were the invisible servants of the divine good. So the angel also shared honors with the saint as a metaphysical factor in life. Of course, perhaps even more important than the angel or the saint, however, was the prime villain of the time, the devil. And in the Golden Legend, he is really present almost everywhere, always. Of all the concepts that have arisen in man's mind, there is none beyond God himself, to whom as much authority has been given as to the devil. So in the stories of the Golden Legend, there is a certain monotony. For all the various episodes are more or less impelled by satanic intervention. Whenever anything evil was to be done, the devil was always back of it. It was the devil who hardened the hearts of Roman emperors. It was the devil who devised incredible means to torture the sanctified. So if the people of that time, simple folk that they were, had faith in good on the one hand, they had fear of evil very strongly implanted in their consciousness. The devil might appear in almost any guise. He might be a beautiful maiden leading some young swain astray. He might take the form of a beloved bishop and preach false doctrines. He might even appear to be a saint, but always somewhere there was evidence of his cloven hoof. The devil took on all kinds of forms, but always for one purpose only, to lead men away from the truth. Now this devil is likewise comparatively missing in most of the religions that led up to Christianity in the West. There were evil gods, but never did they develop such extraordinary ingenuity as after they had been Christianized. The devil took on every face and likeness, and to the devil was blamed anything which in any way reflected against the honor of the faith. The devil was a combination of some old Jewish elements, though they were not nearly as exaggerated, and other folk beliefs and primitive faiths of people. The general tendency was, in early Christianity, to make devils out of the gods of non-Christian people. This was understandable, perhaps because of the persecutions that the early Christian community suffered. But the real devil, as he appears in the Golden Legend, is far too advanced and sophisticated a character to merely be the result of accidental selection. He was more than the building of a myth. He emerges gradually as a principle so clearly defined that he may very well be termed the adversary. This adversary plagued everyone, plagued the saints, tempted Jesus. This adversary was ever present in the medieval consciousness. It was not uncommon to carve likenesses of devils on the backs of pews to remind people of evil even while they were worshiping. It was assumed that almost all mental disease was demoniac possession, and it was treated largely by exorcism. Anything that was strange or difficult or uncomfortable or unpleasant or disconcerting had an imp behind it somewhere. There was no concept among these people that they might be the devil, that their own conduct, their own attitudes might be the cause of their misfortunes. Everything that was good came from God. Everything that was bad came from the devil. And the only way to escape from evil was through the intercession of saints, or through calling upon the pious to stand as hostage for the delinquent soul. The little fragments of this show up in Egyptian mythology, but we are still dealing with something more organic, something more basic. It's almost certain from the reading of the Golden Legend that the devil is merely another version of the Indian deity Mara, or sometimes referred to as Yama. It was Mara and his host of temptations that sought to disturb Buddha at the time of the Enlightenment. It was Mara who cast the glamour of unreality upon all existence. It was Mara that was responsible for the rise of egoism in man. Thus, Mara became a symbol of mundane conditions, perhaps similar in concept to the idea that Caesar became the emblem of the false god. Caesar being merely the symbol of temporal power, of human ambition, and of the corruption resulting from selfishness. So it seemed quite reasonable that this devil that was everywhere always could only actually represent an attitude toward life that was essentially unreal. Our forebears in those early days did not rationalize this. But there still is abundant evidence that in their psychology, they were at least subjectively aware of this principle. They did not know the answers as we know them to some of these problems. But they were aware that the devil represented a common enemy. And they also realized that the only escape from this enemy was the constant contemplation of spiritual realities. That in the time of all emergency, man must choose between good and evil. Good represented not only by God, but his saints and his angels. Evil by the demon and his minions. And for every saintly quality, there was an infernal counterpart. And just as God ruled in the heavens, so Beelzebub, prince of the dead and of the devils, ruled in the underworld. The underworld had its equivalent of archangels and angels and saints, but they were all infernal, negative, inverted reflections of the spiritual truths. Thus, evil was good perverted. Evil was nothing more than the victory of selfishness over truth, over reality, over the divine plan of things. Men were being constantly tempted to accept false values And these false values were finally summed up in the old virtues which the saints sought to exemplify. To escape from the devil, man had to renounce the world. This was good Hindu philosophy, good Buddhistic philosophy, good Chinese morality. The devil, therefore, became a kind of an embodied adversary. For whichever way man turned and however he tried to do good, evil was ever nigh unto him. Every force that he possessed, every faculty that existed within him, every sensory perception had two faces, a face of good and a face of evil. Use always suggested abuse. Abuse always corrupted use. Power became the basis of persecution and tyranny. Man could never depend upon himself. Whenever he really tried to be good, the temptation to be evil was strengthened in him. His very efforts were his undoing. And he could only turn and beseech heaven to save him from this intangible mechanism that closed in upon him constantly, this misuse of his own natural powers. In the Golden Legend, the devil hardened the hearts of men. It is illusion, it is selfishness, it is arrogance that hardens the hearts of men. When we contradict a man, he becomes angry, not because we are wrong or he is right, but because we have contradicted him, and a flare of hate arises within him. When we come to some conclusion contrary to that of our neighbor resents us. Again, it is selfishness, it is egoism that cannot bear to be corrected. It is a wise person indeed who will permit himself to be challenged without becoming angry. Everywhere in this world, as we live in it today, we can see the relentless process by which everything that we thought would accomplish good has gradually been corrupted. We see every discovery exploited. We see every invention used to hurt rather than to help. We see forever the desperate effort to profit by the labors of others. The instinct to tyrannize, to hold down, to depress. The flaring into hate which we express to anyone and against anyone who seeks to escape from the little prisons we have built for them. Thus, an ancient people, not particularly learned, not able to fully understand these things, could well assume that this adversary was real. It seemed that it operated with extraordinary cunning. It read our minds. It knew our hearts. It frustrated our steps relentlessly. The only thing they did not understand, of course, was the reason why this spirit knew so much, was that this spirit was in us and knew us completely. It represented the negative polarity, the anti-self. It represented the old atavistic being, always striving to drag us back again to our own more primitive state. The devil always operated through temptation. And temptation, of course, is opportunity. And the individual who has an opportunity to profit at the expense of his ethics may very likely grasp that opportunity. Thus it is said that men sold their souls to the devil. And we have the mysterious Faustian complex, in which the individual sacrifices his eternal glory for the sake of the extension of his temporal powers. The Golden Legend gives us this concept and places between the average person and this terrible dilemma the power of his faith, the power of the church militant, with the vision of the church triumphant. Christianity became the power that could frustrate the force of evil. It was a declaration of war against the devil. And the only way this war could be won was by leading men away from materiality. For whether it was in Asia or in the West, there's very little difference in the motivation. It was always the same, the effort to find security, serenity, spiritual strength. In the Christian martyrology, however, all these virtues were bestowed by the grace of God. It was not assumed that the individual could save himself. And this was, of course, the great line of differentiation between Eastern and Western thinking. In the West, man could not win by himself. He could only go a certain way. And even in this part of the journey, he had to receive the continuous support of guardian spirits, of venerated saints. And he had to know in a mysterious way that the very Holy Trinity itself was aware of his emergency. Thus, in the Christian version of this problem, deity also takes on a new likeness. Deity becomes the personification of principles, even as the demon becomes the personification of vice. Both the East and the West was essentially the same, through silence, through humility, through the renunciation of the complexities and temptations which may lure man into evil. It was assumed that no one was actually secure. We might feel that we have achieved a great deal, that our righteousness is enough. But even then, temptation takes on some other complicated form and we succumb. Without the grace of God, or the benediction of a spiritual force descending upon and within man, virtue is impossible to him in Western mysticism. His achievement, therefore, is that he shall become the friend of God, that he shall enjoy the love of God through obedience, through keeping the law, through practicing the virtues. And if in this process of absolute dedication to his God, his adversaries shall afflict him greatly, then his spiritual estate is heightened. He is even more certain of salvation. If he is tortured, then it is obvious to him that he is making the supreme sacrifice for God. That he is rejoicing in pain, because this pain assures his salvation and is the final testimony of his complete sincerity. If in the course of this suffering, martyrdom shall come to him, as it came to all but one of the original apostles, then indeed he has walked in the footsteps of his Savior. Just as the little people of New Mexico in their penitentiary rites feel that if they carry their cross and are flagellated as Christ was flagellated, they share in a mysterious way in the experience of their Lord. They become more capable of knowing him, of realizing his infinite mercy through their own suffering. This attitude was European. It led finally, of course, to the great orders of penitence that arose in Europe, the Misericordia, and other organizations which may be termed brotherhoods of pain, pain being in some way the visible proof of internal, invisible dedication. The stories in the Golden Legend most naturally end in martyrdom. I think in many instances this legend affected the relationships between the Christian and non-Christian peoples of early times adversely. There is no doubt in the world that this endless sequence of martyrdoms was very largely imaginary. Also, the hideous details that were added to make the stories as, shall we say, spiritually stimulating as possible, undoubtedly fashioned from the whole cloth. Instead of merely making the individual honor those who died for truth, it caused a very severe break in Christian psychology. It led undoubtedly to the development of the intolerance which has divided Christianity from other religions for the best part of 15 centuries. It was not the real circumstances that were entirely to blame, but this tremendous dramatization by means of which Christianity was opposed to all the rest of the world. And the rest of the world was really only an embodiment of evil. Even today, the Orthodox churches have a dilemma. Sin distort tolerance. We want to have a broader sympathy with the spiritual convictions of other people. But how can we, if by so doing we are forced to acknowledge that they have spiritual graces without being of our faith? It seems as though we must betray the uniqueness of our own religious revelation in order to be tolerant with any other religious order. The matter seems to have arisen from this tremendous drama of good and evil. The Old Testament built largely upon the fall of Adam. The New Testament became too closely involved in the desperate effort to align the world into two camps, the camp of the redeemed and the camp of the hopelessly lost. This situation could well arise if a group of unsophisticated people began to read the martyrdom of their faith. It would seem that every other nation in the world had existed only to torment the Christian believers. Well, there was persecution. There's no question about that. But in the hagiology, this has been rather grossly overstressed. And it has even continued into modern times, and most of the books that we read and stories that we read today relating to the relations between the Christians and the Romans, so to say, and make villains of the Romans and heroes of the Christians. Well, there was villainy, but not quite as much as has been suggested. There might be also a little villainy both ways, but that is definitely ignored. So out of this golden legend came a series of mixed blessings, we might say. There was certainly a strong statement of incentive. But the incentive was of one kind only, namely that the individual, by living a certain kind of life, would be acceptable in the sight of God, would escape the fires of eternal perdition. For most nations outside of the Christian realm, or outside of the Near East, let us say, also had their ideas about lost souls, or at least punishment after death. This arose at a comparatively early period in man's belief in immortality. But there has never been any group that has had quite as vivid a concept of this as has disturbed the Christian heart and mind. In many instances also, the older beliefs had faded out in other nations while they were still vivid with us. Even today, there are many sects in Christendom that are quite convinced of the reality of hellfire and damnation. They are not as numerous as they used to be, but they still exist. This eternal punishment for lost souls has to also have some other kind of psychological interpretation. The Greeks came probably the nearest to any in solving this problem. Namely, that perdition is simply the state of unenlightenment. An individual inhabiting a vicious nature is suffering the torments of hell. The person whose desires are frustrated, becoming angry, and perhaps so desperately unhappy that he even kill himself, is certainly the victim of a torment within his own nature. The old peoples had no real understanding of how a person could torment himself so completely. So they had to have a little outside help to make things more difficult for him. Actually, the entire concept of damnation was legitimate in its day. People believed it honestly and sincerely. But it again represented a very inadequate interpretation of a belief. It was something that really never satisfied any of the essential requirements. While there is no cosmogony or anthropology in the Golden Legend, it does unfold a kind of universal theme of things. It was the basis of the first great books that were written in Europe concerning the origin of the world and the origin of humanity and of civilization. Like nearly all of these other early works, it was completely Western in its focus. It knew consciously, or at least admitted, to practically no world except the Mediterranean culture. Here, in the Golden Legend, was set up a way of life, an order of life. At the upper apex of this entire problem is the eternal glory of God and the establishment of a great trinity of spiritual powers, the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. These beings are sometimes shown seated upon a rainbow. And at one time in Europe, there was a tendency to represent the Trinity by a three-faced deity. This actually arose in Christianity, and there are images of God as a Holy Trinity with three faces and wearing the tiara. This is, however, this was something that did not, shall we say, catch the public fancy in the West. So examples of it are found only in early cathedrals and very rare out-of-the-way places. But they do exist, and they have been reproduced in literature. This idea of the Trinity perhaps again moved in from Asia, but it was not popular. It never took hold. But we do find mother-headed deities among the Egyptians. In the Greeks, they are nearly always limited to demons or monsters of some kind. Below the Trinity, the Holy Trinity, and the family of the deity was the great arch of heaven, the wall of the firmament, which divided the celestial region from creation below. Sometimes deity is represented holding the world in its hand. Sometimes it carries the orb as the symbol of dominion, and the scepter as the power of rulership over all things that live. The triple papal tiara, of course, represents the rulership of the three worlds, heaven, earth, and hell. Below the power of deity was gathered the assembly of the redeemed. Here were those who were saved according to the symbolism of the book of Revelation. Here were the elders that fell down to adore before the throne. Here were the blessed souls of the martyrs and the heroic dead. Here were the souls of the little children who had been baptized and redeemed. Likewise, in this area were strange creatures from the mythology of every land that we can imagine, as strange and wonderful as in the apocalyptical description. Then there was a wall that divided the heavenly region from the visible world. Only the mystic or the seer could penetrate this wall and ascend finally into the presence of the eternal. Below this was the material world. And the material world, fashioned as it was, according to a strange molding, a strange precipitation, as discussed in ancient Jewish metaphysical books, this was the world that was cast out of glory. The physical world was the fallen world. It was the world of mortality, of ignorance and superstition. It was the world of penalty and testing and trying. It was a world that existed only in order that human beings could make the decision between virtue and vice. It was a world of opportunity to be good and constant temptation to be evil. And when the angel with the flaming sword cast Adam and Eve from the sidereal garden, this angel stood at the gates of the lower world to permit no one to leave, except according to the laws and prescriptions of the faith. So this lower world was really under the power of evil. But in the early times, this power of evil was acknowledged largely for what it was, the prince of materialism. It was the world of visible and physical things, the world in which men struggled in darkness, seeking in one way or another to sustain themselves, to earn their bread by the sweat of their brows. Men fell into this world as punishment. And in this punishing sphere, this lurking shadow of the Prince of Death was ever present. For this world was circumscribed by birth and death. And in this shadow was the power waiting to receive the souls of the dead, as in the Egyptian ritual. These souls were weighed or tested, or their names were sought out in the book of life. If they had lived according to their faith and had lived nobly, they might go to join the blessed souls. If they did not live nobly, upon them all types of terrible punishments were inflicted. And they were assumed to go to everlasting despair. Here, I think, however, we have a little exaggeration over the original intent. I think the Egyptians probably gave the archetypal pattern, namely that those who did not achieve illumination and who did not therefore pass out of this life spiritually mature were simply required to be reborn again into material existence, and this was the symbol of perdition. The Egyptians had a monster called Typhon that devoured the souls of those that did not pass the judgment of the dead. And the souls were carried through the body of Typhon and were reborn in the material world. And This, I think, was the original meaning that got lost, however, in the early centuries when Christianity neglected the doctrine of reincarnation, which it had originally accepted. So the tradition, the world of pain and sorrow, was the world of mortal things, to which souls might return again, to suffer all the mysterious and horrible penalties described in Dante's Inferno. But as Plato pointed out, all these symbols of the horrors of perdition were simply caricatures of material life. They were merely aspects of the kind of things that could naturally symbolize our excesses and our deficiencies. The individual who dies in hate is burned by the fires of his own passion. Would he not then properly be born into a region of hate? And where could he find a better place to be so born than in this world, where even now, after thousands of years of civilizing, we are still inclined to hate each other. We hate those who oppose us even now. We hate to give the rights and privileges of existence to those who differ from us in any respect. Thus, all the infirmities that we suffer are karmic, and perdition is apparently the Christian name for karma. It is simply retribution. So in this region of retribution in which we all live, how shall we escape? And the answer to this appears to be that we escape through instruction of some kind. We escape through being invited to improve life by the birth within our own souls of a certain spark of insight, which as it develops gives us greater strength to resist the pressures and temptations of the outer life. In this respect, therefore, as in Oriental philosophy, there is recognized an order of teachers. And this order of teachers includes the heroes of Greek tradition, and the demigods of the Nordic legends, and the divine mortals of the Buddhistic philosophy. These are, in truth, the Arhats. But the Arhats are those that sometime, somewhere, long ago, took the obligation of dedication. They, while still weak and infirm in their spiritual abilities and their spiritual resources, still most solemnly dedicated not only the life they were then living, but all the lives that would come to them to the service of their fellow men. Indian philosophy recognizes, therefore, this peculiar kind of dedicated souls. These dedicated souls are the virgin youths of ancient Hindu thinking. They are set apart, and at each incarnation their destiny comes into manifestation with them. These dedicated persons, as Arhats, are never completely aware of the fact of their own dedication. In fact, we are told that Buddha did not know in this world that he was a Buddha until the illumination. Up to that time, he was merely a truth seeker. But deep within himself was an achievement already highly advanced, whether he was conscious of it or not. The same of the Arhat. He has achieved a spiritual worthiness, which his name implies. He comes into this world like everyone else, born into the same infirmities and problems and situations. Therefore, the infinite diversity of appearances and attributes associated with him. There is one difference, however. In him somewhere is this spark of dedication. He is by nature not as unkind as those around him. He is born more patient. He is born perhaps more forgiving, or perhaps with an innate dedication to some humanitarian purpose. All over the world, individuals are born like this. They are born to live for others. They do not know why. They simply feel that way. And in the old philosophies, it was believed firmly that these persons so born were actually the manifestations of a dedicated group that had arisen in remote time and in a long, wonderful procession walked down the ages, taking birth here and there, but always for one purpose only, the benefit of mankind. These individuals developed gradually great heroic ability. They became far more advanced in their conduct than the people around them. We can look down through history and we can say, could this not have been true in the case of Socrates? Was he not born to be of benefit to mankind? Did he ever for a moment swerve from his holden duty? Did he not finally die rather than compromise his principles, when it would have been very easy to save his life? Was not Plato such a man? How shall we say also that great musicians and great artists, great scholars, great scientists, if they be persons of noble dedication, are not actually the mysterious arhats that are described in the wonderful sutra of the Lotus of the Good Law? These set-aside ones whose lives are for virtues are represented in art as forming a radiant company around the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. They may look upon the face of truth and live, and part of its light will be reflected to shine from their own faces and through their own eyes. I think the original concept of saints has the same origin. People watching their neighbors were aware of something. We do not watch our neighbors very much anymore, except when they want to borrow something. But in the old days, when people grew up together and children played with their neighbors and the whole village knew each other, the village knew that every once in a while a wise old man appeared among them. Perhaps he was merely a craftsman, perhaps he made shoes or cut headstones for the local cemetery. But he was a wise man, he was a good man. And in his face was a light of peace, and children loved him, and those in trouble came to seek his help. And in a simple, natural way, he was always willing to help. This man was seldom rich. He was not powerful, but was humble, not only by necessity, but perhaps by choice. He had few ambitions, wished no advancement, but simply wanted to live the life of a quiet person, helping his friends, and making some simple contribution to the economic security of the neighborhood. These, perhaps, were also eyes. The individual didn't have to know. That is a very important part of the story. The Arhat did not know he was an Arhat. He only lived as an Arhat. But because he so lived, the long chain of his karma was ripening him for enlightenment, for the final illumination. The miracles of the Arhat were probably the same in the East and West. The miracle of the kind word, the transforming power of the encouraging statement, the wonderful restoration of faith in man simply when he meets another person who is essentially good, the wonderful inspiration of patience, of responsibilities well met, of humility and natural righteousness. All these things transform other people, and they produce the miracles of faith and salvation. So out of this concept of the good man undoubtedly arose the belief in the saint. The saint was only the very good man. Because he was good, he was beyond temptation. Socrates did not hesitate to die for his principles. And all over the world, good persons have given their lives to the service of others and have not necessarily been martyred, but have fallen victims to many ailments and ills, trying to save other people. The man who dives in the river to save the child saves the child and drowns himself. Yet there is some strange nobility about this, and only certain men will do this. They do not know why. But there is something in them that is not in everyone else, or at least has not been developed to the same degree. So it would not be amazing or remarkable that the really devout person, faced with either penalties or the preservation of his integrity, choose to give up his fortune for truth, to choose to relinquish office rather than corrupt it, to choose to die in virtue rather than live in vice. These people exist. They always have existed. And in the early hagiology of the Church, many such persons of a rather heroic, mysterious, and then even remote time, who exemplified such virtues, came to be regarded with exceptional grace. It is man's instinctive veneration of good, but it is also his instinctive realization that behind good there is some kind of a machinery, that it is not just an accident. That men do not suddenly decide to be good for no good reason. But the patient man has something behind him, perhaps ages of patience. But the person who returns good for evil does so because of a strength that many others do not possess. Millions of good Christians appreciate the virtue, but not all of them can practice it. But when we find a person practicing magnificently that which we might long to practice, but lack the courage, we pay tribute to that person inside of ourselves. We may not acknowledge it, but we respect it. And out of this respect for those whose spiritual achievements are extraordinary, came in the East the Arhat concept, and in India the Mahatma belief, in the Taoism of China, the marvelous sages with their metaphysical powers, and in Christendom the saints. So they are all brothers under the skin. They are all one concept developed according to the conditioning of various cultural patterns. The saint is therefore the unfolded self. And in psychology we know that the elder, the patriarch, the wise one in ourselves becomes more or less the symbol of enlightenment and of the capacity for enlightenment which we all inwardly possess. Becomes more or less. The saint, consequently, also becomes the intercessor. The saint stands between God and man to prove the possibility of man achieving identity or unity with God. The saint is the one who proves that it can mysteriously but wonderfully be accomplished. It is a demonstration before the ages that virtue can win. And man has always had a respect for these virtuous ones. He may martyr them, but he will ultimately canonize them. He will seldom revere them during their lifetimes because they have interfered with his selfishness. But as he also disappears and new generations that are not touched by personal motives arise, the good man is elevated to his proper destiny. The Arhat is therefore a link indicating a state of consciousness, mid-distance between man and deity. It represents, in the Eastern way of thinking, the middle distance between ignorance and the complete illumination. The abode of the Arhats is the paradise of Amitabha, which is the middle ground between earth and heaven, even as the Paradiso of Dante stands between earth and heaven. It represents, therefore, as far as we can put the parts together now, the empire of the good, the over souls, who are to become the citizens of the New Jerusalem. Now, in trying to work this out physically or historically, we see that we're up against a terrible obstacle. We have no evidence whatever that we are going to be able to build a New Jerusalem that is going to be any better than the cities we now inhabit. We have no faith that our own skill is going to finally be so dramatically transmuted that it will become the true skill of love for life. We don't feel any confidence in this. But if we realize that there was a tremendous pattern of karma moving behind all this, that there is, as the Buddhist points out, this tremendous body of testimony, that when Buddha gave his great sermon at the Vulture's Peak, the Arhats from the 10 worlds all assembled. And the rows and rows of shaven-headed monks extended to infinity. These were the saints. They were not the saints in the sense of being canonized individuals obviously functioning. These Arhats were the internal achievements of all people. They were the innumerable levels of self-mastery. They represented dedication. According to the Buddhist belief, the first time the individual, unselfish, dedicates himself to good, even for one moment, even if with the full contrition of consciousness, he recites the Nembutsu, resolved at that moment in himself that he will dedicate his own evolutionary future to the good of mankind. In that moment, according to the tradition, a lotus seed drops into the pool of Amitabha's paradise, and from this lotus seed will grow the throne of the Bodhisattva to be. Once this dedication is made within the person, it cannot die. It may take 1,000 lives to come to flowering. But once that seed is planted, once the individual has had one moment's flash of true insight, something happens that can never change, can never be taken away. Consciously may forget it in a moment. He may never realize that anything important has occurred to him. But in that moment of heart dedication, something has been planted within himself. This is the seed of his own eternal salvation. Those in whom this seed has been planted are the army of the redeemed, the 144,000 who will be saved. And this number is simply a Kabbalah on the total population by mankind. It is all souls, which is also an Oriental belief, that all things that live will ultimately be redeemed. But those who have consciously dedicated themselves to this labor have taken on all of the burden of the karma of regeneration. This dedication is not going to make life easy for them. In the name of this dedication, they may be born and die many times, and they may be martyred. They may voluntarily sacrifice their lives for countless causes. They may take body in backward groups and be subject to ridicule and persecution. They may lead religious reforms and die martyrs because of the hatred of their fellow men. But if this dedication is true, every step forward in conviction is enlarging the heroic estate of that soul. In the fullness of time, it will emerge as a potential world teacher, a universal servant, one of those who are born to serve others. This order that has been impregnated with the consciousness of reality is this middle kingdom between gods and men. And in Christianity, this place is the place of the saints. Many years ago, I talked about many of these problems with the present ecumenical patriarch of the Greek Church, the head of the Eastern Catholic Church of the world. And he assured me that the early church was fully aware of the secret rituals and initiations of Egypt, that he was perfectly confident that their symbolism was derived from the most secret traditions of antiquity, that in some mysterious way the great wisdom of it all had been blocked out, that instead of being developed as Eastern wisdom had been by the constant enlargement of insight, constant strengthening of the knowledge and persuasion of the great religious truth, that in the West, for some reason, by some circumstance, everything had slowly faded out except a very simple moral teaching. That perhaps this was due to the peculiar nature of the people who had to be reached. Even the Buddha says, look at your man before you preach your sermon. And it is true beyond question that if the individual is incapable of understanding, he will misunderstand. So in the West, the tendency was to take all of these more complicated truths and reduce them to a single factor, and that was sincerity. The sincerity of the person was his salvation, his faith, his gentle acceptance, which required no explanation or no reason other than that it was the will of God, seemed at least at that time to be the most appropriate. And very likely it was, because there was very little to build on. You were dealing with an extremely simple type of human mind. A mind unlearned and unskilled. A mind that wanted only the most simple and inevitable beliefs. The belief in God to comfort the soul in sorrow. The belief in salvation to make a life here endurable, even though it might be full of pain and sorrow. The hope, the constant hope that the inevitable sinfulness of nature might be cleansed by the grace of God and the healing blood of the Lamb. These simple beliefs demanded very little of the individual except that he makes some kind of a dedication, that he make a choice to serve either God or evil, that he strive with whatever courage and strength that he has to keep faith with the Scripture as he understands it, with the faith as it is taught to him, to enter the cathedral or the chapel of the church prayerfully, and with all the devotion and heartfulness that he could. If this warmth of simple resolution could carry him, something happened in him. It was no longer a problem as to whether he achieved a great obvious spirituality. It was not even so much a problem, perhaps, as to where myth began and facts ended. Perhaps this was another way in which the effort was made to create this simple moment of dedication, in which the pearl of great price might be placed in the human heart. Bamey seems to give us something of this. But the whole virtue of the procedure was a total giving up of self in complete obedience to the divine will as it was understood. Perhaps the understanding was faulty, but this is not too important. Many faiths will prove faulty, but faithfulness will never fail. The individual who is sincere, even though his faith may be inadequate, experiences the wonderful internal growth of his own sincerity. That is one of the differences between Eastern and Western thinking. In the West, salvation depends upon the faith being true. In the East, salvation begins and ends and depends upon the individual being true to that which he believes. If he believes, as some islanders did, that a dinner plate that was washed on the shore was a deity, and to that dinner plate they gave allegiance, and to that dinner plate they made their obligations of integrity, that integrity is what counts. It is not the face of the deity you worship, whether it be invisible or of wood or of stone. It is the worshipfulness in yourself that sets the mysterious evolutionary processes of spirituality in motion within us. Thus, it may not be fair to say that the golden legend did not cause soul seeds to fall into Amitabha's pool. It is not fair to say that this simple, if somewhat to our mind gruesome belief did not at that time meet a need, did not cause the person to be a little better than he would otherwise have been, which was the essential purpose. There is no use really saying that had it been taught better, we could have changed the course of history. This is not really true. We are teaching better today, but our history is as bad as theirs was, but in a different way. All of our insight has not ended war. All of our knowledge and skill have not caused corruption to decline among us. Therefore, we cannot say that any particular degree of insight will save the individual who is innately selfish. But if something can strike at the root of his selfishness, if something within himself begins to venerate a power superior to himself, a standard of virtue greater than he has previously experienced, then in consciousness he moves along. The souls that lived in Italy at the time when Jacobus Dvorgin was writing his book went out of embodiment. Maybe they're back again. Maybe they have been back more than once. The great question that really concerns all of us is whether in some way, for that time and under those conditions, these souls received lessons, came to degrees of insight through simple piety, came to understand God through the most common, simple service to their fellow men, whether such may not in turn have a great effect upon the course of the spiritual unfoldments of these beings. It all probably fits together to make one tremendous pattern. And this pattern is the gradual unfoldment of all beings through the so-called process of the elevation of saints, first through beatification and finally through canonization. Beatification really corresponds very closely to the state of the Arhat in the northern school. Canonization corresponds to the Bodhisattva state. They probably are interchangeable in meaning. They may also be actually interchangeable in the psychic processes which produce them. But they are not interchangeable in the common parlance in which they have been stated. So the study of the Golden Legend simply is this legend of the growth of the spiritual power of man, the legend of humanity led by the saints of old and being constantly impelled to personal sanctification, so that perhaps in some day in the infinite future it will be true that the new heavenly city can become part of the earth. Not because men have made a sudden reformation of themselves in some dated year, but because the constant enrichment of consciousness behind the souls that come into birth, that the souls coming in discover a little more quickly in their maturity the destiny for which they were intended. That instinctively they turn from worldliness to the service of each other, placing friendship and truth above all considerations. Today this may happen when a man is 65 years old, but it is still an awakening. In another century it may happen when a man is 55 years old. If it ever happens when a man is 25 years old, then we will probably have a different world. All these processes are parts of motions, and I strongly suspect that the old symbolism of the mysteries and the religious philosophies of both East and West can be traced symbolically in the design of the martyrology of the Christian saints. It is a difficult pattern to trace, but I really sincerely believe it is there, and that many of these legends and stories are simply adaptations from the achievements of the great and the good of all nations, gradually transposed into a Christian setting. In any event, there is something rather worthwhile if we can go beneath the surface. And for the sake of our own souls, it is always better to look beneath the surface for the truths there than to be disappointed or in some way offended by surfaces. We are nearly always the victim of surface thinking. The moment we go below the surfaces of things, we begin to find the identities of life and truth. Well, our time is up, so I guess we'll have to conclude it for this time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.